There we go. It should be live on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and everywhere where live things happen. Welcome in, guys. It's good to see you. Good to see you, friends. We got everything rocking and rolling. I think everything's up. We should be joined by our friend Danny tonight from Danny Phil Talk. Those of you who follow philosophy, you should know about Danny. Give me 1 second, though. My microphone, I want to make sure my microphone's turned all the way up. There we go. Now we should have the right microphone. All right, cool. Welcome in. Ems, good to see you, my friend. We got a bunch of the usual suspects in the house. Megs, good to see you. Jezebel Baby Daddy, good to see you. Let me open up the guest boxes here. And before I forget, I need to open up the YouTube guest box. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I forgot to open it sooner. 1 second. One second. All right, I think the YouTube guest box is open now. All right, and we'll get our first guest in here. Make sure all the audio streams are good to go. There we go. Now all the audio streams should be ready to rock and roll. And Dexter, right off the rip. Thank you so much, Dexter. Good to see you tonight, my friend. I really appreciate sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I added some more resources to the resources tab on the Deconstruction cheat sheet for everyone who has access to it. This weekend, I'm going to add a really big update. I think you're going to like it. It's going to be awesome. I'm also working on another really big update that's going to include tons and tons of primary resources for the medieval period on the Inquisitions and things like that. It's going to be awesome. So definitely look for that. If you are subscribed to me on TikTok, you have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. If you're a member at the Kraken Crew Elite on YouTube, you've got access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And Carrie, Dr. Joe, Joyful, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And welcome in. And Shelly and Carrie, thanks for being here. We've got Jacob with us. How are you doing, Jacob?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Jacob, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm turning 19 this month, and yeah, I'm a believer.
Cool. And what God or gods do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible. I just got back from a run, by the way, so I'm a little bit out of breath.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm glad that you're getting some exercise. I need to get some myself. What'd be the most, say, convincing argument or evidence for the biblical God?
Yeah, so I would say, well, my claim is that I'm not going to try and sit here and give you like rock solid, undeniable proof that God 100% exists, because I think that's an impossible task. I think we could both agree on that. But what I would say is that what atheists believe, and I don't know if you believe this or not, so I would just ask you, like the Big Bang and the theory of evolution, these theories, I would say that they're bad science. I would say they're based on lies. I would say there's the evidence for them is kind of flimsy. So,
are you a scientist?
No, I'm not a scientist.
Why are so many scientists convinced by them then?
Well, let's just go back to my original question, which was, do you believe in these things? Because there's no point in talking about it if you don't believe in it. But I would say, but to answer your question, I would say the scientists believe in it because the brain seeks for evidence of what it wants to believe, and people just seek for evidence of the theory of evolution that was created a long time ago, which didn't have really any evidence for it, and theory of the Big Bang as well. And I think people have just looked for evidence to justify that theory, I would say.
Cool. Well, I think there's actually a lot of evidence for both those two theories, but even if there wasn't, even if they were wrong, it wouldn't mean that God exists, right? So the burden of proof is still to demonstrate that a God exists.
That is what I'm saying. Well, again, I already said my claim is not giving you undeniable rock solid proof that God 100% exists. My claim is that you're going off just as much faith with evolution and the Big Bang Theory as you are with God. And I would say, if not more, because the evidence, I would say it's actually bad science, to be quite honest with you.
What science is actually bad? What are the scientists doing that is improper?
Yeah, so evolution, well, first of all, you never even answered the question. Do you believe in evolution and do you believe in the Big Bang as well?
Yeah, I said I believe in both of them, but you don't have to be an atheist. I've actually got friends that are atheists that don't believe in evolution
Well,
or the
I
Big
would,
Bang. So I don't think that's
well, I
actually
would,
a requirement for our position.
well, I would say if you believe in the God of the Bible and you believe he's truth and you believe in the things of the Bible, then you can't believe in the Big Bang, and you actually, these things would be, because these things contradict the Bible. So
Don't tell the
I
Catholics
would,
that.
well, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So and there's no point, but
I'm
yeah,
sure.
so
I'm sure. Yeah, right.
the evidence, I would say that is actually bad. Well, I would say it's all of it, to be honest. But for one thing, with evolution, there's no evidence today whatsoever that any species or any animal created anything besides the same species or
Do
the
you know
same
what
animal.
endogenous and retroviruses are?
No, what is that?
It's a really interesting little snippet of DNA that is foreign to the human body, and it's basically a virus, and it can actually embed itself into your genome. And we actually have a couple hundred of them that are very traceable in the human genome. And it's really interesting because the way it works is once it finds its way into the genome, it shows up in the same place every time in all humans, which is one of the ways we can know that all humans have a common ancestor. But even more remarkably is that we've got about 200 endogenous retroviruses that only show up in humans and great apes. They don't show up anywhere else in the animal world because humans and great apes share DNA.
That's great. I mean, I would say that proves that they're similar, that they're, but they're not the same. That they're not our ancestors. And I would say we can actually extrapolate this out to other parts of evolution, which is that.
But it's actually impossible for an endogenous retrovirus to show up in the same spot in the DNA sequence every time.
Cool. But anyway, like I was saying, we can really extrapolate this out to other parts of evolution, because evolution teaches that birds evolved from dinosaurs. You can look this up.
But that's not quite what it teaches. I don't think you've actually read a book on evolution.
It is what it teaches. You can Google this.
Name
yourself.
one book you've read on evolution.
What? Why do I have to read a book on evolution to know that the evidence?
I don't think you paid attention in school. Because I went to a Catholic school, and even I knew that that's not what evolution teaches.
You can Google it, my friend. You literally Google, are birds ancestors dinosaurs? And it'll say yes. It'll say that is what evolution says.
That's not what evolution says. Birds and dinosaurs are definitely related.
I can literally disprove this with one Google search away that says, yes, evolution says birds evolved from dinosaurs. I'm not joking you. So you can Google it yourself.
Are you going to actually provide an argument for why God is real, or is this just you don't like science because you never read a science book?
Shroud of Turin. Shroud of Turin.
I'd love to see what the Shroud of Turin has to do with God being real.
Well, it's the tomb of Jesus, and
where was it discovered?
Well, Jesus was definitely a real person, and Jesus was.
I'm sure he was. Where was the Shroud of Turin discovered?
But you just goal shift. You just goal shift it. You haven't even responded to any of my points. You haven't even answered any of my questions.
You didn't ask me a single question yet.
I said, why do you? I said birds evolved from dinosaurs, and you said no, they didn't. And I said yes, they did. And I said you could disprove it with one Google search, and you just kept saying no, birds didn't evolve from dinosaurs, even though that is exactly what evolution teaches.
Birds and dinosaurs, I said, are related, but not all dinosaurs became birds, and not all birds came from the dinosaur, because they're part of an evolutionary tree, and they all
saying birds
developed
came from a dinosaur. I didn't say every dinosaur.
I agree. Yes, birds and dinosaurs once had a common ancestor. I'm aware.
Yes. What? Birds and what was the dinosaur's common ancestor?
You can look it up. There's trees for this. Have you looked up like the evolutionary taxonomical trees?
No, but
There
what
you
you're
go.
saying is still wrong. It's. But anyway, just moving on from this point, because we're not even getting anywhere here. I would also say that carbon dating is bad and radiometric dating is bad. They're faulty. There are multiple examples of it not working.
So this is the taxonomical tree for dinosaurs and birds. And what you'll notice is that birds and dinosaurs shared common ancestors. There was mixing between what we call dinosaurs and birds quite abundantly. So
what was the common ancestor?
you can read the chart for yourself and probably come up with it. Let me see. It doesn't have the name of the common ancestors listed. They've got them in classifications like the Archaeopteryx and all kinds of long words I can't pronounce.
So birds did evolve from a dinosaur, right?
What I'm saying is birds and dinosaurs had common ancestors, and carbon dating is extremely reliable. That's one of the reasons why we know the Dead Sea Scrolls came from a particular time period. They were carbon dated. This is why we can carbon date accurately, the tombs in Egypt when we uncover mummy tombs.
Well, I would say it's not accurate, and there are actually multiple examples of it throughout history of it not working. One of them was in the I think it was the 1980s, I believe, where they carbon dated snails that scientists. You go look this up.
So it sounds like you're just repeating bad talking points from like Frank Turek or something.
Okay, but can you dispute anything I've said?
Yeah, carbon dating is incredibly reliable, which is why we still use it.
You didn't even let me finish.
Now's your chance.
Well, what I was saying was there are multiple examples of it not working, like throughout history, and you could just fact check this if you want to.
How many examples are there?
Like, I don't know, like 5, 4 that I know of.
Mm-hmm. And have you looked into the snail situation?
Yeah.
Okay. And why did the carbon dating come up with different dates?
Because what just wasn't reliable.
No. What is in snail shells?
I don't know.
Come from limestone.
Okay, whatever. There are other examples.
How old is limestone?
Definitely not 21,000 years old or however old it is.
How is limestone formed?
I don't know. How?
Limestone is formed from the calcium and carbon deposits on the bottom of oceans from other shelled animals from like millions of years ago. So if you have an animal that is full of calcium or something formed from limestone that came from calcium, it's going to date very old. Whereas if you are like dating another part of something that was living that wasn't from very old material, it would date very differently.
So does that disprove the other example of freshly killed seals being dated 21,000 years old or like 25,000 years old?
I'm actually pretty familiar with a lot of these carbon dating issues because like they're all bogus bad talking points that keep spreading around the community. So there was another dating situation where they sent two pieces out to laboratories, and they dated two different parts of the animal, and you'll never guess which part dated wrong.
What?
They dated the exterior of a bone that was contaminated in earth. And then when they dated the interior of the bone, it dated correctly. So these are like really bad Kent Hovind talking points.
How do you know it's dated
actually
correctly?
Quite none of these actually prove that your God is real. The only thing you've said so far is you don't understand science. And because you don't understand science, therefore God.
Well, I understand some of the science behind carbon dating, and I
I don't
understand
think you
some of this.
do. How does carbon dating work?
It measures the amount of C14 in the Earth or in the atmosphere, basically, and compares it to the amount of C14 in the fossil or the mammal.
That's right. And why is this principle workable? What makes this work?
I don't think it does work.
It does work because living organisms consume stuff from their environment. Like we're consuming plants, we're consuming air. As we're consuming air and plants, we're actually consuming those carbon-14 isotopes. So once we die, Jacob, listen. Once we die, we're no longer consuming the carbon-14 from the environment around us, which is why we can accurately date the decay and the amount of carbon-14 isotope inside of a once living entity or some sort of organic matter.
You're assuming that the amount of carbon-14 in the environment in the atmosphere has never been has always had a steady decay rate and what's the word I'm looking for? Like intake as well. You're assuming that over billions of years that it's always been exactly the same, and so we could trace it back billions of years.
It's not how carbon dating works. It only goes back a maximum of 50,000 years, and even past 40,000 years, it becomes slightly less reliable.
Well, it's still the same. You're still assuming that for 40,000 years, the amount of carbon-14 going into the Earth and the decay rate has always been stable, and it's always been the same for 40,000 years.
Yeah, because we've actually we've done tree rings and we've done ice cores and we've done other dating methods that confirm this particular fact. So it's not like someone just said, "Oh,
it confirms for 40." It confirms
nobody
for 40,000.
Nobody just came up with the 40,000 year thing like randomly. It wasn't just pulled out of thin air. They actually did other tests, like radiometric dating, and compared it to various radiometric datings and determined that there's like a valid range. All the dating methods have a valid range that have been tested.
I don't think they do. You're comparing it to radiometric dating. I also don't think radiometric dating is reliable.
I really enjoy it when like people who have no background in scientists want to tell the scientists that their whole method of dating system is wrong. I actually do have a background in science, but not in dating, which is why I actually just accept the dating methods used by the actual professionals, the guy with the PhDs, rather than some like guy on the internet. Like, do you go to your doctor and tell him how to do his job?
I don't go to the doctor very often.
When you do you tell the doctor how to do his job, or do you trust that his educational experience was adequate? Yeah, I believe that. Do you think that doctors' education are adequate to teach them how to be a doctor?
No, I don't. Some random ass doctor.
That's not surprising.
Prescribed me ADHD medication when I was a kid. I told her I didn't have ADHD. I just didn't want to do the work. And she still prescribed me ADHD medication. And
I believe that. I definitely believe you didn't want to do the work. So do you have an argument for why God is plausible or real? Or
I told you, Shroud of Turin.
Right. Yeah, let's talk about the Shroud of Turin. When was the Shroud of Turin discovered, and where was it discovered?
When actually I have no idea, to be honest.
Why do you think it came from Jesus?
Because Jesus was a real person, and why wouldn't I?
So what? Muhammad was a real person.
Is there any reason it wouldn't be his tomb?
Why would it? Just because somebody produces something and says it's from Jesus, why would I believe that it's from Jesus? It was produced.
Have his face on it?
It was produced many centuries later. We have no idea what his face looks like, and it was clearly a medieval forgery. They actually analyzed the blood, and it was completely inconclusive what animals the blood even came from, and it turned out that there was a mixture of red ochre in the blood, which is from a plant.
So you think Jesus is a real person, right?
I do. Not all atheists do, but I do.
Do you think his, well, they just don't know what they're talking about if they don't think Jesus was a real person? I mean, I don't know how that's disputable. He definitely was. Do you think his 12 disciples were real people too?
I think he has disciples. I think the 12 disciples is started out as like a figurative number. It was like a representative. I don't actually think he had 12 main disciples. Like if you read about him from the writings of the Jews, it seems unsure how many disciples he has, and at least 5 of his close disciples seem to have been martyred alongside of him, according to the writings of the Sanhedrin. So I don't know how many disciples he had.
So do you think that people go to their death thinking or not at least admitting that do you think people get crucified and just go to their deaths telling a lie and get killed over a lie?
I never said they were lying.
So you agree that Jesus is Lord then, because they were said
No. Which ones of them got killed?
I don't. What does that have to do with anything?
You said they wouldn't go to their death for a lie. I'm asking you which ones of them got killed.
The ones that weren't. I don't know I can't remember the names right
Where
now.
can I read about their martyrdom? Because the Bible only records the martyrdom of one of them. It seems plausible that like Peter and Paul were probably martyred. The rest of them come from much later on in history, and the stories of their martyrdom are like incredibly fanciful. Like if you read the apocryphal Acts of Peter, where it talks about him getting crucified upside down, there's also a talking dog and a nursing baby at his mother's teat that gives an entire speech. So I'm not really sure I would find these credible testimonies.
So even the ones that weren't crucified, right? And everyone saw. So how do you think Jesus escaped his tomb after he was killed? Sorry, I'm tired. I'm back from the run.
I don't think
How do
he
you
was
think-
placed in a tomb to begin with. That's the first problem. You're just assuming he was in a tomb because the Bible said so. I don't actually think he was. I think he was probably thrown into a mass grave. I think somebody pretending to be Jesus afterwards claimed to be Jesus, and that was enough to convince one or maybe even 2 of them, and they told everybody else, and everybody else was fervent to believe as well. Possibly Peter was the one who saw the resurrected Jesus theoretically, but people seeing resurrected bodies in the ancient world were pretty abundant. Herodotus in History's Book 4 writes about a guy named Aristeus that appeared to many people after his death. We also have tales of Nero appearing to people after his death. Another one named Dositheus. So, like, I mean, I'm not at all surprised that somebody pretended to be the resurrected Jesus. There are people today that claim to see Elvis resurrected. Welcome in, Danny. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, nice to see you.
So you think that I'm sorry, I'm like losing. Can you repeat what you said actually?
Yeah, what I'm saying is dying and rising people were pretty abundant in the ancient world. I don't think Jesus was any different than anybody else. I think it happened just like Nero. There was multiple people pretending to be the resurrected Nero, and it convinced many. In fact, it convinced so many Parthians that Nero resurrected that they went to war over it.
So my question is, if Jesus resurrected, right, or if Jesus was buried and then there was another guy that was claiming to be Jesus, why wouldn't the people who already knew the one that got killed and buried just tell everyone that's not Jesus, that's just some random dude?
Because I don't think that they all saw him. I think he appeared probably to one person and he told the rest. And the same argument would be used against the resurrected Nero. When Nero resurrected and showed himself to the Parthians, how come they didn't say this isn't Nero?
Wait. So you're saying the real Jesus? This is all super complicated, but you're saying the real Jesus only showed himself to one person, or the fake Jesus who came up after the real Jesus died only showed himself to one person?
I don't
I don't
think
even know
that
where you're going
people,
with
I think you're losing track of the conversation. I don't think
I
anybody
am.
has ever resurrected from the dead. And I certainly don't think that Jesus did.
No, I never said you did.
Now,
I
it
said,
was abundant in the ancient world to have people claiming to rise from the dead. And there was even lots of warnings in the ancient world against robbing graves so that you could kind of prevent this kind of thing from happening. But I think there was probably one person pretending to be the resurrected Jesus that maybe appeared to Mary Magdalene and maybe even Peter, and that was enough to convince him. And then he disappeared right into the night.
I don't even think the Bible says that people saw that Jesus resurrected, right?
Well,
Or that
it kind of depends.
Jesus came back and then told people that, or told like two people that all this stuff.
Depends on which gospel you're reading. Like the Gospel of Mark, the original ending is basically they go to the tomb, there's no body, and then they get a message from the angels and they leave and they don't tell anybody. The later gospels, cyber deconstruction, good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the DJ glasses. I appreciate that, buddy. So in Gospel of Mark, it's got a very like surreptitious ending. It doesn't really seem to claim that he rose from the dead. It's not until you get the other Gospels that come much later that we have this whole backstory. Like you get the narrative that's added from his birth, and then you get this whole resurrection narrative that gets added, and they don't even agree with each other. They contradict each other on the details. And like the Gospels are full of things that are just clearly untrue. Even Jesus himself keeps saying things that are untrue. So I'm not likely to believe that Jesus resurrects from the dead if he can't even read the Old Testament.
So in the older Testament you were talking about, or the older version you were talking about, what did you say about that one again? That Peter and who else saw the angels, but that Jesus did not. But that they saw Jesus disappear from the tomb, but then the angels came to them or something. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm saying in the Gospel of Mark, the resurrection story is incredibly different when you compare it to the right. So
I agree.
Okay, so the other problem is that the Gospels just clearly say things that are not true. In fact, not just the Gospels, Jesus himself says things that are clearly untrue.
That's not what I asked, but you're saying that in the Gospel of Mark, right? Can you repeat what you said about that? I know I heard the part that it's different from the other ones, but how is it different again?
So in the Gospel of Mark, there's no resurrected Jesus that appears to people.
Okay, so then...
So I'll just read it for you. Hold on. So they go to the tomb, right? They're going to anoint the body, right? It says, they had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone for us from the entrance of the tomb? Which is a funny thing to say because Mary Magdalene was with them, theoretically. And according to the Gospel of John, she already went to the tomb and already saw the resurrected Jesus and already knew the tomb had the stone rolled away, but whatever. Says, when they looked up, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had been rolled back. As they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in white sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed. But he said to them, do not be alarmed. You are looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He has been raised. He is not here. Look, there is the place they laid him. But go and tell his disciples and Peter that he is going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him, just as he told you. So they went out and fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. And that's actually the ending of the gospel until many, many hundreds of years later. We get
I just wanted to get back
endings.
to that because that's exactly what I said. I said that Jesus didn't come back as a person and then tell like two people or whatever you said to like go spread all this stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on which gospel you read. If you read the Gospel of Matthew, he does do that. In fact, a bunch of bodies break out of their tombs in Matthew.
That's not the gospel I'm reading, though.
Okay, if you want to throw Matthew out, I'm with you. I'll throw Matthew out all day.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get back to this point because I don't know where you even got this idea that some replacement dude came up and then some guy claiming to be Jesus showed up and then claimed to one other person that it was him. I don't.
Just by reading
Where did
history.
you,
What I'm saying
Where-
is
where-
it happened at other points in history. It was very convincing to other people in history. And I think this scenario probably played out just like those other scenarios played out.
Well, other scenario. Can you bring up the other scenarios though?
I just told you, Herodotus, book 4, Aristeus is raised from the dead, is seen by a multitude of people. If you read the writings of Tacitus and Suetonius and Diochrysostom, you get, or Cassius Dio, Cassius Dio, you get resurrection narratives of Nero, and you even learn that Nero, the imposter, the resurrected imposter, was able to convince the Parthian army to go to war because he was so convincing. So, like, these types of events were not uncommon.
Happened? But why do you think that happened to Jesus too?
Because people wanted their heroes to not be dead. They wanted to have this grand idea that, like, certainly their hero couldn't die. If they were God's chosen person, God would resurrect them. Just cope. It's just cope.
So your idea is that. So how long did it take exactly for the fake Jesus to come and then tell everyone that he resurrected?
I have no idea. Probably pretty quick.
You're telling me this because people like their heroes and they don't want to accept they died?
Yep. Very common, yeah.
That's the only evidence you have for this?
It's not evidence. I'm saying that it happened in history. We'll try this again. I don't know why this is so hard for you, Jacob. It happened at other points in history around the same time as Jesus. The exact same thing happened. What I'm saying is this phenomenon that we know happens, I think also happened with Jesus. I think Jesus's case is the same as those other cases.
Well, I just can't agree with that, to be honest.
I never said you had to. I'm saying that's my opinion. And the reason why I know that Jesus isn't the Messiah is because he's a liar, he's a blasphemer, and he's a fraud. So it doesn't matter to me if you think he rose from the dead. He's still not the Messiah. Even if that sky carcass did raise from the dead, he still ain't no Messiah.
Why was he a blasphemer?
Because he claimed to be God.
Right, that's why people think that he wasn't God back then, but then because
he committed
saw
blasphemy.
his body. Yeah, right, exactly. And then they saw his body disappear. His body like disappeared, and then they all realized they were wrong, right?
No, they didn't. They realized they were not wrong.
What?
The Jewish people did not accept Jesus as the Messiah because he wasn't the Messiah. He didn't fulfill a single Messianic prophecy, and he couldn't even read Hebrew. Want me to show you how he didn't even know what was in the Old Testament?
Not really. I just want to stick to your...
Okay, so you don't want to actually have a dialogue. You just want to, like... I
want to stick to your point that they didn't see his body disappear.
Yeah, I'd run away from the next line of dialogue, too.
Well, I just want to stick back to your original point. We could get to that afterwards. I'm not saying that we can't. So if they didn't see Jesus' body disappear, why was there a rise in Christianity after that?
Why was there a rise in Islam after Muhammad died?
To be honest, I have no idea. That's a completely false religion.
So is Christianity. Just because something gained popularity doesn't mean it's true.
And if you think about what Christianity, like how that was different than, like the Greek and Roman gods, right? The Greek and Roman gods were assholes. They didn't love you. They caused a lot of problems for humanity. They were assholes. But here you have a god that loves you and died for you, right? Doesn't that sound more enticing than, oh no, my daughter got screwed by Zeus?
Yeah, I mean, That's one explanation for it.
Right. I mean, even guys like Justin Martyr said that, the Christian philosophy was a superior philosophy. He was drawn to the philosophical aspect of it.
That was a philosophical religion. Well, I mean, that's fine. I think we've gotten to I mean, you could go on now with it, but I just want to finish up with just saying that, I mean, your explanation of how like Christianity rose after Jesus died and whatnot is, I just don't agree.
How many Christians were there after Jesus died?
I'm saying there was a rise in Christianity.
I'm sure. How many?
I don't know.
How many Muslims were there after Muhammad died?
I don't know.
See, having a rise in people doesn't make it true. How many Mormons were there after Joseph Smith died? In fact,
well, let's not even bring that up.
Not a single religion has ever grown faster after the death of a founder than Mormonism.
Well, that's okay.
And at that, Christianity gained political power in the 4th century. And they, kind of like an invasive species, started eradicating rival religions. It's insecurity, right? They had to get rid of all the other religions, and they worked really hard to do that. They persecuted heretics all throughout, for at least 1,500 years. What happened when Christianity got political power was, well, naturally, they proliferated.
Yep. In fact, the emperor directly after Constantine, actually two, is Theodosius II. He almost immediately started issuing edicts to round up heretics, burn their books, and try them for heresy. Like the first thing he did. The Holy Roman Empire was like 1 liter old.
Don't we have eyewitness testimony that say they saw Jesus resurrect?
I don't think so.
Fair enough. So you could go on to whatever you were talking about how Jesus was a blasphemer or whatever.
Yeah, I think he was a blasphemer. I think he was also a liar. And I'm going to give you an example. So we have a really interesting exchange between Jesus and the Pharisees in Matthew 22. It says, now while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them this question, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how is it then that David, by the Spirit, calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. So do you see what happened here? Jesus is suggesting that David is talking to somebody that now there's 2 lords. There's a Lord above a Lord. You capture that?
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Okay, so Jesus is suggesting that David is speaking, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, indicating that there's 2 lords. Now, that's just not the case. In fact, if you go to Psalm 110, which is what he's quoting, it's actually pretty clear that that's not the case. I thank you for the dragon head, Dre. I appreciate that. Now, in Psalm 110 says a psalm of David, or of David a psalm, and they specifically put this in this order, but we can get to that later if we need to. It says, the Lord said to my Lord. Do you know what's in the underlying text right here in the actual Hebrew text? Do you, like in the English Bible, when you see the Lord, and Lord is all in mini caps, these are called mini caps. What does that mean?
Is this the which gospel is this, or is this the later ones or the original, or is this the older ones?
It's in Psalm 110 is what we're reading, but he does bring it up in the book of Mark.
Okay, you go on.
Okay. So in the original Hebrew text, it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. It literally says Yahweh. That's the name of God. Yahweh said to my Lord, meaning the king. Because David's not actually speaking here. This is somebody speaking about David. And he's saying, Yahweh says to my Lord, which is the king, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Which is what God promised to do to David a number of times in the text. And in fact, Solomon repeats it in 1 Kings chapter 5 when he says that Yahweh put David's enemies underneath his feet. So the psalm is clearly just about King David and God's promise to King David. But Jesus didn't know that because he couldn't read Hebrew. He was reading it in the Greek. And when they translated it in the Greek, they screwed the pooch. They actually got it wrong. It says, of David, this is a genitive form of tau, of David. And then we have a really interesting phrase. It says, the Lord, ha kyrios, tau kyrio, says the Lord to my Lord. This is speaking. The Lord to my Lord. So they screwed the pooch. They covered the name of Yahweh with ha kyrios. And when Jesus gets to this verse, he doesn't know how to read Hebrew because he's not a real rabbi. He's a fraud. He reads it in Greek and screws it up.
My question for you is, weren't there, I don't know, like 12, I don't know, like, weren't there like, yeah, at least, I think like, I forget the exact number, but weren't there like multiple different religions that talked about a Messiah coming, like before Christianity, and talked about like a savior coming and stuff?
I mean, Judaism had a number of different messianic claims.
I know, but I mean a Messiah specifically, like different religions.
I'm not aware of other religions looking for a Messiah.
I mean, before Christianity existed, they claimed a Messiah was coming.
I don't know of any.
Okay.
Can you name them?
Well, actually, can I Google search it right now?
Yeah, if I want to. Oh, he's Googling. Texas Panhandler, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, fee fi fo fun, I smell the cooking of deluded Christian. Well, thank you for the 999 super chat, and I think you might hit the nail on the head. We got an interesting start on the stream here tonight. And Discordia, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, praise be to Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and the prophet Oliver. Genesis be upon him. Well, thank you so much, and hail the quadrity of Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Oliver. And Berserk, good to see you tonight, friend, says, IP and his goons really believe you looked silly. Well, that's what happens when you're really deep on the bottle of copium. That's why they had a whole live stream last night going over the debate and relitigating it, because apparently he was so insecure in the very first time it actually happened. When you win a court case, you don't relitigate it. The loser does. Welcome in, Jacob.
Well, no, Google didn't tell me them. I don't feel like going to like each website and finding them. So I guess I would say that I concede, and you definitely won this debate, like no question about it. And you've inspired me to do more research, look into more evidence about things. But all I'll say for the closing is that I don't think people go to their deaths. I don't think they get crucified on something that they don't believe, or that they don't like, or like on a lie, basically.
I don't think they got crucified. I don't think they did. I don't think they were martyrs.
I'm talking about the other one. I'm talking about the ones that you said were crucified.
Did they have a choice?
Well, no, because they said Jesus was the Messiah, right?
Yeah, they were part of a imperial I can't say the word, imperial cult that was against Roman policy. They were saying Jesus was the king, and they came and killed him. They didn't have a choice. They didn't go to their death proclaiming Jesus is Lord and he resurrected. They said a thing. They came in and took care of the problem.
But even the people after that say they saw Jesus resurrected, right?
Like who?
The people in the Bible that talk about it.
Name one.
I can't think of the names right now. I already told you that I'm tired.
All right. Well.
But you know they exist. Why do I have to specifically name them?
I actually don't know they exist. In fact, the earliest gospel is Mark, and Mark wasn't an eyewitness to anything. And then Matthew and Luke, whoever they are, copied from Mark, so they were writing after Mark. Mark was just a cousin of Barnabas, writing about 70 AD. So Matthew and Luke, I don't think even wrote Matthew and Luke. John may have been written by a scribe talking to John. There are two of them listed in the last chapter, chapter 21. So like it's possible that John was an eyewitness to something and then he told his story to somebody else. The closest you've got after that is maybe Peter, but I don't believe Peter wrote Peter. It's possible he could have wrote First Peter. He sure as hell didn't write Second Peter.
First Peter, doesn't that does First Peter talk about the resurrection of Jesus?
Not really. It does come up. I mean, obviously, the author of First Peter believes that Jesus rose from the dead. But the problem with First Peter is it doesn't really match what we know about Peter. Peter didn't know how to read. If he actually died when it said he died in history, it's unclear how he could have written Peter. Peter appears to have been written after Peter would have already died from the various stories we have about him. So, but still, again, that doesn't address the problem. The problem is there are lots of people who claim to see resurrected bodies in the ancient world. It's not new. 20,000 Parthians nearly went to war against Rome, believing that the resurrected Nero was leading the charge, and they were going to march into Rome and put him back on the throne. Then they got obliterated by Rome.
Right, now I understand that, and I didn't say I disagree with that. So,
Okay.
well, you won. Yeah, what would you say I should? Well, just question for you. One last question for you. What would you say that I should look into the most when it comes to all of this? Right, because I don't like to be simple-minded. I like to look at both sides of things, and if there's like rock solid evidence or whatever that Jesus was not who he said he was and all this stuff, and that he wasn't God, then I would like to research into that and all that stuff.
Here's a quick thing you could do. Go to the first 2 chapters of Matthew in a good translation, not like the King James. King James is trash. Go to like a NRSV or NABR or something like that. Go to the first 2 chapters of Matthew, look at those prophecies, and then go back to the Old Testament and read the entire prophecy, not just a little snippet that's quoted by Matthew. And it'll demonstrate pretty clearly that the New Testament authors were just making stuff up.
I'd have to write like all this stuff down. You said go to Matthew.
Yep, just read the first 2 chapters of Matthew. And every time Matthew quotes from the Old Testament saying that a prophecy was fulfilled, go back and read that prophecy in the original context, not just that little snippet that was quoted by Matthew. And then ask yourself, is that prophecy actually about Jesus, or is it just somebody making things up?
Go to the process. Which prophecy in the New Testament?
First 2 chapters of Matthew. Is the
First 2 chapters. I know. I got that. First 2 chapters of Matthew, and then go to what?
Go to the prophecies that are listed. Your Bible will have a cross-reference.
Go to the prophecies. Go to the prophecies.
When it says that Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, go back to the prophecy from the Old Testament where it's listed and read it in the original context.
Fair enough. And then, scientifically and like historically, right, things that are outside of the Bible, what would you say I should research there?
I mean, scientifically, I would just like show up to biology class. Did you graduate high school? You should have took biology.
Yeah, I graduated high school.
Did you read your biology textbook?
I can't even remember. I failed biology like, I don't know, 2 times. I think.
Sounds about right. I'd go back and reread that book.
Well, I would just say school was not a good measure of intelligence. So,
I'm sure it's not.
you agree?
No, I'm joking.
Well, I think it's a good measure of how good of a worker you'd be. I don't think it's how smart you are.
I disagree. I think smart people do pretty well at school. In fact, I had a really good friend who slept through half the damn classes and had a better GPA than me. Some people are gifted and some people aren't. I had to work hard.
I mean, it shows how good you are at remembering facts and all this stuff. But I mean, in 1920 or something, Rockefeller changed the entire education system. And one of his quotes was, "I want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers." and he basically just changed it to make it so that you basically like go into the workforce and be like a good 9-to-5 worker, basically. So I would just don't.
What was the biology thing a reference to? I must have missed that part.
Yeah,
What was he,
yeah, actually, me too.
wait, did he make some claim earlier that I missed?
Yeah, his argument started with he doesn't understand evolution, therefore God is real.
Oh, okay. I think most Christians don't have issues with evolutionary theory. Like the Catholic Church.
Well, I would just say they're not. I would just say they're fake Christian, because if you believe, they're lukewarm Christians. First of all, I mean, if you believe in the Bible, if you believe God is truth and that's God's word, that means all of it has to be true. And
buddy, you haven't read the Bible. You're lukewarm. What?
I have read the Bible.
What chapter do you find the passage about being lukewarm? I bet you can't tell me.
I said the people that believe in evolution and believe in.
It's in Revelation chapter 3, and I know you're lukewarm because you don't know where that passage comes from.
You should have guessed
I said
Luke.
I said the people who are. Oh
You should have guessed Luke, Jacob.
Oh my gosh, you guys are so disrespectful, to be honest.
It's not me.
No disrespect.
Jesus is the one that's going to spit you out of his mouth.
You don't even let me finish my sentence when I try and make it, and then you just laugh at me. So I mean,
He wasn't laughing at you. I made a joke, Jacob.
Okay, whatever. Good talk, I guess. Bye, guys.
Cheers. Jacob was not having a good time.
Well, I hope he finds his way.
I know, right? He's the only Christian doing it right. The Catholics got it all wrong. Setley, Double Donkey. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Thunder Hurts, Setley, Double Donkey, Gigawatts, Eddie, Slow Q5. Thank you so much for subscribing on TikTok. I really appreciate that, guys. And we've got a couple new super chats. Sayla, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, does he know how many people have died for their beliefs? To say that proves God is childish. Actually, we didn't even get to the death cults, like the Christian death cults, like Jim Jones or David Koresh or Wayne Bent. Mr. Thank you for the super chat. It says, curious of the thoughts of Trump firing 80,000 jobs at the VA who provided care to people who served our country. I served from 1998 to 2012. We're pissed. Well, Mr. Thank you so much for serving. I really appreciate that. And I agree, it's problematic. Here's my guess. Remember, Danny, you might be a little young for this. Remember when George Bush #1 was elected? His campaign slogan was no new taxes.
Oh, I heard about it. I don't know if I was. I'm a 90. I was born in 93, so I don't even know who was president in 93.
Well, shortly after he got elected, he realized there was a huge budget shortfall and started creating a bunch of new taxes, which is why he never got reelected. So the same is going to happen. They're going to cut all these jobs. They're going to realize that these departments are completely neutered and they can't work anymore. And then they're going to have to hire people back, or they're going to try to say, well, now they don't work, we have to shut them down. That's a real possibility too. But they're going to find out that they're broken because, broken wheels squeak. Space Lord, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Matthew 28:17, the disciples worshiped the risen Jesus, but they doubted his own guys. Why should we believe the story if eyewitnesses doubted? That's exactly my point. And even when Mary Magdalene saw Jesus in John, she thought it was a gardener. She didn't even recognize her own, BFF 3 days later, not even, 2.5 days later. So yeah, I have no reason to believe that he showed up to anybody. Abraham the Chaldean, still a dope name. I love it. Thank you for the super chat. Big W. And he says, one would think that preachers would want to prepare their flock for these types of conversations. The fact that these things like mark and priority and gospel dating is so often new is telling. I agree. And here's what I know. And I think this is why this keeps happening. So when I was a young Christian, I went to a church with a delightful pastor. I loved him to death. I still love him. He was uneducated. He had like a 2-year degree in an unaccredited school in like music ministry. And at some point he became a lead pastor of a church, or he planted his own church. So the pastors themselves aren't prepared, guys. The pastors can't prepare the flock because the pastor themselves don't know. And last one, Dunzo, thank you so much for the 666. This is Doug for life. Love your content, dude. But whatever happened to Hanji? I miss occasionally learning about the Greek pantheon. Cheers. Well, Hanji is working on other lives. If you follow Cyber Deconstruction or Christ Before Jesus or anybody else in our community, she's helping out on a bunch of lives. I recommend dropping in on TikTok, giving her a follow, and making sure that you're keeping up with what Hanji's up to. We support all of our creators in this community, and we definitely support Hanji as well. All right, let me grab our next guest. We'll bring him in. I think Kara was waiting the longest, so we'll get Kara in here. Let's see if Kara can connect. There we go. Is it Kara or Kara?
Kara, and I did not mean to join. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. We'll drop you down. Cheers.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
I've done that before. In fact, I was in the kitchen one time preparing some watermelon, and I accidentally found Ian talking to me from my pocket. I was like, oh
my
no.
Goodness.
All right, we'll get the next one in here. How you doing, King?
I'm okay.
King, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I believe in God, but the concept is different, and I'm definitely over 18.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the God that you believe in, and also if you can cut down on the background noise, that would be helpful.
Okay, hold on, Jenny, turn the TV down. I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay.
It's the TV. Just turn the TV down. I'm gonna have a conversation. Again, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Right. We want to know a little bit about the God that you believe in and what would be the best argument or evidence for that God being real.
No, again, the concept is very different because that concept is fairly new. And for example, when you ask me about believing God, so I want to start with that. And for example, the concept that I get about God is totally like opposite than most people believe. Like when I say most people, the Christian, the Jew, and the Muslim, because they speak.
I don't think Jenny turned down the TV.
Yeah, it's a little loud right now.
Let me turn it off completely.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn it off completely.
Yeah,
How's that? Okay.
Yeah.
Jenny, turn the TV off completely.
Right. All right. While we're waiting for
Jenny.
that, there's a lot of background noise. Guys, make sure you're following Danny. I can't imagine anyone following me doesn't follow Danny, but follow Danny on TikTok, and then he's also on YouTube at Danny Phil Talk. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
And Danny is waging the war that guys like me can't wage, which is engaging with the philosophy bros and giving them some really hard lessons.
I think that, and while you do the philosophy stuff too, I can't do what you're doing. So it's like I think we complement each other really well.
Yeah, I think so. We need guys like Danny, and I'm glad that he exists. It also, it really helps us to stick with our specialties. Like when I, end a live and I'm like chilling out, drinking some Kraken before bed, like I want to read the Bible. I don't want to study philosophy.
I like both, but I'm bad at one. I'm really bad at one. So
I don't know if King was able to get that TV turned off. Not really sure what happened over there.
So you said that IP was reviewing with your debate with who? Do you know?
Yeah, so I don't know, but somebody sent me a live link last night, and there was like IP, David Wood, and like two other guys on screen that went through the whole debate. I assume he didn't like the way it went, so he wanted to debate the whole thing over again when I wasn't there, which, I mean, sure. But you know what? There's a saying, my old, I had a football coach that used to say, you really need to review the tape. You got to review the game when you lost. That's when you got to review it. You got to see what you did wrong. When you win, no one gives a damn. So I don't know if I won, but I know he was insecure enough that he felt like he needed to relitigate it.
Yeah, there's a lot of copium going on there. King, are you good?
King, hello. Does King know how to unmute?
Oh.
Well, listen, Kay with a
Yeah.
super chat says,
I'm good.
I
Hopefully you won't hear that.
love you,
Hopefully
Danny.
you won't-
Oh, the love is there. Thanks, guys.
Thank
and
you so
I'm
much.
really bad at thanking everyone for their generous gifts, but I'll try to do my best.
Welcome in, King. Welcome back, I mean. So,
Yeah.
can you tell
So
us
I
a little
turned
bit about your God?
Okay, again, the concept and the word is completely opposite. That's the first thing I want to say, because that's a fairly new concept. The concept that I use, referring to God or the Creator for the sake of understanding, is that creation is God. You cannot separate creation. It's completely like very odd what I'm about to say, and most people will find it very strange. But it's a term that comes from African culture. When speaking of, for example, in ancient Egypt, where the pyramids are at, I learned from a scholar that knows how to read those glyphs, for example. And based on what I'm learning from him, is that creator is creation. It has no beginning, has no end. And scientists could verify that. Maybe I might be incorrect, but I'm just saying, I'm responding to your question. Creation itself has no beginning, has no end.
Well,
No one knows that.
I think there might be something here that we agree on, and maybe it's the terminology that's hanging us up. So I agree that there was no beginning and no end. We agree on that, I guess. But when you say that creation is creator, I don't know if I understand that. I think there might be some logical issues there as well.
Yeah, again, it's a concept that is not known in the major religions, the ones that I mentioned earlier, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They speak of the creator of a God outside of creation, completely outside of creation.
Okay, maybe it might be helpful to ask this. Do you know what naturalism is? Do you know what that is? Naturalism?
No, I don't.
That everything is natural, or at least depends on the natural. Okay, like, or physical, or everything is physical or depends on it. Is your view compatible with naturalism?
Well, I don't want to say yes or no because I don't know what that is. But it sounds familiar.
Okay, so you know what physical stuff is, like,
yes.
okay, rocks and atoms and shit, right? So, now, a naturalist thinks that kind of stuff is the only kind of stuff that exists. Okay? So, I want to know if your view is compatible with naturalism. Do you think there's just a bunch of natural or physical stuff, or maybe things that depend on the physical stuff?
Well, educational guess, I would say yes.
Yeah, and so if your view is compatible with naturalism, then it's compatible with atheism.
Yes, I would say that. Exactly. We're not waiting for a sky daddy.
So, King,
Okay,
you're with
so-
us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on.
You're one of us, buddy.
I would agree with you. Again, as I said in the beginning, when we're talking about waiting for someone to come rescue us, that's us. We create that.
I agree. Yeah, we ain't gonna get rescued from nothing. We got to do it ourselves.
Yes, there's no waiting for no one. Another concept I want to just throw this in here. When people ask that question, like what you're asking, some people will play like they're atheists. And in reality,
Wait,
no, they're
you are.
mixing belief
You're an
with
atheist.
science. I run into that quite often. I'm not a sky genius. I didn't even finish high school, but I study everything. Raised as a Christian all my life. At one point, I became what they call a Hebrew Israelite, also a Muslim. So I have a long journey. But now I'm at a different point. I'm at a point, all of that is just mythology. If anything is real in terms of religion, for the sake of religion, even that word is misleading. I look at the pyramids in Egypt. We have evidence of those pharaohs. We have their bodies. These are people that really lived. So if you're going to believe in something, believe on people that actually exist. They say up to 10,000 years or more. And this is in the Museum of Cairo. Now, some people debate about it, but they say, look, we have the bodies of these people. These are not fairy tale people in comparison to the scriptures. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, I mean, I appreciate your view. Welcome to the Atheist Club, King. It's good talking to you, but I think we're going to get a hard believer up in here, okay?
Absolutely. I'm with you 100%. And I will definitely follow you. I appreciate the information you provided. I'm almost certain, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of people that go on our side, the terminology you think being atheists, we come from a Christian background. Most of us are raised that way.
Right.
And I truly believe, and I'll end with this, I truly believe without a doubt that we are in an awakening period because the technology that we have here, cell phones, think about 50 years ago. I'm 66 years old. 50 years ago, we didn't have this terminology, or not terminology, the phone, what I'm saying, the cell phones, all this technology to question things. We were completely out of dark. So we're in an age, I say, that's infinite knowledge. It's like all over the world right now. You can talk about various things such as what we're talking about now. So I appreciate you letting me on your platform. I will continue to follow you because there's so much we can learn from each other.
All right. Hey, thanks for coming through, King. Cheers.
Absolutely.
Well, a big W for King for realizing he was atheist. All right, guys, I'm going to grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We've got some new faces in the guest box, which is fun. And Kay, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I got into a Phil Bro debate on TikTok, and the claim was no knowledge without God. How should I debunk? Thanks for being so awesome. Love your show. Well, I know how I would say that, but now we have Danny with us. I actually want to know, how do you deal with that kind of nonsense presup claim?
Well, some people put a lot of effort in trying to show how you can have knowledge on atheism, but my personal approach is they're making the claim. They got to show the receipts. They got to show why anyone should believe that. And so I would ask, okay, what's the argument, or why should anyone believe that atheists can't have knowledge? And usually they flounder, they beg the question. It's like, I don't think any academic philosopher really takes that seriously. There might be one that I can think of, just tell them to show the receipts. Why should you believe that? Now, I think trying to take on the burden, I think that's rhetorically the wrong move. But, the problem is that atheists disagree on, just like there's not one political theory or politics for atheists, right? Atheists disagree on politics. There are people left and there are people right. Same thing with epistemology. There are people that in the atheist crowd that really disagree amongst each other about how to understand knowledge, how it grounds this stuff or whether it needs a grounding. And there's no agreement amongst atheists about that. The only thing we agree on is that there are no gods or God.
Right. And I actually like that approach too. I don't think you should assume a burden if you don't have to. So when they make claims that just aren't true, just ask them, can you support that claim? Right. And my guess is they're going to say no, or they're going to try to support it with an even less supported claim and really just dig that hole even deeper. But thanks for the question. And Nihilist, thank you for the $6.99, says, have you ever debated or talked with Jehovah Witnesses? I am an ex-JW, and you helped me deconstruct out of that. Hail Doug and his hardness. Well, Doug is always rock solid for you guys. Doug is never flaccid. And I don't know if I've had a Jehovah Witness come on here. I think there was once we had a Jehovah Witness, and I held their feet to the fire over the false predictions of Charles Russell Taze and the many end of the world predictions that they've made. But I think that's only once. I'll give the JWs a little bit of credit. Their current form of Bible study does engage in some of the scholarship. It didn't when they first started, but they are engaging in scholarship now. But I don't know. It's one of those sects of Christianity that if they don't evolve, they're going to die out like everybody else. But yeah, I love Jehovah Witnesses. They're usually pretty open to discussion. LS, thank you for the super chat. It says, caught a snippet of the Tim Tool convo. Have you detoxed yet? Well, I don't know if I've detoxed yet, but I've actually been collecting even more data on the Inquisition period since then, because I actually have a ton of resources and I haven't read them since I was in seminary. Now I'm kind of going over them, and I'm going to be adding them to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. Tyler, thank you for the 666, says, guest hates science, but I guarantee he will appeal to science to prove the Shroud of Turin. I actually thought he was going to do that. I thought he was going to appeal to the latest dating method, which actually is not good science. And Ant, thank you for the 666. Says, Hail Doug and the Family Stone. Missed the last few lives, but happy to hear you dropping anvils on bad arguments from homeschool hordes. He sounded homeschooled. Listen, I agree. I think he was homeschooled. And Dade, thank you so much for the praise, Doug. Big W. And Sayla, thank you so much for the $49.99 big W on the previous discussion of dinosaurs. As birds actually developed the technology to redirect an asteroid to Earth after the fall of the eggs when the great chicken crossed the road. This was prophesized in the movie Chicken. Little Witch was the retelling of Great Prophet of the Chicks. Well, I agree with you. I think that makes way more sense than what that guest was rattling off. And I'm now a believer in the great chicks. Big W. All right, last one is Just Case says, how do you come up to a debate you have not done a bit of research on your talking points? Oh, wait, it's because if they did, they would agree. That's a good point. The Tim Pool debate was wild too, because like they only gave me like 2 days to prep. And I know that IP had been given that talk for like 4 years. So I knew I was going to be behind the 8 ball, which is wild that a guy with 2 days to prep could come in and just kind of neuter the argument so effectively. It's pretty crazy. All right, let me get the next guest in here. Oh, Doji, thank you so much for the $5 super thanks. We're going to get Latter Day. How you doing, Latter Day?
Hey, good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes to both.
Cool.
I'm what a lot of people call a Mormon. I'm a Latter-day Saint, and I do some debates on my page, and I just noticed that the Joseph Smith reference. Sometimes when people would make fun of our beliefs, a lot of the times they're making fun of things that we don't actually believe. So, just a quick little clarification: we don't believe God or Joseph Smith live on Kolob. And Joseph Smith didn't marry any 14-year-old girls, or the 14-year-old girl that he quote unquote married was actually 68, because the ceremony they did was once they're both dead, their marriage would start, and she was 68 when she died.
So help me explain that. There was a marriage ceremony that happened after she died.
And there's no A in Kolob. But yeah, so there's a marriage ceremony and there's a sealing ceremony. And a lot of people get them confused. So the sealing ceremony, what that means is their marriage won't start until they're both dead.
Interesting. So like Jesus was wrong when he says that, in the kingdom of heaven, there won't be marrying and whatnot like there is here on earth.
Yeah, we get that a lot from other Christians. So we believe that he was referring to specifically that scenario, speaking to the Sadducees who did not practice eternal marriage.
Oh, so you
We
made up
also-
a new practice to get around it?
Well, that's actually a fair point. I would word it a little bit differently, but we're not sola scriptura, so we don't have to point to the Bible and say this is why we believe what we believe. So if it's not in the Bible, that's okay, because we believe in living prophets.
That's actually quite interesting. So if the prophet disagrees with the Bible, who's right?
So I think that if he were to disagree with like a specific scenario like this, the Sadducees, he's not disagreeing with it. He's just saying that situation applies to something else. But to answer your question, if you were to disagree with a teaching that is still applicable, then that would certainly be a red flag, and that would be problematic for sure.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, if the Bible says a thing and a prophet says another thing and they disagree, which one's right?
I have yet to experience something like that. So I'll when that happens, I'll have to come back to you.
Well, I think we're on it right now. In Matthew 22:30, Jesus says, in the resurrection, people neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like the angels of God in heaven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like I said before, we believe that he was answering the question that the Sadducees were asking him.
Mm-hmm.
They gave him the scenario about all these different brothers marrying that woman.
Mm-hmm.
So in that scenario, he's like, hey, since the Sadducees didn't even believe in the resurrection.
I know. They didn't believe in it. Yep. That's why they're
Right.
so sad, you see.
Yeah. So in their scenario, they were not practicing eternal marriage. So what we have with his quote in Matthew, I'm not sure what exactly his quote was. I mean, we believe that the Bible has some mistranslations in it. So who knows what he actually said word for word. But we all can all agree that
Wait.
he was telling the Sadducees that there was no marriage for their
The
scenario.
Bible wasn't preserved accurately?
No. So I mean, we believe that God is infallible, but it's received by fallible ears and written down by fallible hands and copied multiple times by sinning people and translated multiple times. There's obviously a chance for error somewhere along the line.
Interesting. So if it disagrees with the prophet, you could just say, well, the Bible was wrong. So like when the prophets
Yeah.
talked
So
about
here's a
talked about racism and slavery and things, then you can just say, well, the prophet was wrong. But when the Bible says things that disagree with the prophets, you can just say the Bible's wrong.
I wouldn't just say the Bible's wrong without some sort of evidence. So, like, say, for example, in Exodus with Pharaoh, there's a verse where it says Pharaoh hardens his own heart, and a verse where it says God hardened Pharaoh's heart. So we believe that is an error. We don't believe that God would ever harden anyone's heart. I think that's a mistranslation because
Mistranslation from what?
yeah. So again, I believe that it goes against God's nature to harden people's hearts. So that's why I think it's a mistranslation.
But he did it like 8 times.
8 times he hardened other people's hearts.
The Pharaoh's heart. In fact, he softened some of the Egyptians' heart, actually. Says that he predisposed the Egyptians to be favorable to the Israelites.
Yeah, we believe God softens hearts, but we don't believe God hardens hearts. So any reference to that we believe is incorrect.
Okay, so Exodus 9:12 is wrong.
Could you read that for me?
Yeah, Exodus 9:12. Let me pull it up. Says, but the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Okay, so that's wrong. What should it be translated as?
I don't know.
So how do you
obviously
know
we
it's
don't have
wrong?
because that goes against God's nature.
How do you know it goes against God's nature? What's God's nature?
So that's actually a good question. We actually disagree with mainstream Christianity as far as God's nature as a whole. So we don't believe in the Trinity, the hypostatic union, the contradictory omni-paradox.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, how do you know what God's nature is if the Bible can't be trusted to tell you what God's nature is?
Well, because we have living prophets.
Right, but the prophets can be wrong too, can't they?
So, so they can be. We don't believe that any prophet is infallible. But so how can we trust the prophets? If all the prophets are consistent, then we can know it's trustworthy.
Wait, question. Do you think that God could have morally sufficient reasons for hardening Pharaoh's heart?
No.
Okay. Do you think God has morally sufficient reasons for allowing the Holocaust?
We don't believe that God is unrestrained. So we believe that God is limited by a set of laws that he must abide by. So if he wants to intervene with evil, and he does not want evil to happen, yet evil happens, that thing that prevents him from intervening is that set of laws.
Yeah, but the question is, do you think, it's a yes or no question, do you think God has morally sufficient reason for allowing the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but he couldn't have morally sufficient reason for hardening one person's heart. But he has morally sufficient reason for genocides.
Yes, so the difference is actually pretty clear to me. One of them is physical death, the other one is spiritual death. And so to God, we believe that physical death means very little. But to God, spiritual death means a whole lot.
I don't understand. Right, which one is worse? The hardening of Pharaoh's heart on your and maybe you could talk, on behalf of God, the hardening of Pharaoh's heart, or the genocide of Romani and Jewish people plus the Holocaust.
Well, morally, which situation is...
Which one does God consider to be worse?
Well, the genocide.
Okay, so it seems like, so then hardening Pharaoh's heart is not as bad as a genocide, so why couldn't he have morally sufficient reasons for it?
So the reason why he wouldn't harden Pharaoh's heart, just to clarify this point, is because we believe that hardening of a heart is adding distance, like going away from God, whereas we believe God has his arms continually outstretched. So he wants us to be closer to God, so he'd never push us away. So if someone were to pass away, then they can still be within his reach, like someone dying or unaliving, if you prefer that term. That in itself doesn't push someone away. Like God would not push people away. People can still choose evil, like in the Holocaust, but God isn't causing that evil to happen. So you see, that's the difference.
No, the point is that God might have caused a certain disposition that Pharaoh had, but Pharaoh still acted on his will, right? Yeah, the will that God kind of predetermined, but nonetheless, it's still a secondary cause, right?
So that first part you mentioned, something about God causing this disposition with Pharaoh, you're talking about hardening Pharaoh's heart?
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't believe that happened.
So I just want to make sure we're correct on this. When the text says that God says, I have hardened or I've caused his heart to be hard, that's just not what the text actually says, or is it mistranslated? Right. Because I do have the Hebrew text in front of me, and that is literally what it says. So are you suggesting that the Hebrew text itself is wrong?
Well, yeah, that's not the original manuscript. That's a copy.
Okay, so we shouldn't trust the manuscripts of the Bible.
Yeah, so they're not infallible.
Okay, just checking. All right, Danny, go ahead, buddy.
Well, I'm still not understanding the argument for why God couldn't have morally sufficient reasons for hardening up someone's heart. I don't understand. What's the argument for that?
So if God were to harden somebody's heart, then he would be pushing them away from him spiritually.
And why couldn't he have a morally sufficient reason for pushing one person away from him spiritually?
Because his nature is to have everyone return back to his presence, like we believe we were in the premortal existence.
You're just saying it doesn't conform to his nature, and that's why he wouldn't do it.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, does it conform to God's nature? Does it conform to God's nature that 6 million Jews were genocided? Does that conform to God's nature?
So your question implies that God either caused...
It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not actually, because your
then I'll frame it in a strict dichotomy. Either it's the case that the Holocaust conforms to God's nature or it doesn't, right?
So again, the problem with your question is God's actions. So what I'm talking about is God's actions, and the Holocaust wasn't God's action, but hardening of Pharaoh's heart.
Sorry, do you accept that as a strict dichotomy, that either it conforms to God's nature or it doesn't?
Could I rephrase that to say, does it conform to God's will?
No, I'm asking about God's nature. Because that's what you're appealing to, saying that it's not possible that God would harden someone's heart for morally sufficient reasons, because such an act, right, would be in conformity with the nature, right? You're appealing to the fact that it doesn't conform to the nature to show why it's impossible. Now I'm asking you, because the dilemma is this: if the Holocaust doesn't conform to God's nature, then by the same measure, right, God couldn't have morally sufficient reasons for allowing it.
I understand your point. I understand your question. I'm just not sure that you understand my point, because when I'm talking about God's nature, I'm specifically referring to God's behaviors and what he does with his actions.
Okay, so, whatever that is, the question, it's either that the Holocaust is in conformity with God's nature or not. You don't have a third option here.
Well, the Holocaust is not in conformity with God's will.
Okay, but the question is well, first of all, let's just accept the dichotomy. It's either in conformity with God's nature or it's not. Would you accept that as a strict dichotomy?
Your question is actually kind of like saying, if I were to cheat on this test, is that in conformity with the nature of my water bottle? It's like, what does the water bottle have to do with what I'm doing on this test?
Okay, well, let's use that example. It's either in conformity with the water bottle's nature or it's not. Now, if you think it's nonsense to say it's in conformity with the water bottle, then you're just going to say it's not. It's not the case because it's a category error. You don't get out of the you don't have a third option here, right? You understand what a strict dichotomy is, right?
Yes, but I would think that in a strict dichotomy, we're comparing like terms, but in this dichotomy, we're comparing not like terms.
Look, you understand that when you have a dichotomy like P or not P, you don't have a third option. It's either the case or it's not the case. Do we agree?
Sorry, now I have to pee. So I would say, so I would say in God's nature, the Holocaust was not in with God's nature, meaning God did not want that to happen. So I would say in the sense you're using the word nature, it's synonymous with will.
No, I'm using the term nature the way you used it when you appealed to the fact to how it's impossible that God had morally sufficient reasons for hardening Pharaoh's heart.
Okay, so if it's against God's nature to harden his heart, then you're saying wouldn't the Holocaust be against his nature if God were to cause the
Well, if the grounds of impossibility for the event is that it doesn't conform to the nature of God, right? Then it's very easy to do that for everything that occurs has to be in conformity with God's nature, including genocides like the Holocaust.
Right, so agency, having the free moral will to choose, is within God's nature. But sin,
what about the freedom of the victims, right? I mean, if your God really cares about free will, right, he'd actually intervene, much like he intervened with Pharaoh, right? Actually, you know who the original Hitler was? Was Pharaoh, okay, right? Pharaoh wanted to unalive mass. Now, there are disagreements about how Exodus 14 is interpreted. It's either that Pharaoh wanted to re-enslave them or unalive them. It's not clear to me. Maybe Justin knows. But if let's just be mild. Let's say Pharaoh just wanted to re-enslave them. That was bad enough for God to intervene, right? He saved them from Pharaoh because of the free will, and the autonomy of the Jewish people, right? But he didn't do the same thing with modern day Hitler, where he again had murderous intent. In fact, by the way, it's actually kind of analogous because originally Hitler didn't want to mass genocide them. He just wanted them out of Europe, right? There was original plan to send them to Madagascar, right? But that didn't work, so it started. Plan B was to mass unalive. So it's actually Pharaoh and Hitler have a lot in common, but the point is that it's because that the annihilation of the Jewish people during Pharaoh's time was out of conformity with God's nature, and that's precisely why he intervened. So you're going to be committed to saying that the Holocaust is in conformity with God's nature, and I don't see a way out.
So when I guess what I'm talking about is the Holocaust is against his will. All evil is against his will, and God's nature is good. So in that sense, you could say that it is against his nature. But in the definition I was using, it's one of them was he would be like interfering with agency or interfering with his desire to have everyone come closer to him. So in the Holocaust, all those victims, they can still come closer to God. And in any of those examples, he's not pushing anyone away.
He's not pushing any of them away by allowing for... Are you kidding? I bet a lot of people lost their faith. In fact, I've heard stories of people losing their faith because of being in the camps, right? A lot of people doubted the God that they believed in.
Mm-hmm.
How's that not pushing them away?
Yeah, in fact,
because they chose it.
Well, there were writings from the camp that says that if God is real, then he needs to beg for our forgiveness, writings from the Jews. Did you just say the Jewish people chose it? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so...
That's some anti-Semitic bullshit right there.
We think that if anyone were to reject God, it's because it's their choice. We don't think that God forced that upon them.
We're talking about the Holocaust.
I'm talking about when anyone leaves their faith in God, it was their choice. No one forced them.
No one said that was the case. Is he arguing a point that you made? Because I didn't hear.
I don't know what he was responding to. Right. The point is that the horrors of a Holocaust pushed people away from faith, not to faith.
So Viktor Frankl, did he lose his faith?
What is that going to show? Suppose he didn't. Maybe his faith got stronger. How does that show your point?
So that shows that it's up to each person.
No one's disagreeing about that. The point is that, do you think a lot of these people were religious, okay? And a lot of them were shaken by what God would allow. It was like a Job scenario at best.
Mm-hmm. Right, okay. What's your question?
So it seems like it seems like if God really cares about not pushing them away, that you're saying that it's incompatible with God's nature for God to harden the heart of Pharaoh because he wouldn't push people away. I'm sorry, but mass genociding, right, pushes people away from God, including people like myself. Right? It's actually because that God allowed something like that I don't think he's good, and it actually pushes me in just in a way.
So that's the false equivalency fallacy, because in the Pharaoh scenario, I didn't mean to rhyme, but that just happened by accident, that God is the one saying, I'm choosing to harden someone's heart. Whereas in the other scenario, he's allowing evil to happen, and then the people choose on their own accord to distance themselves from God.
I would add, since you brought it up again, Paul agrees with me. Paul says that God hardened Pharaoh's heart in Romans chapter 9.
Yeah, that's wrong too.
Okay, so everywhere the Bible says things you don't like, the Bible's wrong. I gotcha.
So
Let me see
question
that
I have
verse.
real quick. I do have a question. So when it states that God sent evil spirits to torment Saul,
There it is. 1 Kings chapter 22, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so again, that would be incorrect too.
Okay, so the prophets of your church are right, but the Bible's not right.
Only when the Bible's false, then yes.
Okay, so Cyber, you know quite a bit of claims made by the prophets of the Mormon church, especially probably concerning their racism. Maybe we should cover that.
Yeah, we can certainly cover that. What are your views on first of all, the Book of Mormon's blatant racism?
I didn't know the Book of Mormon had any racism.
You haven't read about the skin curse?
So I do remember reading a verse in the Book of Mormon that says that all are alike unto God, black and white, male and female.
Oh, I like how you're trying to dodge. So you don't acknowledge the blatant racist verse. So we can go to a few. Let's go ahead and go to First Nephi chapter 12 verse 23.
12:23? All right, let's grab that. I was in 5, but 12 is fine.
Oh, we can start with 5. If you're already there, let's stick there. That's a good one. If you're there already.
Yeah. It says, starting in verse 21, he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, that they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white, and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing to my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. And thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they shall become loathsome to my people, save they shall repent of their iniquities. And cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed. Whew.
Have you not heard these before?
Yeah, I've heard these. When you read these verses out of context and cherry pick that to have it prove a narrative you want it to say, I mean, when you read it in context, it takes on a different meaning.
Sure. What's the context that means having a skin of blackness is something other than having a skin of blackness?
Yeah, so that's actually still debated, but the concept of what's going on here in general is that as you read, it
maybe
says that
I
they
asked
hardened their own hearts.
the wrong question. I want to make sure we're clear on terms. When it says that their skin was darkened, it gave them a skin of blackness. Is that true that their skin turned dark?
I'm not sure actually, but
Well, we can go ahead and go to Alma chapters 3 verse 6.
okay. So the one part I want to point out that you read that you kind of skipped over is that they hardened their own hearts, And then who caused the cursing?
God did.
Okay. So the ultimate question is the Book of Mormon Word of God? And if it is, we also have to ask, is God racist?
Yes.
And if the answer to those both questions are yes, then the Book of Mormon can't be racist
Oh, it
because
definitely
God
is.
is not racist and God is the one who caused this cursing.
It's adorable that you think that, but the book says otherwise. Verse 6 in Alma 3 says, "And the skins of the Lamanites were dark, according to the mark which was set upon their fathers, which was a curse upon them because of their transgression and their rebellion against their brethren."
So yeah, once again, did God cause it?
Yeah.
Okay, is God racist?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you believe God is racist, then I don't know what God you're referring to.
See, the difference
Look,
is like you have a preconceived notion of God, and you're just going to put that into the book rather than reading the book and asking yourself, what does the book actually say? Because the
Well,
prophets...
that's a little bit hypocritical of you, good sir, because you said, what does the book actually say? And you're only cherry picking the verses that fit your narrative.
Sure.
Okay, let's just start with baby steps. Baby steps. Is this what you would expect if the writer of this text was racist? Is this something that you would expect on that hypothesis?
If the writer was racist,
Would you expect something like this to be written?
that could fit.
Yeah, it fits. So it's at
yeah,
least
that-
we agree
that does
that
fit.
we agree that at least it's evidence that the writer of this book is racist.
Which is wild since, as it turns
That-
out, Joseph Smith was racist.
Yeah, let's read one of Joseph
So
Smith's quotes.
so let's
I'll go
let's
ahead.
actually let me break that down a little bit. So Joseph Smith, I'll with all of these witnesses, I'll send you money. I'll send you $5 if you can find anything Joseph Smith said or did that could be considered racist.
Yeah, had I had anything to do with the N word, I would confine them by strict law to their own species and put them on a national equalization.
Yeah, so there okay. The N word. What N word are you talking about? Because it's not the N word you're implying. That's a little bit dishonest. And second of all, he's wanting to give them their. He was anti-slavery. He was running for president with the Emancipation Proclamation before Abraham Lincoln, and he's trying to free all the slaves.
Well, being
And
against
people are
slavery
saying,
doesn't make you
well,
not
then where are all
racist.
the slaves going to go? Where are all the slaves going to go after you free them, Joseph Smith? And he said, we're going to give them property. Like, give them property. He's like, yeah, we're going to give them their own acreage where they can be free from the persecution of the white man. So this is actually an
Right.
attempt to
Segregated
keep them
from the
from
white
being
man.
persecuted.
Yeah,
Segregated.
by law, by strict law.
Yeah, because at the time, America was very racist. So he was trying to protect them from the racism.
It doesn't say that at all. He says he wants to confine them to their own species.
Yeah, so this is you're guilty of presentism. First of all, presentism is for those who aren't aware, that's when you're looking at a previous event with a modern day lens. So what he's talking about, if you were living around 1800 in the 1800s, statistically you would probably be racist too, but also if you're hearing Joseph Smith suggest that he wants to give them their own land and be away from the persecution. And you're just getting into the semantics of his word choice about it, then that's guilty of presentism, and that's not racist. That's actually wildly anti-racist for that time period.
Okay, wait. If there was an antebellum slave owner that gave more rations or more food to their slaves, right? I mean, would you say that that's like an enlightened view? Like, should we now approve that? Oh, well, look, this is considering relative to the other slave owners. This guy's pretty nice to their slaveries. No, it's still fucking evil, right? It's still the whole thing is evil, right? And are you saying it's presentism to say that? Oh, yeah, if you own slaves, especially if everything's kind of within your control and you have slaves, that's evil. You think that's presentism?
Joseph Smith didn't have slaves. What are you talking about?
That's not the point. I want to know what you mean by guilty of presentism, because if guilty of presentism is going back in history and saying those people were fucking evil, okay, then yeah, I'll be guilty of that. Yeah, sign me up, right? I mean, what's the fallacy? What's the problem?
The problem is the quote that you pulled. You're saying this quote is racist when it was actually not, and you're getting upset that he called them negro, which I'm not sure if I can say on TikTok.
It does say that in the quote,
he referred
though.
to them as. I know. I'm saying to answer Danny's question. He's asking how is that presentist, and I'm saying that term was culturally accepted at the time, and you're saying that he referred to them as a species, which at the time was not racist. If you say that now, it's racist.
Why would
so when
we
you look
care?
back, that's presentism.
Why would we care about what's culturally accepted, right? The fact of the matter is that it's racist.
So it's racist in our day, but that wasn't racist.
That's all that
then.
matters is our values, right? Why would we care about what other racist people thought about the quote?
Yeah, because
think about
he's advocating.
Think about in the 90s.
He's advocating
In the 90s, we used to say
He's advocating.
Yeah, so in the 90s, we used to say the R word.
Latter Day, hold
right?
on. This is not about using the N word. This is about what he's advocating for. He's advocating for segregation.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with their protection. That's why all the leaders of the Mormon Church agreed. Brigham Young, when talked about the same thing, talked about equal rights and whatnot, says what we are trying to do today in advocating for black voting rights is to make black people equal with us. And he says, I will be opposed to that all day long. He does not want black people to vote. This is not
Brigham Young?
Brigham Young, yeah. You already said the prophets have more weight than the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah, Brigham Young was racist.
Yeah, and so was Joseph Smith.
There's no evidence for that. In fact, you know why he got assassinated? It's because he was running for president wanting to free all the slaves. And people are like, no, I don't want that.
Again,
You
being
N-word
against
lover.
slavery has
So they
nothing
shot-
to
so
do
they
with
shot
whether or
him.
not he was racist. There's a lots of people
Yeah,
that were
and
racist. Hold on, Ladder. Listen to my words this time. There were lots of people that were still racist that were against the institution of slavery.
I'd be interested.
Yeah, let me read one of his quotes real quick. This is going to be from April 1836 from For the Messenger and the Advocate. And it says, after having expressed myself so freely upon this subject, talking about slavery, I do not doubt, but those who have been forward in raising their voices against the South will cry out against it. It is my privilege then to name certain passages from the Bible and examine the teachings from the ancients upon the matter, as the fact is uncontrovertible. That is, the first mention we have of slavery is found in the Holy Bible, pronounced by a man, Noah, who was perfect in his generation and walked with God. And so far from that prediction being adverse to the mind of God, it remains as the lasting monument of the decree of Jehovah to shame and confuse all who have cried out against the South in consequence of their holding the sons of Ham in servitude. And he said, cursed be Canaan, the servant of servants, shall he be unto his brethren. He's quoting Genesis 9 there. So he's perfectly okay with slavery.
No, so he's not at all.
I just read
And
that.
besides, none of this makes the Book of Mormon any less true. That the fact that he found this record, he wasn't the one who wrote it.
Well, it does make it less true by your own admission. You said that God is not a racist being, right? So we wouldn't expect text that looked racist, right? So and you admitted that it's exactly what you would expect if there was a racist writing it. So it does make it less probably true under your own view.
No, because we don't believe God wrote it.
Oh, God inspired it, though, right?
God inspired the doctrines, but what you're reading about, those verses you're quoting in the Book of Mormon, are just transpired events in history.
By a curse that God gave.
Yeah, so if God gave that curse, which we're still uncertain on what that curse is, then if God is not racist, then there is no racism in the Book of Mormon. So we have to determine, is the Book of Mormon true? And just because we disagree with the word choice, I agree it's not a very politically correct phrasing, but that doesn't dictate at all its truthfulness or its authenticity. So if you were to, if Joseph Smith, let's say you lived in the 1800s, and Joseph Smith says, hey, I found these golden tablets, they're 2,000 years old, and there's a record on it, I translated it into English, and it's called the Book of Mormon.
Do we have the
They say,
letters?
Joseph Smith, did you write this? He's like, no, this is ancient.
Wait, do we have the
How
tablets?
can you put it to the test to determine, is this a modern fraud or an ancient authentic record?
But do we have the tablets? Hello?
Do we have the original
Do we have the
manuscripts?
tablets?
Do we have the Ten Commandments of Moses?
Do we have
So
the tablets?
that, again, so that would be convenient if we had them,
Yeah, it
because then
certainly
we
would be
can test it
convenient.
for evidence. But
Yeah.
since we don't have the tablets, that doesn't indicate that they're false.
It'd
Well,
be
nice thing is I'm on LDS. I'm
Yeah.
on the church website.
Yeah, so what we do have is Joseph Smith. He actually, when he was trying to find someone to translate the plates, he put a piece of paper on top of the gold plates, and then he covered the top of paper with charcoal so he can copy these characters, these symbols, these hieroglyphics onto the paper. And he sent out several copies to different university professors saying, hey, can you help me identify what language this is? Or can you point me in a direction of somebody who speaks this language or can help translate? So we have copies of those characters. So that's the closest thing we have to the original golden plates.
So we don't have golden plates. Cool. Just checking. Also, like this nonsense of the Egyptian relief of Abraham. Are you familiar with this? The papyri that supposedly he was able to show.
So we can talk about the Book of Abraham after we.
Have you seen this
Yeah.
before?
So
Go ahead, Cyber.
So it sounds like you're changing.
Sorry.
It sounds like you're changing the subject
Well, I'm-
now that
Okay,
you're
yeah,
losing the argument.
I'll just point this out on slavery one last time. This is off the church website. Skin color, as we know it, is purely temporal phenomenon. Indeed, when it comes to color, we believe that the contrast between the whitest white person and the blackest black is not nearly as great as that between any mortal man. Whatever the hue, that little physical glory of God, God wields a two-edged sword. He is blesses, also curses. Justice and mercy, our fellow companions. Nowhere in this principle more clearly revealed than in the Book of Mormon, which says that a skin of blackness came upon Laman and his followers subsequent to the spiritual and physical division of Lehi's colony. The precedent for such divine judgment, so it states that the curse was a divine judgment, dates from the unaliving of Abel by his brother Cain. And this is given in Moses, which is in the Pearl of Great Price, which is you're just showing there, Justin. Also in Genesis 4:15. Laman also descended into spiritual and physical darkness. Both Cain and Laman came out in open rebellion against God, and both became cut off his righteous influence. Both became marked, both spiritually and physically.
There you
Off
go.
the church
Okay,
website.
where are you getting that from? Okay, let me pull it up. Let me see who
It's
wrote
written
it.
by a Rodney Turner.
Because, okay. So our church publishes. We're very transparent. We publish all these things that are even opinions by who.
I've got
do
no
you know
idea
who
who
Rodney Turner is. Okay, he's a man who has zero authority and was just sharing his opinion.
Was
so
he a
the fact that
prophet?
you say, "Oh, it's on your church website,"
No,
you
he's,
thought you
he-
had this
he
big
teaches
old.
at BYU.
I'm almost done with my
He's a
sentence.
professor.
No, he's just a teacher, dude. So he's this
He's
guy
a
with
teacher
zero
in
authority,
Mormonism?
just sharing his thoughts.
But they're
And
gonna
so-
let him. They're gonna
and-
let him post
So
on their official website.
okay, you acted like
Yeah,
you were
they
cooking.
put it
You
on
acted
their-
like you had
their
this big
website.
bomb drop,
It's on their
but it's like
website.
it's
Actually,
not even our doctrine.
It's a huge
I
bomb
know it's on our
drop
church
because-
website.
Because Rodney Turner has a doctorate degree in the LDS Church. He's not just a teacher. He's like one of your highest credentials teachers in the church.
No, we actually have a ton of people with their doctorates. So you're trying to make him seem like he has some authority. He has zero authority to
So why is the church
establish
posting
doctrine
it
in our
on his
church.
website?
So it's not. Sorry,
It
that was
says-
this guy's opinion,
says he
and that's not our
served-
doctrine.
He served as an LDS seminary teacher and principal. He served as the LDS seminary teacher and principal. So he was the principal of Brigham Young University. It says he earned his doctorate in education from the University of South California in 1956. He began 32 years as an instructor and professor at BYU in the College of Religious Instruction. So he was a professor at BYU, the Mormon college, and also a principal. He seems like he's more than just some guy.
And it is the case too that it's on their official website. So if this wasn't the View, they would not have it on their official website.
Did you grow up Mormon?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Latter Day, did you grow up Mormon?
So, sorry, my mic wasn't working for a second. I'll answer your question, but so again, that guy has zero authority to establish doctrine, regardless of how educated he is. So, you keep really wanting his quote to be some sort of meaningful thing, but that was just a random guy's opinion.
Right.
But
the principal of
you guys,
BYU, I'm sure.
Okay, so you guys are running away from my argument.
We don't even know what your argument was at this point. What's your argument?
So my argument is, remember presenting the Book of Mormon, is this authentic and ancient? Is it Word of God? Or is it not? How can we put it to the test? And then you guys started running away.
Well, we
you
can put it
said,
on
do we
the
have
test
the ancient
because
tablets?
it contains translation errors.
Like what?
It contains translation errors from the King James Bible. There are sections of the King James Bible where the King James clearly included explanatory parentheses words that aren't in the original text, and then they get put into the actual Book of Mormon unparenthesized.
No, that's actually not true. So that's an accusation we get a lot. But when you go back to the original manuscripts as early as we can, and you compare that to the Book of Mormon, these are all false claims.
That's not true at all. I actually have the oldest manuscripts. I've got a copy of them. And you already told me that
what verses?
You already told me that the manuscripts are corrupted. That you can't trust them.
Why can you prove that?
Why would Joseph Smith want to copy stuff from the King James Bible that was in error or just additions?
Yeah. So can you prove that he copied from the King James Bible in error?
Yeah. For example, if you go to Isaiah 6:2, which is found in 2 Nephi 16:2, let me grab it. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen. Give me a second. I'm going to put it in the KJV real quick. The KJV on Bible Gateway, I think, is a 1769 edition, which is probably what he used. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate that. It says, above it stood the seraphims. Are you aware that seraphims is not an appropriate translation?
Why is it not appropriate?
Because it's transliterated incorrectly. Do you know what a transliteration is?
Yeah, so it's changing from language and culture.
Not quite. A transliteration is when you copy something from one language into another language without translating it. So, for example, like when you copy a name from Hebrew into Greek, you just change the letters. You don't actually translate it, right? This is called a transliteration. And there was an attempt to transliterate Isaiah 6:2, and they didn't do it properly. They put a mistake in here. Do you want to know why this is a mistake?
The mistake in Isaiah?
Isaiah 6:2 in the King James Bible.
Sure, let's hear it.
Because seraphim is already plural without the S. You don't need to add an S to it. So if you go to Isaiah 6:2, you find the Hebrew word seraphim, which is already plural. You don't have to add an S to it.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
so you can't
yeah,
have
there's,
so you can't have a double plural.
right. Yeah. So adding an S is a grammatical error.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, it's a
So
grammatical error.
yeah, there are actually a lot of those in the Book of Mormon.
Well, the question is, why did it copy the grammatical error from the King James Bible?
So here we're making an assumption that this grammatical error was from a copy. And if there's already hundreds of grammatical errors in the Book of Mormon, how can you say this one was copied from the Bible?
Well, why would he make the grammatical error when it follows what is in the book of Isaiah? He's quoting from the book of Isaiah, and he just happens to copy the same grammatical error.
So so I can tell you this is why. Take for example all the grammatical errors in the Book of Mormon. If he comes across this word seraphs, and he's like, oh, that word has an S because he's already familiar with it in the Bible, and so he adds a letter S to it. Well, that would be incorrect because he probably learned, oh, it should be double plural, not knowing it was double plural. So there's a lot of these errors in the Book of Mormon.
So the Book of Mormon's full of errors because the King James Bible is full of errors, but there's no, it's just a coincidence.
So only a few chapters in the Book of Mormon are quoting from the what's called the brass plates, which had some Old Testament writings, including Isaiah. So the other grammatical errors don't even come from any verses that are quoting the Bible, at least not all of them. So I have the whole list in front of me. I'm looking at it. But yeah, so there's plenty of grammar errors. So to say, oh, he got this because he was quoting the Old Testament, you don't have evidence for that.
I do, because there's actually a bunch of them. So he does it again in Isaiah 9:1. It copies an error from the King James Bible where it says, nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when at first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards did more grievously afflict her by way of the sea beyond the Jordan, which all modern translations agree is improper.
Grievously afflict is still a good translation.
Oh, I'm sorry. So all modern translators got it wrong then.
No, you're making the claim that all modern translators got it wrong. But how can you make the claim that they all agree?
I'm saying the modern translations agree.
Okay, so this verse, Isaiah 9:1. So if you look at the Hebrew origin, this is coming from the Hebrew word kibed. And kibed comes from the root word kabed. And this word has a broad range of meanings. So it includes 3 different meanings: to be heavy, weighty, or burdensome.
Or,
the second one is to honor or glorify.
Or to honor,
yes.
The
third one is to afflict. Yeah, so that word has 3 meanings.
It doesn't mean to afflict.
Yeah, that's the third definition of that word.
It's literally
kabed.
Not. And you're pronouncing it wrong.
Sorry.
It's kaved, and you're pronouncing it wrong. So I actually learned Hebrew in school.
I believe you. I don't know how to pronounce Hebrew. I just read it phonetically. But I do see that there are 3 definitions for that word.
Yeah, there's not. You're probably looking in a strong concordance, aren't you?
Maybe.
Yeah. Do you know what the Strong's Concordance is?
It's like a regular concordance, but with more protein.
Wrong. It's the shittiest of all concordances. It's a concordance of how words are used in the King James Bible, which is why we have one usage in the Strong's Concordance saying what you want it to say, because it's of the King James Bible. All other lexicons don't have that because it's not actually how the word is used.
So let's see. Let me check on, see if...
This is what happens when you don't actually know the language and you've been dependent on the Strong's Concordance and you don't even know what the Strong's is.
Oh. Okay, check this out. All right, so there are 3 meanings of kived.
He just showed them to you.
So, yeah, and let's see. You want something that's not in the Strong's?
Yeah, show me an actual Hebrew lexicon, yeah.
Okay.
Because there's 2 modern lexicons that you're going to hopefully pull up on the internet. One is the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, and the other is the Brown Drivers Briggs. Both of them are accessible. You might get the precursor to the Hallett, which is the Genesius, and the Genesius is going to agree with the other ones.
Okay, so Brown Driver Briggs, you just mentioned that one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jusenius, Hebrew Chaldee Lexicon.
The Genesius, yeah, that's the precursor to the Hallett.
Okay, so then the Hallett is another one. So there's four: Brown Driver, Genesius, Hallett, and Strong's.
Mm-hmm.
All four of these seem to say that to be grievous is a good example of a definition for kaved.
I'm actually showing you right now. It doesn't say that. It's a verb meaning to be heavy or to be weighty or honored or burdensome.
Yes.
Not to be afflicted.
Okay, that's synonymous.
It's not.
To be heavy, to be burdensome, to be grievous. Yeah, that's all in the same category.
No, grievously afflicted is different. To be heavy, heavy has nothing to do with afflicting anybody.
And that's fine. Now, keep in mind that the golden plates, the Book of Mormon, it didn't come from Hebrew.
I don't care what language it came from. He got the wrong word.
So if you think about how the origins of the the writings of Isaiah and the writings of the Book of Mormon, if one was written in Hebrew and the other was written in Egyptian, then it could be that the Egyptian version contained a word that could mean burdensome or afflicted.
Right.
So
okay, there we go. The magical tablets had a different word. And it just so happened that the magical tablets had a different word that lined up identically with the translation error in the KJV.
So now there's no need to mock what I hold sacred. If you're losing the argument,
I'm not losing the argument.
Yeah, so if you agree that this word could mean to be heavy or burdensome,
so are you
then you're saying that grievous is totally... How could you...
Are you suggesting that the King James Bible had access to documents that are now lost to history? Where did the King James Bible get this translation error from? That's what I want to know. What a small world that Joseph Smith, the trickster, just happened to come up with a translation that nobody actually ever had in any original manuscript, and it's just a translation error. Also, Cora, thank you so much for the $20 over Cash App. I just saw that. Big W, Cora. I appreciate that.
Hey, and Justin, when would you... What is your belief when Deutero-Isaiah was written? Because we know it's written by somebody different.
Well, I think Deutero-Isaiah was being written as King Cyrus was basically freeing the captives.
Right. So the Book of Mormon in First Nephi chapter 20, which takes place because the Book of Mormon gives us the dates, which takes place between 588 and 570, quotes Isaiah 48 and 49, and First Nephi quotes Isaiah 48 and 49.
Yeah, that'd be crazy quoting Second Isaiah before it existed. Second Isaiah is clearly being written in the present tense while King Cyrus is on the earth. So that certainly didn't happen.
Which would mean that Joseph Smith had to have had something, probably a KJV version of the Bible that he was copying from to know that text.
Yep. Yeah. This is not like a secret. Everyone knows that Joseph Smith copied from the KJV, and that's why there's translation errors in it that only exist in the KJV.
Okay, so let's say that's true. Let's say he copied from the King James Version of the Bible. So you're saying that he was looking at a rock in a hat, but he had a King James Version of the Bible, maybe a pocket-sized one in his pocket. He was secretly taking peeks at while he was translating?
No, I think it's all made up. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, he said he was looking at a rock in a hat. He never really did.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you would think we would believe any of that story.
Okay, so I think that if you were to make the claim that he copied the Bible, then Oliver Cowdery, who was with him the whole time he was translating the Book of Mormon from the gold plates, wouldn't he have noticed this Bible that he was copying from?
No, he was in on the lie too because he was out a lot of money because he funded the project.
Actually, Martin Harris was the one that funded it. Is that what you meant to say?
Well, they both have reasons to lose.
Okay, so you're saying that he was in cahoots on this conspiracy with the Book of Mormon. So then why, when Oliver Cowdery was excommunicated out of the church and became enemies to Joseph Smith, did he still say, oh yeah, the gold plates are authentic?
Oh yeah, because most of the early members that were excommunicated took the book and they started their own branch of Mormonism, so the book was still of value to them.
Okay, like who?
Yeah, but
David Whitmer. David Whitmer did that. David Whitmer never came back to the church, and he started his own branch of Mormonism called the Whitmerites.
Okay, so Oliver Cowdery did not start his own church. So how come he still said that the gold plates are real, that Joseph Smith did not copy from the Bible when he was there the whole time, even after he was excommunicated and enemies with Joseph Smith?
But Latter Day, I think we could make this conversation much faster. Do you believe the claims of Muhammad's followers about Muhammad?
I don't know what they claim.
Claimed a lot of things. They claimed that he split the moon in two. Do you believe that?
You're saying that Muhammad's followers say Muhammad split the moon in two?
So he split the moon in two. He rode a flying horse with wings. They said a lot of crazy things about Muhammad. So, like, this is kind of where I'm coming from, right? Listen, you've got some guys who clearly made up a fanciful tale, and you're just saying, well, why would they lie? Well, why the fuck would Muhammad's followers lie? There's always a reason to lie when you're in a cult.
Well, it's because of all the evidence for the Book of Mormon. It's just like undeniable.
No evidence.
There's no evidence.
Wait, why do you say there's no evidence?
Why would there be evidence for something that's clearly false? It's copying from the King James Bible. It's talking about a language that doesn't exist. Reformed Egyptian wasn't a real language. It contains lies in it about what was found on Egyptian papyri. It gets history wrong. There's no way a ship could survive a voyage between their continent and our continent at the time period in which it would have happened.
They're riding horses, and horses are extinct on the North American continent.
Yeah.
Well, on the American continent.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to switch. I'll address the horses, and then I'm going to switch from defense to offense because there's so much evidence for the Book of Mormon. I'll just share the top three if you think you can handle it. But as far as the horses, if you're saying that the horses went extinct in the Ice Ages and didn't come back until the European settlers, then what year do you think the horses first arrived in the Americas?
What do you mean?
Okay, so so if horses were not in America during the time of the Book of Mormon, when did they reappear in America?
Yeah, when the Spanish brought them.
Okay, what year? Okay, you don't know, but I do. 1519 by Hernan Cortez. You can fact check me. In Hernan Cortez, he showed up in what's now known as Veracruz, Mexico, and he brought with him 16 horses. You see, the Spanish, they were very detailed on their voyages. They kept track that horses were more valuable to them than crew members were. So they not only mentioned we brought 16 horses, they wrote down all of their names and their gender. So he brought 16 female horses to Veracruz, what we know now as today, Veracruz, Mexico, in 1519. How then in 1567 did Francisco de Ibarra, a Spanish explorer, discover that these Native American tribes in that region were not only familiar with horses, but were also skilled horsemen? They had horses in their creation periods.
What's your evidence of that?
Yeah, so we have, let me pull it up.
What year was it?
So 1519, Hernan Cortez showed up with 16 female horses. In 1567, that's 48 years later, somehow these 16 female horses traveled 2,000 miles across the desert, repopulated somehow some Jurassic Park populating with females only, into the hundreds and thousands of horses in the Sonora Desert, where now these Native Americans in the Sonora Desert already had horses in their creation myths, in their clothing, in their oral traditions, and they were very skilled horsemen. You're saying that that all just somehow magically happened.
Well,
So
I
now,
do know, like,
so
from actual historians, like if you go to the Smithsonian, it says horses evolved in the Americas for around 4 million years ago. About 10,000 years ago, they had mostly disappeared from the fossil record. Per the Conversation, that must be another publication, Spanish settlers likely first brought horses back to the Americas in 1519 when Hernan Cortez arrived on the continent of Mexico.
great. So that validates what I said.
Yeah, that Hernan Cortez brought the horses with him.
Okay. So you're saying that Hernan Cortez brought 16 female horses that somehow multiplied with each other and then traveled 2,000 kilometers to the Sonora
did it say
Valley.
female horses? Because did Hernan
Yeah,
Cortez say that he brought only female horses?
And it is the case that the West Indies, there was trades of horses going to the West Indies, starting with Christopher Columbus, and those individuals did have trades with the Americas. So the idea that these horses were the ones that solely did this is just incorrect. We have proof and evidence of trading from the West Indies into the American continent with horses.
So you're saying that the Smithsonian was incorrect when it said it wasn't until 1519. You're saying it was a lot sooner than that?
No, what I'm saying is that once the Spanish got here and they established there was something there, then the West Indies also started to do trading with the North.
So the Spanish were very detailed with their records. On every voyage, they kept track of how many horses they brought with them and how many horses they brought back. And in one instance, they left a horse behind, but that horse was dead because in the Veracruz area where they left the horse, the natives there had no idea how to maintain horses, and that horse died or was unalived.
So
right?
you just proved our point for us. The natives didn't know how to maintain horses because they didn't have them.
I'm talking about the natives in Veracruz, not Sonora Valley.
Oh, different natives, I'm sure.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to switch from defense to offense if you can handle it. So how do you explain the city of Nahom?
So the colonial Spanish horse, according to other history, says domesticated horses came to the mainland with the arrival of Cortez in 1519. By 1525, Cortez had imported enough horses to create a nucleus of horse breeding in Mexico.
By 15 what?
By 1525.
Let me pull that up. What are you looking at?
It's in a book. Give me a second to find. The last name of the author is Bennett. Let me get the first name of the book. I believe the name of the book is Colonial Spanish Horse, The Livestock Conservancy. And let's see if I can access the original book. I cannot access the original book. Let's see if I can find
And
it.
we have the first. Let me double check this.
Sorry, while y'all are looking, why are we talking about horses again? Maybe I'm behind.
Oh, it's because the Book of Mormon states that the people in the Book of Mormon rode horses, but horses have gone extinct in the Americas by that time.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I've been saving this card up my sleeve. The Texas Journal of Science, October 2022, has an article. It's called "Post-Pleistocene Horses from Mexico."
Go on.
Okay, so here they found horse bones in Mexico that date back a range between 500 AD to 1000 AD. So this is right during the timeline of the Book of Mormon, and now we've got horse bones that date back to that time. So, oops, gotcha.
Wait, and what's the article?
It's on the Texas Journal of Science, October 2022, post Pleistocene horses from Mexico. These horse bones, they date back to the time of the Book of Mormon. So, all right, so now we know that
It's funny,
the Book
like-
of Mormon people had horses.
Like all the websites that keep showing up for this article are from Mormon websites.
So this is the Texas Journal of Science. This isn't any Latter-day Saint website.
Okay.
So, all right.
Because it's
anyway,
because it's published on meridianallenpress.com. It's not. It doesn't. The website is not the Texas Journal of Science.
oh yeah, it is. If you can find the article,
It's a it's a
Go
republication
to-
of it, maybe. Okay.
yeah. So let's see. I can download the citation here. I see a copy of the study on researchgate.net. This obviously a lot of Latter-day Saints who are apologetics are motivated to take this and republish it on other Latter-day Saint websites. So of course that's why you see it, because we're like, hey, here's more evidence for the Book of Mormon. So yeah, of course you're going to see it on Latter-day Saint websites. But we didn't invent these horse bones. So so we can put the horses to rest. Now that's debunked. How do you explain the city of Nahom?
actually don't think it was debunked, and we actually just did the Nahom conversation last time we were live, so I'll be happy to cook you on that one. Let me read what the article actually says, though. It says horses may have persisted in this region of Mexico well after the classical late Pleistocene extinction event. I'm sorry, did the Mormons go to Mexico or America?
Well, it was part of Mexico. So are you talking about Brigham Young?
But did they go to Mexico or America?
Who? Can you be specific?
Well, I mean, whatever fake founders from history came over to the Americas, did they go to Mexico or America? You know, they're different countries. Like Mexico is a completely different territory to the USA.
Dang it. Let me, sorry, my phone is shut down.
So hold on, I am looking at this study right now. Can I get big screen real quick?
Yeah, 1 second. Well, let me put it on. No one can see you on YouTube. Let me put it on my screen. 1 second. Let me know what you want me to put on here.
Oh, if you go and look at, so I'm in Meridian as well. If you go to table 1,
Okay.
and then you'll see there's table 1. Go down, you'll see the years. Oh, hold on, let me double check this.
Yeah, I'm on table 1.
Yeah, so you got those years there. Double checking. You got sample depth, surface. But what you'll notice here is as they go deeper, those dates go further and further back. The ones that are closer, surface samples, but as you mentioned before when you were talking about the fossils with the last guy, there's issues when they test surfaces of things. But once they start to check deeper, they find these date further and further back.
Yeah, checking the radiocarbon dating the outer surface of things quite often will give you some dates that are untrustworthy. But the guy actually dropped, so the spirit of Joseph Smith apparently didn't have enough reception on his phone to stay within the conversation.
I'm gonna hop down. Thanks for having me up.
Cyber, thank you so much for helping out. It's great to hear from you, buddy.
You too.
Cheers. Yeah, his phone probably did die, I'm guessing. He didn't seem like the type of guy that would run away from a conversation.
I don't think he ran. I think he was really excited to talk about was it
Nahom?
Nahom?
Yeah. Which is not how the region's pronounced, but whatever. Let's get the next one in here. Actually, let me grab a couple super chats, guys. I'm so sorry I'm backed up on super chats. I apologize greatly. The long conversations tend to do that. FYI, Justin, thank you for the super chat, by the way. He says, FYI, birds are dinosaurs. Birds evolved from avian dinosaurs, as the chart you displayed shows. Not all dinosaurs are birds, however. All humans are apes, but not all apes are human. I agree. Yeah. I know the birds and the dinosaurs have common ancestry, but I know not all dinosaurs and birds are the same. And maybe I didn't say that very well, but I appreciate the tip there. And John says, oh my God, has anyone thought to hit Doug with a hammer and see if he contains fossils? Listen, I didn't want to strike our holy Lord and Savior with a hammer to see what was going on inside of Doug, but perhaps if Doug so chooses to dash himself on a stone and open up, he'll let me know. AR said, ask him what C14 decays into. I know this is for the last conversation or the first conversation. I should have asked him that, but I didn't get around to that. And Salem says, does he know how many people have died for their beliefs? To say that proves God is childish. It certainly does. It certainly does. And then I think we got a bunch of super chats here from the last conversation. Cyber says, Justin and Danny together, guess are deep fried. Well, Cyber, they were deep fried when you were up here, buddy. And in fact, it looks like you're about to come right back up because our friend from Latter Day is coming back. Dr. Joe, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $7 super chat. It says 4 degrees, 2 advanced, have done research and trained on evaluating research. I would not claim to be able to know physics, astronomy, and evolution. I know. It's crazy that people don't respect specialized skilled trades. Like you can be smart on a whole lot. That doesn't mean that you know medicine or know astronomy or know physics. That's why we rely on actual experts. And Luma said, is there any reason why God is referred to as Father in the New Testament? Is that a Greek thing? No, it's not really a Greek thing. It does kind of show up in the Old Testament. God does say to both David and Solomon, that he's basically adopted them as sons. So there seems to be that. There is kind of this depiction as God as a loving father throughout the Old Testament era in the Ugaritic texts and elsewhere, like El, the high god of the pantheon, who became Yahweh eventually, was pictured as a father. So there's something to that. And Mark says, Mark used Chat OD to write his gospel. I was there. Well, I appreciate that. Listen, if anybody used Chat GTP or GPT to write any nonsense gospel, it was the gospel authors, because they can't get the Old Testament right at all. And Acme says, apologia, words don't mean what they mean. That's basically it. That's the conversation that we have a lot, both with Mormons and Christians and Hindus and anyone who has a book that they don't like what it is. They're going to say the words don't mean what the words mean. And John says, this caller is a triumph. Was a triumph. And I'm making a note here. Huge success. It is hard to overstate my satisfaction. I don't know what you mean when you say this caller is a triumph, but I'm glad you're having a good time. I really am. And Janquin, thank you so much for gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W. That's very, very generous. I really appreciate that, friend. And Billy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I recently heard a theory that Christianity couldn't gain non-Jew converts because Jesus was a mortal man that did magic tricks, was just a mortal man that did magic tricks. He was elevated to be a god long after he died. Have you heard this before? Yeah, this is kind of the general claim from historicists like Bart Ehrman and others. If you look at the earliest data in the Bible, it doesn't appear that he's as much of a god. But certainly he was elevated to godlike status afterward. He had to justify the nonsense. And Renaissance Media says, dude, have you heard of liberation theology? Paints J-Boy as a revolutionary. I'm actually quite familiar with liberation theology. In fact, Obama went to a church that taught liberation theology. It's very much, there's some interesting thoughts to it. Liberation theology is kind of one of those things where nobody's free till we're all free. There's a lot to say about it. There's a lot of things to like about it, actually. Horrid, thank you for the 666. Says, listen to me, you who pursue righteousness and who seek Doug. Look to the rock from which you were cut and to the quarry from which you were hewn. Yeah, praise Doug. Listen, Doug is all over the New Testament. He's everywhere. There's hundreds of verses that talk about Doug. And Tallybeck, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Says, happy Wednesday, Justin, everyone. Tally, happy Wednesday to you, my friend. It's great to see you in the house. I really appreciate the generous super chat. And there's so more. I'm not gonna, guys. I'm I'm going to try to get to all of them. There's so many of them, but I can't do them all right now. But thank you so much for sending all of the super chats. And I agree, Cameron, I agree. Danny is a badass. Big W on that.
Oh, thanks. And I want to say thanks, Evan, for the $20. Very generous. Thank you.
And Hidden says, Matthew 5:17, if Jesus was driving in front of me and fulfills a stop sign, that means that I can blow through it. That's exactly what it means, right? Fulfill, words never mean words, right? Fulfill means abolish, even though Jesus said I didn't come to abolish. And Cheddarson, good to see you, my friend. He says, hey, I was homeschooled. Be nice. You're right. You're actually the outlier. You're the one guy that was homeschooled that went on to much bigger and better things. And Campbell, thank you so much for the $13.99. Says, nice atheist dad joke. Hey, listen, I love a good dad joke, but I earned it, okay? I have offspring because I fulfilled Isaiah 56:9, I believe it was. Latter Day, welcome back.
Hey, sorry about the disappearance.
Sure. All right, tell me about how your region of Nahom couldn't have possibly been known, even though the brother of your prophet went to a school, Dartmouth, that knew history pretty well, that had already discovered, already knew about Nahom. Also, just keep in mind that like none of this actually makes the Book of Mormon true. It just means that somebody might have got something right by luck, but I actually don't think it was luck. I think he actually had access to the archaeological data.
Hey, I agree. This does not in any way, shape, or form prove that the Book of Mormon is true. You'd have to either conclude one of three possible conclusions. When you look at unbiased, when you look at all the evidence, either he was just a really good guesser, or maybe it's all true, or maybe Satan inspired it and gave him all the answers or something.
You want me to make the conversation a lot quicker?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. So I can just make the conversation a lot quicker by saying that if Jesus wasn't the Messiah, Mormonism's false, right?
Well, let's talk about Nahom. I just want to make sure that we discuss that. So,
well, it's kind of
Joseph Smith's
around
brother
the bush.
William.
It's actually irrelevant because if Christianity is not true, neither is Mormonism.
So, if you're talking about Christianity, like mainstream Christianity, or you're talking about events of the first century?
I mean, if Jesus was not the Jewish Messiah, then Mormonism's not true.
So I think that you're running away from this Nahom
thing. He's actually quite scared now. He's terrified.
So
is
so
it true?
Hey, listen. I was on defense the whole time.
I know you're scared. I know. I'd be scared too. As it turns out, your religion is based on Christianity, which means if Christianity,
no, it's not.
It is. If Christianity is not true, then yours isn't true, right?
Okay, so you're running away from the Nahom thing. Remember I said I was going to play offense?
I'm not running away from Nahom at all.
You brought up that Joseph Smith's brother went to Dartmouth, right?
So summon some courage and answer the question. If Christianity is not true, does that mean that Mormonism is also not true?
I'm happy to discuss this once we finish our previous conversation topic.
I didn't ask you to discuss it. I asked you to say yes or no. That's all there is. I just need a yes or a no. If Christianity is not true, does it also mean that Mormonism is not true?
Once we're done talking about what we're talking.
Try this again. It's a yes or no question. You don't have to explain it. We don't need a lesson. We don't need a sermon. We just need a yes or no. If Christianity is not true, does that mean that Mormonism is also not true?
I think you knew you were going to lose. I was going to embarrass you with this Nahom thing.
You're actually terrified right now. We need you to actually defend
you're the one who's terrified. You want to avoid.
We need you actually to defend your prophet. I'm not asking you to prove Christianity true. All I want you to do is say yes or no.
So you're gaslighting the whole chat here because I said I was going to switch to offense. And
I'm not gaslighting everybody. You can say anything you want to after you say yes or no.
As soon as we finish our conversation, we'll get to this.
We'll try this again.
You're running away. You're running away.
You can have any conversation you want to after you say yes or no.
You know you're going to lose. That's why you don't want to talk about it.
One word. I told you, after you say yes or no, we'll talk about anything you want to. You can cry all night. I just want to hear a yes or a no.
Yeah. I think you're lying. I don't believe you.
I'm not lying. After you say yes or no, you're welcome to talk about whatever nonsense talking point you want.
Okay, I've got your word.
Obviously.
Okay, what's your question?
if Christianity is not true, does that also mean that Mormonism is not true?
Mormonism is Christianity.
I'm aware that they're roughly the same in your head. I'm asking you, if I can prove that Christianity is not true, does that mean that Mormonism is also not true?
So if I answer your question yes with a yes or no, then I get to point out this Nahom evidence.
You can point out Nahom, I'll cook you on that, and then I'll cook you on Jesus.
Okay, so if you can disprove Christianity, you can disprove the Book of Mormon?
Easy. Not even hard. I do it every day I'm live.
Well, if you're going to use mainstream methods...
It's just a yes or no. If Christianity is not true, does it mean that Mormonism is also not true?
Yes.
Cool. Easy enough. All right, now go to your Nahom nonsense.
Okay, so you brought up Joseph Smith's brother, William, who went to Dartmouth College.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you think he studied while he was there?
I don't know. I actually don't have his credentials, but I'm sure he would have come into contact with some history.
Okay. So he was very illiterate. He was there just to learn basic reading, writing, and arithmetic.
So he went to Dartmouth College, and he didn't know reading, writing, or how did he get accepted?
So I'm not saying he was completely illiterate. He was quite illiterate. So he was trying to learn how to spell better.
This is the craziest lie I've ever heard. Somebody went to Dartmouth College, illiterate, just to read and write. You know, you don't have to go to Dartmouth College to learn how to read and write.
So arithmetic was the main class he took.
How do you know that?
Well, that's what the evidence shows.
What's the evidence?
Okay, let me pull it up. Okay, so...
You give me hope that I can get into Dartmouth now.
I know. The bar is so low at this point.
I just gotta, maybe take an arithmetic class and then I'm good.
Okay, Hiram Smith. Looks like it was Hiram Smith, not William. He took arithmetic at Dartmouth College. Let me see, where's this source from? And once I find a source to prove that he only took arithmetic at Dartmouth College, you'd have to provide proof that he somehow learned history.
According to Dartmouth, the acceptance requirements included passing exams of knowledge of Latin and Greek and finance.
Yeah, you're saying that was a standard back in the early 1800s?
Yeah.
Well, obviously not, since these people got in without knowing those things.
I don't think they did.
Okay, where did he learn Greek and whatever those things you said?
I have no idea where he learned it at. I'm just telling you what the Dartmouth website says. It says
so obviously that's not true because...
Okay, Dartmouth is lying to you. According to archives in the Ronner Special Collections Library, admission tests have played a role in Dartmouth's admission process since the 18th century. Initially, the college held its own admission examinations, the only entry requirement on the day before commencement, as well as the end of summer break, according to 1819 edition of the Laws of Dartmouth College. The exam tested grammar of the Latin and Greek languages and arithmetic in the square root. That's the 18th century, so the 1700s. So he didn't get into.
So you're saying
didn't get into Dartmouth to learn how to read good.
You're saying that the Smith family, who grew up on this farm, who didn't even finish second grade,
I'm saying
somehow were multilingual.
Liars. They're all liars, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm telling you, this standard, there's no possible way they learned these languages. How could they have learned any of these languages?
How could they have not learned them? What was preventing them from learning? You're just
because they.
I just want to.
I can tell you this because
I need you to listen very carefully. You have a mythology about these people that is a lie. Like, you believe that they were uneducated. You believe that they were like poor farmers, and that wasn't the case. They were charlatans, and you're just one fool in a line of long fools.
That's your opinion, but there's no evidence for that.
The evidence is from Dartmouth themselves that says the entrance exam included Latin and Greek.
For what time period?
The 1700s.
So I think that they probably offered like a summer term for math, because there's no way that
Find that evidence for
you
me.
to believe. So you'd have to believe that the
Find me the
Smith
evidence
family.
that they had summer sessions for people who wanted to learn math.
Okay, that was facetious. But you're taking on the claim that the Smith family knew several languages.
I'm taking on the claim that if one of them went to Dartmouth, they had to pass the entrance exam.
Sure, that sounds fine to me, but I don't think that
And
it's
what was on the
realistic.
entrance exam?
Okay, if you're going to take on the claim that the Smith family was multilingual in Greek and Latin and English, then then I applaud your faith. I'm like, gosh, these
Why is that
farmers
so hard to
from
believe? Why do you think?
where would they learn it from?
Why do you think they're farmers?
Okay, all right. So you're
again,
saying that
Latter Day. I need you to actually focus here. You're just assuming that the mythology you know about these people is true. It's not. You don't know anything about these people.
neither do you.
I know. What I do know is that Dartmouth published their entrance examination procedure, and it doesn't match with what you're saying. And Dartmouth is a college. They have records going back that far. They have no reason to lie.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to take on the stance that somehow Joseph Smith's brother knew Greek and Latin and all this other stuff,
Is there a reason why he couldn't?
then you'd be laughed out of any place. Yeah, there's no evidence that he did, and there's no Greek or Latin teachers in their little small town in upstate New York.
How do you know that?
Like, where would he have learned this from?
How could you possibly know
Because
what type of education?
if
How could you possibly know what type of educators were in upstate New York?
how can you possibly think that he was Greek and fluent in Greek and Latin?
I didn't think that.
I think so.
We'll
Okay,
try
Nahom,
this again. So I never said that Joseph Smith was fluent in Greek or Latin. What I'm saying is that his brother clearly must have known the languages enough to get into the entrance exam. I never said Joseph Smith knew it.
yeah, it's just ridiculous to think that Hiram could have learned Greek
Why?
or Latin. I think
Why
that the
is it
standard
ridiculous?
that Dartmouth had, because only like they could barely even write English. Like,
Why-
have you seen
why do
their
you believe that?
letters to each other? They
Why
have
do you
spelling
believe that?
errors all over the place.
Why do you
Because they're
believe that?
extremely uneducated.
Why do you believe that?
Okay, all right. Because of the evidence.
What evidence?
Okay, now you're there. So the letters we have.
So there's an article on this called Joseph Smith's Awareness of Greek and Latin from BYU.
Yes, Joseph Smith did become fluent in many languages, eventually.
Oh, he learned it from God? Or do you think maybe he came from a family that was more educated than he led you to believe because he created a whole mythology and you bought into it? BYU says, although Joseph Smith's awareness of classical languages is not nearly as well known as are his forays into Egyptian and Hebrew, his interests in Greek and Latin were not insignificant. And as you already know,
He didn't go to Dartmouth.
I never said he did. As you already know, he did publish a book where he corrected the Greek and the Hebrew Old Testament translations. Have you read this?
Okay. Joseph
So
Smith's brother
it's
never
almost-
went to Dartmouth.
It's almost like he did know a little bit of Greek.
Yeah, Joseph Smith was tutored by God, but Hiram,
certainly
his
wasn't.
brother, never went. Okay, listen, his brother, he never went to Dartmouth
How do you know that?
because he went to Moore's charity school.
Let's see. Mormon.org says Well, this is obviously the Mormon Church website. It says Hiram Smith attended Moore's Indian Charity School, not Dartmouth College. Well, why does everyone think he attended Dartmouth?
Okay, so we agree he never went to Dartmouth,
Well,
so he never knew
No,
Greek.
we don't agree that.
Finally, dude. Finally. Okay, so if he never went to Dartmouth...
Here's where that claim comes from. His whole family lived in Lebanon, New Hampshire. Hiram attended Moore's Charity School on the campus of Dartmouth fucking College between ages of 12 and 15. Moore's Charity School is on the campus of Dartmouth. That's where that came from.
Okay, so we agree he never was a student at Dartmouth.
What I'm saying is he went to a school that was literally on the campus of Dartmouth College. I don't know if he actually went to Dartmouth College as an adult.
Okay, so he was 11 years old?
Between the ages of 12 and 15.
Wait, where are you getting that from?
From Joseph Smith, American Prophet, published 1805 to 1830 from the Smith Pettit Foundation.
Okay, so now the argument that he knew Greek suddenly doesn't make any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. I think he probably could have learned either of those languages when he was in school. I learned 2 foreign languages when I was in high school.
Yeah, but you were a lot smarter.
No, I wasn't.
No, you're a really intelligent guy.
That's
you got to
not
give yourself
accurate.
more credit.
Okay, so the Smith family were all dumb. I agree.
Yeah, so they couldn't have wrote a Book of Mormon. All right, glad we agree with that.
Not dumb enough to fool you.
Okay, so all right, so we agree that he was not a student at Dartmouth, which the Dartmouth entrance was you got to know Greek and all that stuff. So
No,
since he
he
did not
was
attend that
literally
school,
a student
then
at
that
Dartmouth.
means he didn't. No, you're physically, geographically, but he was not a Dartmouth student.
Who do you think
Therefore,
was-
he did not
who
have
do you
to
think was-
qualify for the Dartmouth entrance
Who do you
exam.
think was teaching at this school?
At the charity school he went to?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
What, you think they had special people that were unaffiliated with Dartmouth?
So he had to learn his basic grammar and math skills before he could learn Greek.
I'm sure he did. I learned like grammar and math when I was a little child.
All right. So what does this have to do with Nahom?
It had nothing to do with Nahom. What I'm saying is that the Smith family knew history. They could read books. In fact, Joseph Smith copies from a popular book from his time period that talked about the possibility of Hebrew people coming over to the Americas. That's where he got his ideas from that he peddled and fool all his followers.
So that's the argument only people say who have never read View of the Hebrews.
Oh, have you read it?
Yeah, I've read it. Have you read it?
I haven't read it, but I've actually looked at the parallels from like the people who did like the CES letter and others where they show the parallels between it.
Okay, so Nahom, I think, is really convincing evidence that the Book of Mormon is authentic.
I don't think it is.
Okay, so just to make sure the whole chat knows what we're talking about, so the Book of Mormon, which we claim was written anciently, the same time as the Bible, that this family left Jerusalem and they traveled to the Arabian desert, came across a location called Nahom, and then traveled to America from there. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, have you heard of the Lemba tribe in Africa?
I don't know the Lemba tribe.
Lemba's Lemba. They have an oral tradition where their people came from Jerusalem around 600 BC. They built a boat and traveled to South Africa, and then there's. And according to their oral tradition, they said that their skin became darkened. But anyway, they're living the law of Moses.
Because God was racist, of course.
So how is it that they're living the law of Moses in South Africa?
Because they actually had Jewish people that went down into Africa. You're aware of this, right? They had Jews, they had Muslims.
Yeah,
Egyptians.
so I mean, they said that they had this Jewish tradition from Jerusalem, and when they had their DNA tested,
I'm sure
they had their
did.
DNA tested. It comes from Jerusalem.
I'm sure there were people from the Middle East that went down into Africa. That's not hard to understand.
Then that contradicts what you said before.
No, it doesn't.
You said the whole concept of building a boat in that time frame, traveling across an ocean to a new continent.
I
You
said
said
Africa. People from the Middle East went to Africa.
So a boat from the Middle East to southern Africa.
You don't need a boat to go from the Middle East to Africa.
I know that land connects it, but their oral tradition is that they built a boat.
I don't give a damn what their oral tradition is. The land connects them. You don't need a boat. It would be like 10 times as long to take a boat than it would just to be to take the journey.
Yeah, I don't think they knew their destination from the get-go.
Why would they set off to sail to a land that they were already connected to?
Because they didn't know that's where they were going.
Let me just show you the actual map. So they're completely connected. There was already Jewish people all throughout northern Africa. Some of them could have migrated south. That's not a confusing concept at all.
I totally agree with what you're saying.
Where would they sail to? The only place they could sail to is the Mediterranean Sea to North Africa.
They said that they exited from the Arabian Peninsula, the like Yemen, Oman area.
Okay, so then they went from here to here.
That's from south to South Africa.
So they went from here to here. They sailed.
Yeah,
they sailed along the coast of the continent. That's the best you got.
That's not. I didn't come up with this. This is what the Lemba tribe is saying in their oral tradition.
Right,
I'm just pointing out that
I don't trust oral traditions. I'll tell you that much.
That's fine. That's fine. So Nahom. So for going back to what I was saying for the chat. So in the Book of Mormon, it says that this family. Actually, do you want to pull up that map again of the earth? So they left Jerusalem and they traveled through the Arabian Peninsula, and so show them where the Arabian Peninsula is.
Right here.
Yeah. So as they're traveling through there...
And you want to talk about Yemen.
So as they're traveling through the Arabian desert, they said they came across an ancient city called Nahom.
Yeah. And what tribe of people lived there?
I don't know.
They're called the Ishmaelites. What group of people claim to be descendant from the Ishmaelites?
Muslims.
Yeah, and where are Muslims from? Where's the origin point?
The Middle East.
Arabia. Cool.
Arabia. Okay.
Cool. So there's a shit ton of Ishmaelites in Yemen, aren't there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So in that Arabian desert, that's where these people come across Nahom, and then they travel across the ocean and they get to America. So Joseph Smith, right, in this Book of Mormon, he says they go to this place called Nahom. So Nahom at the time didn't exist, as far as anyone knew, in New England. So they thought, he just made up a city. And then decades later, Nahom was discovered exactly where the Book of Mormon says it is. And so there was no evidence. They didn't have any maps of Nahom. They couldn't have known this in America. So it's like, okay, he just happened to guess the city, the name of the city, right? The location, correct? And they also determined that the timeline of when it was inhabited to be correct.
Cool. And you're still wrong because everyone already knew it. We already knew what was happening over in Arabia. And here's a publication from the 1860s called Ventures Among the Arabs. Subtitle, Ventures Among the Arabs in the Desert, Tent in Town, 13 Years of Pioneer Missionary Life with the Ishmaelites of Moab, Edom, and Arabia. It's almost like people were there. Oops.
I'm sorry, how does that debunk what I said?
Because we already knew the geography, we already knew the towns, we already knew the Ishmaelites were there. There were people that were there in Arabia writing about it, publishing books.
So, wait, sorry, what's your evidence that they already knew about Nahom?
I mean, I'm sure if I go through all the literature published about ancient Arab geographical locations, I can find a place similar to Nahom. And he also got it wrong. The actual pronunciation is Nahom.
All right, so he pronounced it wrong, but he guessed all the rest right. I can agree with that.
You don't have to guess anything right. We already knew that Yemen was completely full of Ishmaelites. They were writing books about it.
Okay, so again, there's no way that Joseph Smith could have known about Nahom when the Book of Mormon was being translated in 1829, because there's no evidence of anybody knowing what Nahom was.
There is.
Okay, then produce it.
People were there. Do you think that they didn't know the names of the places they were located?
I'm talking about in America.
Yeah, do you think that they didn't have access to the books?
No, I don't think so.
All right, well, let me show you where this one is published. Hold on. This one here was published in fucking New York.
Yep, and does that book say anything about Nahom?
Called Ventures Among the Arabs. Are you suggesting that none of these people traveling among the Arabs and the Ishmaelites bothered to write down the names of any of the cities? You think that they were just all a mystery? They didn't write down any of the names of the cities?
This is someone in the chat, Lincoln Wilcox. This is too easy. This is you're quoting a book of people who traveled in the Arabian desert, which yes, we believe people were there. Then how come? Oh yeah, and by the way, the book was published in 1860, a couple decades after the Book of Mormon mentioned Nahom. Which, by the way, you still have yet to point out that Joseph Smith stole Nahom from some other source.
Again, what I'm saying is we know for a fact that people were there. Do you disagree?
Did they know about Nahom?
Do you disagree that people were there?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay. If they were there among the Ishmaelites in Arabia, in Yemen, would they have known about the geography?
The geography?
Sure. Would they know the names of the places they were at?
All the names that have been discovered,
Cool.
Those places that have been discovered.
Cool. Do you think it would be a hard conclusion to say that maybe somebody wrote the name of the place they were in?
I think that they did write down the places they were in.
Okay. Do you think that it's possible that one of those places was Nahom?
No.
It was not possible. Nobody was there. Okay. Well, you're delusional then. I'm sorry.
Okay, then prove me wrong.
How can I prove you wrong? I don't have access to Latter-day. Listen to me.
You're saying that.
Listen to me. I don't have access to every book that was published prior to Joseph Smith. I only have access to what I have access to. What I've demonstrated is that the knowledge of this town existing, where the Ishmaelites were, would have been easy to get knowledge. You would have been able to get it. It wouldn't be hard. He's probably still talking, doesn't know he's muted.
Yeah, I did not know. Sorry.
Cool.
So the point is that if Joseph Smith, he sees in the Book of Mormon that these people mention the city of Nahom, and you're saying, oh, he stole that because 3 decades later, some people published a book about the Arabian desert.
I didn't say that.
That did not even include the city of Nahom.
You're straw manning my position. I didn't say that at all. Do you even know what I said?
Yes, you said.
What did I say?
You said, did Ishmaelites live in Yemen? Did they live in that area?
And did people know it?
And did people know about it? I'm getting there. I'm going one sentence at a time. And I said, yes. And you said, do you think that they are aware of the geography? And I said, yes. You said, do you think that they knew the names of the places that they were? And I said, yes. And then you said, do you think it's possible that they knew of this location of Nahom? And I'm saying no, because it hadn't been discovered yet.
How do you know when it was discovered? So now now you're just supposing.
Hold on. Let me just finish my sentence. I'm almost done.
Now you're just supposing that nobody's ever uttered the name of this city.
No, that's not true at all.
I know. Go ahead and pull up the website that says that the town was unknown. I've already read it.
Okay. So you're saying that here's this book that was published 3 decades after the Book of Mormon.
We'll try this again.
That doesn't even...
So I don't know why you keep saying this. I'm not saying that this particular book proves anything. What I'm saying is that we have writings from the time period, this book, and I'm sure many others, that claim that people were there. There were Westerners there
Yes.
writing about it. That's my claim.
I agree.
Okay, so when this book was written is irrelevant to me because I don't think that this book is like the one thing that we need to solidify our case on. Do you think that this is the only book written about it?
No,
Okay, do you think that there were many books written about it?
I don't know actually.
Okay, I'm sure there were. When there's one book writing about it, claiming that there's many people there, that means probably there's more than one book published on it.
Well, if that's true, we could probably find it.
Go ahead, test your luck. Find a book from the 1800s. Tell me how easy it is. I bet it's tough.
Have
you ever tried to look for antique books? Not exactly easy.
So no, you're right. But here's a question for you. If you agree that this book doesn't disprove this whole Nahom thing, you're just pointing out that people were there discovering the Arabian desert.
No, they already
How
knew
come
about
when
it.
Yeah. So then how come when I brought up Nahom and then you brought up this book, you said like, oops, or some sort of catchphrase that kind of implied that you debunked Nahom?
No, what I'm showing is that people were there. They knew about stuff happening there. They knew about geography there. There were people there.
I agree.
It wasn't done in a vacuum.
Okay. So the earliest book that we have evidence of people sharing their discoveries in the Arabian desert is this book that was published 3 decades after the Book of
No, I'm
Mormon.
saying
So how does that discredit the Book of Mormon?
The earliest book that I have access to on hand. I haven't gone through and searched the libraries. I haven't gone on any of the university websites to see if there are other books. This was just the first book that was publicly available.
Okay.
It took me all of 2 minutes to find it.
Well, that's impressive, actually.
Wouldn't be hard to find more. So what I'm saying is that you're just pretending like people weren't there. They didn't know the geography. They had no idea. In fact, my chat's already giving more. 1751, D. Anvil published wall map of Persia, Arabia, and India, and has the city on it. Let's pull that one up.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I'm already aware of this. So this map was not available in North America until after the Book of Mormon was published.
How do you know that?
Because we've gone through all of the ancient maps that have the city of Nahom on it, and we've tracked down where they were.
How do you know that this map was never available in the Americas?
Because every map that contains the name Nahom on it was not available in America prior to the publishing of the Book of Mormon.
That's what I'm asking you. How do you know when it was available? Not only, see, this is where you're being dishonest. You knew about this map. So there's a map that not only shows the city, shows the geography of the region, and you're just pretending like nobody went there. And RJW is digging in the comments too, says that Thomas fucking Jefferson went to Arabia. Like
yes, Thomas Jefferson went to Arabia.
You keep talking about this like people weren't there and they had no idea what was happening. This is why you're dishonest.
No, I never made that claim. That's a straw man. So I agree people went there. Thomas Jefferson went there, but there was no map that included details about Nahom in America prior to the publishing of the Book of Mormon.
We have a map that tells the name of the area.
I know.
Published in you think between 1751 and like 1840 that the information disappeared, that nobody had access to it?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that map was not available to Joseph Smith.
And
there's no way he could have known about it.
How would you know this?
Because that map didn't arrive in America until several years after the Book of Mormon was published.
How do you know this?
Because we have historians and researchers in the church who were trying to, who actually left the church.
People in the church, I'm sure, right?
No, they left the church. They became antagonists against the church. They left the church, and then they were trying to disprove Book of Mormon. They're trying to disprove Joseph Smith.
Well, it's not very
so
hard.
they came across this they came across this map that says Nahom on it, and then they got really excited because they thought, oh great, Joseph Smith stole it from this map, until they realized that it wasn't in America during the time of the publishing of the Book of Mormon.
And how did they know that?
Yeah, so I can pull up the link, but I think that you asking how do they know that, it's like you have to prove to me that this map was available in America.
I actually
during
don't.
the time before.
I don't have to prove that to you. All I have to do is demonstrate that the map existed. You can't prove who had access to something.
We agree it existed.
So it existed.
We agree it existed.
So demonstrate that people wouldn't have access to it.
So you would have to demonstrate that he would have access to it.
No, I don't have to demonstrate that. All I do have to demonstrate is that the map exists. And it does exist.
Yeah, we knew it exists, but not in America.
So give me one reason why we would assume that they wouldn't have had access to this map.
Because there's no map that had any mention of Nahom in America prior to the Book of Mormon.
And how do you know that?
Because that's what the research says.
Who? Who researched it? Somebody outside the church?
Yeah, I don't know their name. So this is what I've come across in my studies.
So this was published by the British, it looked like. Hold on. Let me see who published it.
You have to admit defeat on this one. There's no way that Joseph Smith could have guessed.
No, I don't have to admit defeat. Your fairy tale is maybe the most silly of all the fairy tales.
Well, that's your opinion. It's hard to argue against the evidence.
There's no evidence.
Nahom is very convincing evidence.
Not only is Nahom not convincing evidence, but I know for a fact, as I've already said, which you're terrified of, Christianity just simply isn't true. So you've got so many burdens that you have to overcome first. Also, according to Chris, there's a 1786 map of Yemen in the Allegheny College, which is in New York, 25 miles from where he grew up.
Yes, that's true. It didn't have Nahom on it.
Such a liar. So
it didn't have Nahom on it. That was my point.
So people were there. So here's my point. You're a liar. We've got multiple.
What did I lie about?
We've got multiple maps of the region. One of those maps, I'm sure at one point had the area of Nahom listed on the map, and I'm sure Joseph Smith got a hold of it or heard of it.
No evidence for that.
Heard about the Ishmaelites. We have the maps. The question is, what is the most likely case? The most likely case is that your pervert prophet found information, published it in his book of lies.
Don't make a mockery of what I hold sacred. You can disagree. That's fine.
I'm totally going to make a mockery of your guy that married like a dozen teenage girls.
No, you know the difference between a marriage and a sealing?
What I do know is that when you have like a bunch of men in your church that are all marrying like a dozen wives, then you're not very smart, because it causes your cult to splinter because a bunch of the men in the cult can't get wives, and that's a big problem.
Okay.
Have you seen like the documentary of like the Lost Boys and all the people that left the Mormon church because they didn't have anyone to marry?
Okay, I don't know how that makes the Book of Mormon any less true.
I'm just saying that your pervert prophet is not smart. He knew just enough to...
You'd have to find evidence that he married children.
He knew just enough to fool people like you, but not enough to fool people like me.
Okay, but still, no one has been able to disprove Nahom.
Again, nobody has to disprove Nahom.
Are you really not understanding the point? Like, if we're already skeptical of miracles, and in that we prefer naturalistic explanations for phenomena. So, what are we trying to explain this Nahom thing, right? Well, there could be a naturalistic explanation, which is that he had access to some relevant information that explains why he wrote that, or we can accept a supernatural explanation. But you have not. We're going to default, given our priors, to a more ordinary naturalistic explanation, right? That's just the default for us, right? So you saying that, well, you have to prove it's not that it's not a supernatural explanation is a silly thing to say.
I don't think that.
Okay, so what are you asking us to disprove?
So I'm asking for any evidence that Joseph Smith had access to Nahom.
Why would we need to do that?
Because that's what he's claiming.
No, the point is that that's more likely than divine intervention.
Yeah, likelihood isn't even a factor here. I agree with you that it's more
Literally,
likely.
yes, that's my whole case. I never said that I can prove anything about Joseph Smith's life. We weren't there. The question is, what does the evidence actually point to? What is the most likely thing? And the evidence is that people were there, they were making maps of it, and people in America had access to maps. It's not hard to believe that at some point in time, Joseph Smith became aware of a region that was located in Yemen full of Ishmaelites. So, again, my prior,
Yeah, I hear you.
and my prior actually leads me to conclude that that is the most likely thing, because I know de facto that Christianity is in fact false.
So then how would you explain the chiasmus in the Book of Mormon?
The chiasmas are not hard to form. I've made them myself when I was in school.
Yeah, because you knew what they were. But the chiasmus weren't discovered as an ancient Hebrew writing style till after the Book of Mormon was published.
That's not true.
That knowledge wasn't available to Joseph Smith, but it was discovered
You
in...
keep making statements about what Joseph Smith would have had access to. You have no idea what he would have had access to.
Actually, we do. So let's look at the evidence.
This guy's just a walking train wreck of bad talking points. You have no idea what he had access to. Every claim that you've made is Joseph Smith couldn't have known this, therefore it's magic. You don't know what he could have known.
Well, that's a good point.
Okay, so these are not convincing arguments. You're just saying Joseph Smith. This is the same arguments that Muslims make for Muhammad. Well, Muhammad couldn't have known this, therefore the Quran is a miracle. He couldn't have known this, therefore the Quran is a miracle. These are not winning arguments.
So if you're going to make the claim that Joseph Smith or one of his friends wrote the Book of Mormon, then you'd have to conclude they would have access to all these maps and discoveries and all these things that we're saying it's very unlikely they had knowledge of all these things. You're saying, okay, but then the only alternative is that it's a divine book, which by default we don't want to believe.
No,
so we're going to have to assume that they had access to a ton of maps.
It's not about wanting. All they needed access to is one map. They needed one map.
No, they would need access to several.
Literally,
because Nahom isn't the only claim.
Literally one map is all they needed. They needed one map.
They needed one map to know about Nahom, but there's lots of other claims in there.
I'm sure there is.
Okay. So
So would you like me to just end this conversation and show you why your religion is false no matter what is in the Book of Mormon?
Oh, because it's based on Christianity and Christianity is false?
Demonstrably so.
Yeah, let's go there.
Cool. If Jesus told lies, does that mean that he's not the Messiah?
Right, we don't think that he lied, but does that mean he's not the Messiah?
I'm asking if he told lies, if he said things that were untrue, does that mean that he's not the Messiah?
I would assume that God is always truthful.
I'm just asking you, if God yes or no. If Jesus said things that are not true, does it mean that he's not the Messiah?
Sorry, the double negative. So yeah, so if he lied, then he's not the Messiah.
Okay. What if he accidentally said something that wasn't true?
Sorry. So it's like not an intentional lie, but it was an accident?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Okay, cool. So if he says things that are untrue, whether on purpose or not on purpose, then it's indeed that he's not the Messiah. Cool. I'm going to take you real quickly to some words of Jesus in John.
Okay.
This is regarding to the washing of the feet of the disciples and then his subsequent prediction of his betrayal. He says, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. I tell you this now before it occurs, so that when it does occur, you may believe that I am he. So he's saying that there is a prophecy in the Old Testament stating that he's going to be betrayed. And the prophecy says that the one who ate my bread and has lifted his heel against me, right? So I should be able to find that prophecy?
Not necessarily, because the Old Testament has been tampered with.
So when Jesus says that there was a prophecy that was fulfilled, should I be able to find that prophecy and see if it was fulfilled?
No, because remember how Jesus
No.
also said.
Well, what
Yeah,
a
remember,
bullshit
I'll-
book.
I'll give you-
What is Jesus quoting
Look,
from?
I'll give you an example. Remember how Jesus said
the
that.
hedging is wild. So
Listen. Okay,
You know the
remember,
passage.
I can strengthen your
Bro,
argument.
no,
I can
you-
make your argument
no,
stronger.
You have no idea what my argument is yet. You know the passage he's quoting from exists, right?
Actually, I don't know what he's quoting.
I do. Do you know it exists? Because it does exist.
I thought you were going to say it doesn't, so I assumed incorrectly.
I know you're trying to get ahead of my argument. You have no idea what my argument is yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so the passage he's quoting from does actually exist. Would you like to look at it with me?
Okay, sure.
Okay. It's come from Psalm 41. First of all, what is a prophecy?
It's like a fortune telling, like this event will happen.
That's right.
Sometimes it's conditional.
That's right. So what we should see in Psalm 41 is a prediction for the future about the Messiah, right?
Well, sometimes there are prophecies that have, like in the same sentence, it can talk about one event, and in the rest of the sentence, it's talking about a different event.
Just so you know, the more you talk, the more you're going to bury yourself. Should I find a prediction for the future or anything about the Messiah in Psalm 41?
I don't know. I don't know this chapter.
Well, based on the words of Jesus, you should, because Jesus is saying he's fulfilling what is happening in Psalm 41.
He never said Psalm 41. You said that.
Well, he's quoting Psalm 41. He says it is to fulfill the scripture, meaning there's a prediction in the scripture that needs fulfilled.
Yeah, okay.
That's what happens when you read the Book of Mormon, you don't read the Bible. Okay, so first of all, who's writing this? It says, to the leader, a psalm of David. So David's writing the psalm, right?
That's what we're assuming.
Okay. And it says, happy are those who consider the poor. So he's talking about how good God is. It says, the Lord sustains them on their sick bed. And it says, as for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me. Heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wonder in malice when I will die and my name perish. And when they come to see me, they utter empty words, while their hearts gather mischief. When they go out, they tell it abroad. All who hate me whisper together about me. They imagine the worst for me. They think that a deadly thing has fastened on me, that I will not rise again from where I lie. Even those close friends of mine in whom I trust, who ate of my bread, has lifted the hand against me. So we got a couple problems. This quotation is not a prophecy. It's about David. David's talking about his own problems. And he's saying, my friend, who I trusted, lifted his hand, his heel against me. Nothing about a Messiah here. In fact, whoever is talking, they're a sinner. He says, I have sinned.
Uh-huh.
Did Jesus sin?
So I think I see a flaw in your argument.
Go for it.
So in the this is just an example, but in the Book of Mormon, there's someone who before Christ uses the phrase "the sting of death," and someone who's a student of the Bible will know, hey, that's a phrase used in the New Testament. And so that specific phrase that's also found in the Book of Mormon, people point at me and they say, see, the Book of Mormon copies the Bible because they're using the phrase "sting of death," quoting Paul, I think is it,
So
who says that.
what was Jesus quoting?
Exactly. So do you know the Q document? Q hypothesis?
I'm quite familiar with the Q hypothesis. I don't think you're going to like the answer to this.
Okay, well, I'll make the answer short, since you're already familiar with that. But the phrase "sting of death" in the Book of Mormon that people thought was plagiarizing the New Testament.
We're not talking about the sting of death.
Okay, I'm answering your question. Please just hear me out. This is a great example. So the phrase "sting of death" in the Book of Mormon, people that thought was quoting the New Testament, we've actually found an ancient Old Testament writing that's apocryphal, not even included in the canon. And that document uses the phrase "sting of death," which means there's an older, that Paul was quoting from something else. Paul didn't invent it. So we all assumed that Paul was the original source of that phrase. So here we see David using that phrase about his heel, right? The betrayal. But that means that it's very common in Scripture that some of these old writings could have had that same phrase that the psalmist Dave was quoting from, using, I'm going to take that same verbiage where that's talking about the prophecy of someone who's going to betray Jesus, and use that verbiage in my psalm to have a different meaning. And Jesus may have been quoting the original Old Testament writing that's been lost.
Okay, so Jesus was quoting something that doesn't exist.
It still exists, we just don't know where it is.
Oh, it's not extant. We have no idea where it is.
Yeah, so there's lots of Old Testament writings that are gone.
This is going to get even worse for you as we keep going. You're not going to like this at all.
Wait, do you deny that there are lost Scripture?
I don't deny that there are lost writings, but when Jesus quotes the Old Testament, he's quoting the Old Testament. Why do you think a guy who's Jewish is quoting from a Jewish text?
Again, we don't know what all the texts they had at the time. It's not what we have now.
But here's the thing. So the example you brought up was not good. You're referring to a phrase, the sting of death, which doesn't exist in the Old Testament. But the phrase that Jesus used is in the Old Testament. Agree. We don't have to go look for it. We know where it's at.
Again, the sting of death and possibly this phrase about the betrayal could be from an Old Testament record that's not canonized.
Right, but Paul wasn't quoting from the Old Testament when he said, "O death, where art thou sting?"
He was quoting from his version of the Old Testament.
He was not.
Wait, are you saying that he had the same Old Testament we have?
No, I'm saying Paul never said that came from the Old Testament.
Okay.
So it's not analogous. Paul didn't say that the Old Testament said that. Jesus says that there is a scripture that needs to be fulfilled. A scripture. Jesus knew what the scriptures were. He wasn't confused. I mean,
yes,
he was confused, but he knew what the scriptures were.
There are also plenty of times where prophets will quote previous prophets without intentionally saying, I'm quoting this older verse. We just see that it's the same.
Right, but Jesus was quoting the scriptures. The scriptures is the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, I guess my point is you seem to be discounting that Paul was quoting ancient scripture as well when he said sting of death.
Paul never said he was quoting scriptures.
I know, and the point I just said 30 seconds ago is you don't have to say, I'm quoting scripture, I'm fulfilling prophecy, you can just quote it. And we see actually a lot of examples of that.
But Paul didn't claim to be quoting scriptures. Jesus is. That's the difference. Jesus is saying that the scriptures said something. Paul didn't say that. This is not analogous. And it's not going to help you. This is not going to help you out because I'm going to show you 3 other occasions where Jesus didn't know what was written in the Old Testament properly.
So just to clarify, are you saying that we both agree that Paul never claimed he was quoting scripture? Are you saying that Paul really was not quoting scripture?
What I'm saying is when Paul said, O death, where art thou sting? He didn't say that the Old Testament or the Hebrew Scripture said that.
I agree with you.
Okay.
My point is that he was.
The question is he wasn't.
Well, he obviously was because we found an ancient record that has that exact same phrase that dates before Christ.
But that's not part of the Scriptures.
It was at his time.
It wasn't.
How do you know?
Because I know what the scripture were at his time. The Jewish people at the time period told you what their scriptures were.
Are you familiar with the Deuteronomist reforms?
I'm quite familiar with the Deuteronomists.
Okay, and in the time of King Josiah, they took Deuteronomy and several other books, and they added to it, take it away, and edited some things. So
Samuel,
we found
Kings.
an ancient. So we have evidence. There's an ancient document that dates before Christ that has the phrase, "O death, where art thou? Where is your sting?" And then Paul happens to use that exact same phrase. So now we can assume that he didn't invent that phrase if we found some ancient older writing before.
But nobody
so that
said
means
he
if he
invented
had access,
it. Latter-day, you're not.
You just did.
You're not following the argument at all. Nobody is saying that Paul invented a saying, at all.
Okay.
Paul said a thing that other people knew. Nobody's saying he invented it. All I'm saying is that your analogy doesn't work. Paul said something. He didn't say it was from the Old Testament. Jesus said something and said it was from the scriptures. That means Jesus and Paul are doing different things.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So I'll tell you what you're saying. You let me know if I understand correctly. So Jesus is saying, I'm fulfilling prophecy. I'm in reference to this scripture that already exists. And we turn to Psalms and we see that exact same phrase that Jesus is quoting. Paul uses a phrase. He doesn't say he's quoting anything. We just happen to find a document that dates before Christ that has that exact same phrase. So now we can conclude, okay, Paul didn't invent it. He was quoting from an Old Testament verse, similar to how Jesus quoted from Old Testament verses. He didn't always say, hey, everyone, I'm about to quote an Old Testament verse. They would just sometimes quote Old Testament verses without pointing that out. It's kind of like if you go to any Christian church and the pastor says, hey, congregation, we got to put on the armor of God. We're not assuming that he invented it. We all know he's taken that from Paul, even though he didn't say, by the way, I didn't come up with this myself, guys. I took this from Paul. It's like, we know. You can quote old writings without making that claim.
You're actually not helping your argument whatsoever. All I'm saying is that Jesus quoted something from the Old Testament out of context. He said that it was a prophecy and it wasn't a prophecy. That's all I'm saying.
But I think that you missed I just debunked your point.
You didn't debunk my point at all.
You're making the assumption that Jesus is quoting Psalms.
He's quoting the scriptures.
Great.
We know what the scriptures are. Do you think that Jesus knew what the scriptures were?
Okay, so how do you know that the psalmist wasn't quoting an earlier phrase that had the same phrase?
Answer the question. Do you think that Jesus knew what the scriptures were?
Yes, but I think my analogy was just wasted on you.
Your analogy was a waste because you don't even understand your analogy. The question is,
yes.
If Jesus knows what the scriptures are, do we know what those scriptures are?
No, because the scriptures that they had access to,
we have no idea what the scriptures were.
The scriptures they had access to are different than the scriptures that we have.
Holy shit! The amount of lies you have to tell yourself. It's wild.
No, I have evidence. I have evidence.
You don't have evidence. Jesus quoted.
Yes, I do.
Directly from Psalm 41.
Okay, okay. Just a minute ago, I said, hey, let me see if I understand your point. And I repeated your point back to you. Now, I just want to make my point, and I just want you to repeat it back to me just because I've clearly debunked you, but you don't seem to understand that.
You haven't debunked me at all. I've told you 5 times
already. Okay, because you don't understand what I'm saying.
That what Paul was doing was not the same thing that Jesus was doing. They're not doing the same thing. Paul never claimed that quote came from the Old Testament. To be fair,
I agree.
It does sound an awful lot like what Hosea says, but I never said that Paul was quoting the Old Testament. Jesus is claiming to quote from it.
I agree with you. That's not the argument I'm making. That tells me that you don't understand my argument.
Well, give it another go.
So Jesus says, I'm fulfilling this prophecy.
Yep.
And so we look and we happen to see an exact match in Psalms. You're making the assumption that the psalmist is the originator of that phrase that Jesus is quoting.
And you're saying that he's quoting something that no longer exists.
I'm saying since we see a pattern of that happening in the Bible already, it wouldn't be crazy. Yeah, so one example of that happening is with Paul. Yes, Paul, when he writes about the sting of death, he's quoting from an...
He never said he was quoting from the Old Testament. You're saying that Jesus is quoting from the scriptures and we no longer have that scripture. Paul wasn't doing that. Paul didn't say that he got this from the scriptures.
Okay, you keep interrupting me, but I know that he didn't say that.
Okay,
I agreed to that like 7 times already.
They're not analogous.
They are because here's what you're missing.
Not.
Here's what you're missing.
I'm not missing anything. Are several... You're the one missing from it.
I repeated back to you your argument, and you said that I understand you.
You don't understand me.
There's something you don't understand about my argument?
What Paul did and what Jesus did were not the same thing. They're not doing the same fucking thing. Jesus is quoting from the Hebrew scriptures. Paul doesn't claim to be doing that.
I understand that, and I agree with you for the 8th time.
Okay,
so here's something.
What would
I think that
what would Jesus be quoting from if he's not quoting from Psalm 41?
Just to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Do you think that there's ever been a time in the Bible?
Answer the fucking question. If he's not quoting from Psalm 41,
Okay.
what's he quoting from?
Okay, I'll tell you. All right. He's quoting from an ancient Old Testament writing that is no longer in our Bible.
And what is the
here's how I
evidence
can
for
tell you
that?
that. Okay. Yes or no? Do you think there's ever been a time in the Bible where one author quoted a previous author without saying that they were quoting a previous author?
I'm sure of it, but did they say that it was part of the scriptures?
Great. Okay, so you agree that an author can quote a previous author without saying that they're quoting that previous author.
I never said that you had to quote the author.
Okay. So then if authors of the Bible can quote previous writings without citing their sources, then how do we know that any writing in the Bible is the original source and not from an earlier source that has been lost?
He did cite his source.
Who?
His
David?
source was the scriptures.
No, David's source in Psalms.
Well, I don't know what David was quoting from. David lived in the 10th century. Why would you think? Why would you think David is quoting from something? He's writing in the first person about himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually very common when people are writing Psalms, and they will take poetry from previous writings, incorporate that into their Psalms.
So you're just making up more mythology to get out of the problem that you have here, and you're not helping yourself at all, because the next passage to go to is going to make it even worse for you. So you're just saying that David was now quoting something, even though he doesn't say he's quoting something. You're saying David is quoting something that came before him and pretending like it's his.
No, he's not pretending.
So David's the liar. Holy shit.
So once again, you're twisting, because if Paul was quoting from an ancient writing that was from before Christ.
We're not talking about Paul. Paul has nothing to do with this.
This example with Paul debunks your argument. That's why you want to avoid talking about it.
It doesn't debunk anything.
Look, it's not that hard to understand. When in that passage that he's referring to, where Jesus is quoting from some other scripture, what's the most likely candidate from where he's quoting from?
So it probably the most likely candidate is the one that's using that phrase referring to the betrayal.
No, what source? What's the most likely source?
Probably the scriptures they had at the time, which is different than what we have.
Okay, but then why would anyone believe that but a motivated apologist?
Because we have evidence for lost scripture that Bible prophets are quoting from that was not canonized.
How would that raise the probability that Jesus is not quoting from Psalms? Is it 41 or 41?
Psalm 41.
Mm-hmm. Because you pointed out that in Psalms the context is completely different and is not talking about a prophecy of someone betraying Christ.
Which is,
so that means
as you're going to find out later, that's how all of the prophecies in the gospel read, every last one of them, which is why he's not the Messiah. And if you would quit filibustering on this nonsense talking point, we'll go through all of them tonight.
This argument about Psalms all hinges on you assuming that David is the first person to use that phrase in his writings.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's me hinging.
Okay, so then you assume that it's someone else that wrote it.
When Jesus quotes from the scriptures, his understanding of what the scriptures are the same as the Jews of his time period. Are you suggesting that there was a text that was older than the writings of King David that Jesus would have access to? Do you even know what language that would be written in?
Yeah, I do believe they had access to older writings than what King David had. Absolutely.
Do you think that Jesus knew how to read Proto-Sinaitic?
Did you just make that word up?
No, that's the precursor to Proto-Hebrew, which was what David knew. David knew Proto-Hebrew. The Hebrew language that David knew only became available roughly the 9th century. Before that, it was a stem from the Proto-Sinaitic script.
Where do you think Moses got the book of Genesis?
He didn't.
So where did the Genesis book come from?
Genesis was created probably shortly before the Babylonian exile, which is why the first 11 chapters of Genesis parallel Babylonian mythologies.
So where are these original writings that all took place before Moses?
We have no original writings before Moses. They're all written 1,000 years after Moses. The oldest document we have is from the 6th century. It's like a little silver amulet. There's 2 of them from Ketef Hinnom, and they have a little tiny quotation from the Book of Numbers in Paleo Hebrew. That's it. That's the oldest we have.
Yeah,
That's
that sounds right to me.
Almost 1,000 years after Moses.
So do you think that they ever existed at some point?
Moses? No.
The writings before Moses.
Yeah, I think King David was a real person, and I actually believe he probably knew how to write. Did he write the Psalms that are attributed to him? Probably not. I don't know. But that has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus knew how to write or read something that pre-existed David in a language that is now dead.
But that's not even the question here. The question is if they had access to writings earlier than what we have access to.
Did Jesus have access to writings in a script that was dead that he couldn't read?
He had access to more scriptures than what we have in the Old Testament.
How would you know that?
Because of the evidence of New Testament authors quoting from Old Testament.
Wrong again.
Yeah, I'm almost done. You don't even know what I was about to say. You can't say I'm wrong.
You don't even know the age of the text that Paul quoted from.
I do know it was before Christ.
So? What year was it written?
Okay, let me pull it up. I'm not very well versed in we've got a lot of scripture to memorize. So the apocryphal writings, we found this ancient writing that dates back before the time of Christ. We don't even know where the original comes from because this is just a copy. So if Paul is using phrases from this document that comes before Christ without citing his source, then how can you assume that David is the original writer of his writings without coming from older sources?
I have no reason to believe that David just manufactured psalms about himself. And I think you're referring to the Gospel of Nicodemus. Is that the one you're referring to?
Let me see.
Yep, that's the one. It's in chapter 5, the Gospel of Nicodemus. It says, "The dead shall raise up, and those in their tombs shall be raised, and those in the earth shall rejoice. And where, O death, is thy sting? Where, O Hades, is thy victory?" Do you know when the Gospel of Nicodemus was actually written?
So I'm not sure if the Gospel of Nicodemus is the one that Paul was quoting.
It is,
Let me-
and you'll never guess when it was written.
So Nicodemus, I know who he is. He was not before Christ.
I'm
writings
aware.
that I'm
Yeah,
talking
this
about-
is the problem because the text
that's not the source.
The
then
text that you're quoting from is the Gospel of Nicodemus.
No,
Which
that's
is
not true.
Which is exactly what your school teaches. BYU, "O death, where is thy sting?" They trace it to the Gospel of Nicodemus.
Let me see if I can find. It was before Christ. Let me see what the other one is.
You're referring to a bad quote from the book of Hosea. Hosea chapter 14, I believe, where he says, O death, where is thy punishment?"
Yes, I'm aware of that verse.
Yeah, Hosea 13:14.
I know about that one. Uh-huh. Let's see, what is this? Sirach? Do you know what that is?
They had access to Sirach, yep. It's in my Bible, actually. My Bible includes Sirach.
Okay, so Sirach was a couple centuries before Christ.
That was
Let's see,
part
wait.
of the Christian canon.
Yeah, so 180 to 175 BC, he says, "O death, where is thy sting?"
Sure, okay.
Okay, so that dates before Christ, and it has that same phrase that Paul is quoting from.
Yeah, Sirach 24:7. So?
Okay, so I guess it's not
is-
the Gospel of Nicodemus.
Fair enough. Okay, so the BYU article was pointing to something else. So let me see what it says in Sirach, because I've got Sirach with me. Sirach 24. Which verse in Sirach does it show?
Let's see. Let's see. It could be chapter 41, verses 1 through 4.
Okay. Sirach 41 says,
Why is the chat when
O death, how bitter is the reminder of you, one who lives in peace among his possessions, to a man without distractions, who is prosperous in everything, so on and so forth. Let's get to the part where he says, whether blah blah 1,000 years. I don't see the quote that you're wanting me to find.
Yeah, that's not it. Let's see.
I mean, I believe it's probably in Sirach. I just don't see it.
Sirach 38, 18 through 20. Wait, no, that's something similar, but it's not the right phrase.
I think the closest you're going to get is 27, 4 through 7. You know the Jews were aware of Sirach in the first century, right?
That sounds great.
You know the Talmud quotes from it too, right?
Awesome.
So I'm not at all surprised that the New Testament would quote from it. In fact, I documented on my website a number of years ago, there are at least a dozen places where the Apocrypha are quoted in the New Testament. Even Jesus himself quotes from it. That's why it was part of the canon. That's why it's in my Bible, because it's a canonized text. You're not going to find the evidence you're looking for. Want to move on to the next one?
Well, I think I can still find it actually because I read it in this book that I have on my bookshelf, and I'm going through it.
Sure you did.
But it's a book about the Apocrypha and apocryphal writings that have been lost, like taken out of the canon. by the Deuteronomist reforms. We can move on to the next one while I'm looking for it.
Cool. All right. So the next one is, I'm just going to read you a text real quick, and I want you to tell me what you think about it. This is going to be Matthew 21. Actually, we'll just do a short one since he already told me if Jesus tells a lie that it's not true. We'll make this easy.
Hey, I'm gonna go eat with my wife. Thanks for having me up. It was fun.
Danny,
It was very interesting.
Thanks so much for joining us. Sorry we couldn't get on to a whole lot of philosophy talk. I didn't know we were going to get into a 2-hour conversation about Joseph Smith.
You know, I'm probably, I don't know how. Have you talked to Latter Day
I've never
Logic before?
I've never talked to Latter Day Logic. No.
You know, okay. I think that he might have found. Yeah, I think that if we don't like him, you can blame me because I think didn't you find Justin through my live status?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're welcome, Justin. All right. All right.
No worries. Danny, thanks
All right,
so much
see
for
y'all.
joining us, guys. Make sure you're following Danny if you're not already.
Okay. Catch y'all later.
Cheers, brother. Big W, Danny, for joining us.
Yeah, Denny's very respectful.
Always. So in John 1:18, Jesus says, "No one has ever seen God. It is only the Son himself." Is that a true statement?
This is one of my favorite verses. Okay, so in John 1:18, let's look at the Greek because that has a different meaning than the English.
Let me guess. You think it means no one has ever seen a God?
So that phrase, "it is the only Son," in Greek says the only born God, and when it says no one has ever seen God, do you think that's talking about the Father or the Son?
I don't think it is referencing one or two members, but I think it's talking about the actual Godhead in your worldview. And the reason why is because he says no one has seen God, it is only the Son, meaning he has seen God, obviously because he was with God.
Yeah, so this is another mistranslation here in the Bible. So
Right,
this is clearly
yeah.
not true
The
because
guy with the PhD
Adam,
who translated got it wrong, I'm sure.
he saw God the Father and the Son before he fell. And now we know
And-
lots of people have seen
and
God.
so did
like
Moses and 70
Moses saw
elders.
God face to face. So this proves that the Bible is fallible. It doesn't prove that Jesus is a liar.
Well, did Jesus say the words?
He didn't say, what, these words here?
Yeah, did he say the words?
No.
Okay, so the Bible, when the Bible gives words of Jesus, we shouldn't trust it.
We believe the Bible to be Word of God as long as it's translated correctly. So this is obviously a mistranslation because the Bible was contradicting itself. Moses saw God.
So words don't mean words again, I'm sure. So it's
Yeah,
mistranslated because you don't like what it says.
Do you agree that the Bible has mistranslations?
Do I believe that the New Testament mistranslates parts of the Old Testament? Not really. The problem with the New Testament is that it quotes from the Greek Septuagint, and the Greek Septuagint sometimes poorly translates to Hebrew.
Yeah, so the Bible has contradictions in it. It's very clear because of the mistranslations.
I know it does.
Yeah, so you agree that the Bible has mistranslations?
I know for a fact that there's mistranslations between the Old Testament and the New Testament. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe the claims of the New Testament, because the New Testament couldn't even read Hebrew.
Right, yeah. So if you're saying like the New Testament claims, for example, of the resurrected Christ, like how can we know that's translated correctly, considering the Bible has a lot of mistranslations in it?
Well, I don't care if the resurrection narrative is translated correctly. The question is, could the New Testament authors even read the Old Testament? I don't think they could. And here's another reason why. I don't think Jesus could at all. So Jesus, when questioned, talks about him being the Messiah, says, "What do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" They said to him, "The son of David." And he said, "How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet'?" What's Jesus actually saying here? Do you know where this comes from?
No.
Okay, so Jesus is claiming to be more than
Sorry,
just...
can you hear me?
Yep, Jesus is claiming to be more than just the son of David. He's claiming to be on par with God, which is why he says, how is it that David said, the Lord said to my Lord? Right? Which is why Jesus says, if David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? So Jesus is saying he's not just the son of David, he's higher than that. He's Lord, right? He's suggesting here that according to David, there are two gods, or some sort of a trinity or triune God, right? There's two lords.
Yeah, we don't believe in the Trinity.
Do you believe that Jesus is God? Yeah, Fallen already knows the answer.
Sorry, you said, do I believe Jesus is what?
Do you think Jesus is a God?
Yes. Sorry, my connection was bad.
Which is clearly what Jesus is saying here. Jesus is saying that he's a God just like Yahweh, which says the Lord said to my Lord, right? David has two lords. One of them a Lord and the other one a Lord, right? Oh, his phone died again. Convenient time. You know, I see a lot of Christians experiencing cognitive dissonance. He might be one of the worst. I haven't seen a case of cognitive dissonance that thick in a very long time. Well, we'll see if he comes back when he gets his battery. You guys already know what the problem is. In the Hebrew text, it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. In the Hebrew text, it says Yahweh said to my Lord. Yahweh said to my Lord. Says La David Mizmor. Nahom means an utterance or a saying. And it says Yahweh, a saying of Yahweh to my Lord. That's what you got right here. That's what it means. Adoni. That's it. When they translate it into Greek, they screwed the pooch and they put Kyrios in there twice. So Dan Brown, another LDS member in the comments, crashing out because his debate daddy couldn't hang. In fact, I think Chet's got something to add to this. We'll see if Chet can connect. Hey, Chet. You with us, buddy? Chet?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, sorry, had a mic issue, I think.
Oh, that's all right. We got you now, buddy.
Awesome. Let me get visual.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you face to face, sort of, kind of.
Small Johnson says, will you ask the Mormon about soaking? Well, I think he's going to come back up. He wants to be up here all night. He wants to get cooked all night long. Oh, it says he's coming up. He's kind of frozen. Let's see if he connects. Listen, I'll spend a whole 3-hour session cooking you if that's really what you want latter day. AR, thank you for the super chat. It says, does Doug ever harden hearts or does he only harden other things? Listen, he hardens all kinds of things. Chubs for Doug, guys. Chubs for Doug. And Eric Smith says, Christian approach to progress. 1, fight it. 2, lose. 3, pass away. 4, future Christians take credit for the progress you failed to stop. 5, repeat. That's exactly it. Latter day, your connection is not working. I'm going to give you time to connect. Voyager says, forget Pharaoh's heart. Let's talk magical underwear. That's what I want to know. I want to know about the magical underwear and where that I can find that doctrine in the Bible. I don't think that Latter Day is actually connecting. It shows that he's already dropped out of the queue, even though it shows that he's connecting. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's get the next one in here. I think we spent enough time cooking Mormonism. Space Lord, thank you so much for the super chat. It says the Book of Mormon's style reads like someone who was a fan of the KJV but can't write it well. Actually, glad you brought that up because I usually bring it up when I talk to Mormons, which is, it's weird that Joseph Smith is writing a text in a language that wasn't spoken in his time period. They didn't speak like that. That wasn't how they spoke. He was clearly just copying from the Book of Mormon. I mean, from the KJV, because it sounded like scripture. No one talked like that at the time.
Do you ever bring up the Lucifer passage from Isaiah, where it transliterates it as Lucifer in the Book of Mormon?
I should have done that. I didn't get around to it. Yeah, in Isaiah 14.
Yeah.
I should. He wants to come back. Latter Day, you don't have the connection for it. We already talked for like 3 hours. I got to move on to another guest before everyone leaves. Cora, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Hail Doug, the pretzels you have to put yourself into makes racism and genocide okay. Crazy. I know. It's crazy the amount of pretzels these people have to get into. And I agree with Bean Dogs. Says, guest needs to read CES letters. Game over. I agree. I've read the CES letters and they cook Mormonism so hard in the CES letters. I don't know how Mormonism came back. And Displaced Gamer says, 2 of my favorite TikTok streamers in one place. Now we have to get Danny to consistently stream to YouTube. Well, I agree. We're going to work on it. His schedule is a little bit different, though. You know what I mean? And Dave says, Doug was Joseph Smith's seer stone. Doug wrote the Book of Mormon to test if humans are dumb. 100%. That's exactly what happened. Doug was there from the beginning. He was the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 13. He was the test that God sent. And Tarek says, Dan, tell IP to quoque fallacy. People own slaves too. Unfortunately, Danny's gone, so I don't really know what that fallacy is. I'm going to have to look that up. But thank you for the super chat. And also, Syl attacks a bit. Thank you so much. He says, Justin, your work and the similar work of others is very important. Bogus assertions and beliefs need pushback. Who else can you recommend on YouTube? Well, listen, I've got a friend with me right now named Chet, who's very knowledgeable. And there's a bunch of people you might look into, say, like Myth Vision. You might look into, what are the counter apologists right now that are popular? Erica, thank you for the feathers. I appreciate that. There's a bunch of counter apologists. I can't think of them. I mean, obviously, I think everyone knows Rabbi Tovia. We've got a bunch of people in the community here doing what I'm doing, like Joel Reads Bible, Mezzo. We've also got, obviously, Planet Peterson, Joyful Apostate. There's a bunch of them in our community. Obviously, Thinker, and then you've got Rhea as well, and Christina Carroll. There's a ton of them. Sebastian Cole used to go live more often, but Sebastian's another good one. There's a bunch of people in the community. But anyways, listen, I've joined the...
we could use more people with like solid Bible knowledge in the community. I mean, there's like the handful. I mean, aside from you got like Josh Bowen and Kip and, those guys. I'm trying to put more videos up. My schedule has changed up a little bit, so I'm kind of focusing on videos right now, but I hope to get back into the streaming at some point.
We hope so too, Chet. We love your content, man. Mike Burgandy, of course. That's right, Nichols. Pat says, when he said, I'll switch from defense to offense, if you think you can handle it, this guy's next level. Yeah, the amount of hubris you have to think that you're going to cook on the Book of Mormon is wild. And Tim says, Texas JOS study doesn't test the actual horse bones. It tests the dirt and matter around them. And the researcher is LDS. Of course it is, because, look at Latter Day crashing out in the comments. He thinks he's cooked. Listen, put a 1 in the comments if you're not Mormon and you think that he cooked, or do you think that he clowned himself for the better of 2 hours? Ian Bridge says, "Oh yeah, I mean, you're welcome to come back up, and I'll gladly cook you some more since you apparently need more cooking." Says Ian Bridge, "Oh yeah, how come these tribes were familiar with horses when a bunch of dudes obsessed with horses brought a bunch of horses 50 years earlier? Here's making your argument for you." I know, it's crazy. Imagine being so stoneheaded that you want to get cooked for 3 hours and brag like you won. Dave Lewis says, I spoke too soon. Take my tithes, LMFAO. Well, listen, Doug will take your tithes. He will take all your tithes and worship. And Nick Trail, good to see you tonight. He says, I am back. I was away for a minute. Glad to be back. Well, we're glad you're back, Nick. And I don't know if you missed a whole lot just yet, but we might get a little more Mormon cooking. It says, Everlasting Gobstopper, Latter Day owes Cyber $5. Yeah, that's 100% right. He still does owe Cyber $5. And Evan says, it's hilarious these guys roll in ready to spray their shorts, but instead end up running away, pooping their pants. The lack of self-awareness is wild. You're 100% right. And I still want to know about soaking, by the way. There's so many super chats. I apologize, guys, that I'm so backed up on super chats. There's a shit ton of super chats that came in. Oh my gosh. Texas Panhandle, thank you for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. And this is interesting. You're saying Menard, that's the guy that crashed out here a couple weeks ago. Menard reports, just debated David Wood on God Logic Apologetics channels today. It was entertaining and heated. Well, anything that Menard's involved in is going to be heated. And Mindforge Manacle says, Hiram Smith did not go to Dartmouth College. He attended Moore's Charity School, which was held on Dartmouth campus. Yeah, we did cover that. We got that far. Sorry, the super chat's a little bit backed up. And Thorin says, any knowledge on Thomas going to India? I don't believe he did. I understand the tradition, but I don't believe he actually did. I understand, though, that people hold fast to the church traditions. And Flanker says, do Christians know the way that they see Mormons? We see them the same way. They actually don't know that, by the way. They don't know that at all. And Otis Gordia says, prior to the 20th century, lectures were extremely popular. People who were well-traveled would have been in high demand. You're actually quite right about that. There's a lot of popular lecturers from the old world. And Zach says, Mormonism makes people become weirdos. I think we've seen it here. And we already talked about Gates of Delirium like an hour ago. Thank you for letting us know that the maps were already published. And Gates of Delirium says, the city wasn't discovered at all. Sure it wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't. And Walking Bone says the difference between a marriage and a sealing is whether you're a degenerate predator in this case. Well, I appreciate the super chat, and I think you're right. And Nick says, what am I drinking? It's not cognac, it's Kraken. Way better. All right, let's grab our next guest. We'll get Rachel up in here. She's been waiting for a while. And Visible Seldom says, the British were doing massive surveys of Africa and Arabia at the same time period and publishing maps. This is the start of malaria issues. Actually, you're right. They were doing lots of explorations, even crossing over into the 20th century. George Smith was one of the most famous of them. But Rachel, welcome in. Rachel? I think Rachel fell asleep on us. She's definitely sleeping. All right, Rachel, we got to get somebody else in here. And Jay Meal, I agree. That guy was the Cope world champion. The world champion, when you say the Bible doesn't mean what it actually means, the Bible is wrong. But my faith that's based on the Bible is true, actually. James,
hey,
welcome
friendly. I just had a question if you know of any, because I've been getting into like debating, not at your level, obviously, but if there was any good books I could read that come from the standpoint of debating this topic.
I don't know if there's a lot of great books doing what we're doing, but you could look at like the Encyclopedia of Biblical Errancy.
Got that.
That's a fun book, by the way.
Okay. And just any other books you may recommend that would be beneficial? I
mean, honestly, all you really have to do is read the Old Testament. and it debunks Christianity. Everything you need to debunk Christianity is in the Old Testament. That's why the Jews discredited Jesus and had him hanged, had him crucified.
What's the best Bible for me to get?
Well, I personally like the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. It includes the Apocrypha. It's got amazing study notes. I also do recommend a newer Bible. It's called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. It's a really good one. Okay. And you may also want to look into the 2024 edition of the Westminster Study Bible. Very good.
Westminster Study Bible.
Don't get anything prior to 2024, though.
Oh, okay. All right, brother. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers. Oh, also, the SBL Study Bible is pretty good, too.
Okay.
My recommendation is always to just subscribe to Justin and get access to this cheat sheet. That's pretty much all you'll need to debate on Justin's level.
I appreciate that. I do put a lot on the cheat sheet. I'm getting ready to dump a whole load of stuff from the Reformation era, not the Reformation era, but the Inquisition era, for people that are whitewashing the Inquisition when that comes up, so we can show them testimony of people that were actually there, of like getting heinously abused with no trial. Should be a pretty wild ride. And also, I'm going to be publishing an index of the Librorum Prohibitorum, which was a list of thousands of books that were banned by the church, and people would have been rounded up and tried for heresy for printing the books. All right, we're going to try to get Alex in here. Alex, welcome in.
Hi, thanks.
Alex, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God from the Bible.
Cool. What'd be the best argument or the most convincing evidence that the Bible God is real?
I just say, test it out for yourself. Ask him.
I did.
And nothing happened, eh?
Nope.
And were you being completely sincere and honest?
Yep.
See, that surprises me.
Doesn't surprise me.
I also got baptized full immersion, but it wasn't for 2 years later that when I cried out to him 2 weeks later, I believe the Holy Spirit went through me. And I've talked to many people who've had similar encounters with God's Spirit, relationship with God afterwards. It's all through the Bible too, which leads me to believe it's just true.
Well, the Bible's that's not true, though. Want to see why?
I believe it is. I mean, everybody's got their interpretations, right? But
want me to show you why
I've been studying it for 20
it can't be true.
Yep. Okay.
This is Isaiah 14. A lot of people like Isaiah 14 because it talks about Lucifer, but that's not what I want to read. I want to read the first 2 verses. Isaiah was writing to people that were theoretically captive in Babylon. Chapter 14 appears to be out of place chronologically, but he's writing to people about what's going to happen after the Babylonian captivity. It says, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will once again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob, and the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppress them. So he's saying that the Israelites are going to, when they get out of Babylon, they're going to take the Babylonians captive in their own land. But that never happened. And it's never going to happen because the Babylonians don't exist anymore.
Well, I don't know. Would you like me to say that? I don't know. See, to me, again, I cried out to God. And I put my faith in Jesus, and I've seen the difference, right? Like, I've asked God things, He shows me things. It's changed my life.
Doesn't mean anything to me. I had a friend. I had a friend when I was in seminary that converted from Christianity to Islam because he was an alcoholic, and converting to Islam fixed his alcoholism. Does that mean that
And
Muhammad is the last great prophet?
well, if honestly, if Muhammad was actually speaking to people and showing them things, I would be really inclined to listen. However, my God, the one I'm serving through Jesus, it seems to be the one that shows me things and has done things for me, right? Like I have seen miracles. I believe people can still be supernaturally healed. It's a supernatural world with angels and demons, 100%. Like I'm not even, it's not even a guess or a wonder for me. Where you guys are kind of hoping or not caring, it's like, to me, this is just simplicity. It's like a father-son relationship. You have two kids. One doesn't listen, doesn't want to acknowledge that their dad's real. The other one is taking information, learning, always wanting to talk, and loves their dad, where it's back and forth, right?
Do you know
I would change the analogy a little bit. I think it's like a father and son relationship where the father is paying attention to one son and ignoring the other ones, despite them seeking his attention just as much. Because, see, like, the issue is, me and Justin, I mean, like, nobody wanted to believe that God was real more than me and Justin, right? Like, I mean, like, we actually went to school to study the Bible because we wanted to know God so much. So, you know, in our experience, right, the evidence, like you're saying, experiential evidence works for you. Well, our experience, you know, disproves for us God's existence as much as it proves God's existence for you. So we would need some kind of symmetry breaker, you know, some kind of tangible evidence to determine which experience is right, which is why Justin is going to things like the, you know, the veracity of the Bible. You know, that's the kind of thing that we need to, you know, determine the truth of this, not just, you know, our experiences and feelings about how God is working in our lives.
For about over 20 years, I've been going to Bible studies with like a group of men, 20 or 30, who all have had encounters with the living God, right? So it leaves me to believe that people are either on the outs, or there is a bunch of people having experience with God, or they're all crazy.
Well,
So
I don't think they're crazy. I think they've got like cognitive biases. Like, so for example, I've got a friend that I used to work with who is Hindu, and he claims to have personally witnessed two of the Hindu gods. I know there's like a billion of them, but he was personally visited by two of them. So like, you wouldn't accept his claim that he was visited by two of the Hindu gods. Like, why would we accept the claims of other people saying that they were like visited by the Christian God?
I'd still listen because I'm open-minded, but at the same time, just the things, like I have heard God audibly twice, the Holy Spirit anyways. I cried out to him in my car. 2 weeks later, I can only explain it as liquid love going through me. The words, "I am the light," came out of my mouth in a deep voice. My hands unfolded. I went through the rest of my body. I said, "Thank you, Father," a bunch of times. After that, I was sold. I'll never doubt there's not a God. It's happened a couple times. I was a welder, and I heard the words inside me say, "Just give." So I was very obedient to that, and my life's changed 100% for the better. I used to smoke. I quit smoking. I don't drink anymore. I work out all the time, and my family's closer. We all go to church together. I don't know if you've ever seen the story of Emily Rose, right? Like stuff like that.
Yeah, but again, these types of phenomenon happen in all the religions. Like, they happen in Islam, they happen in Hinduism, they happen even occasionally in Buddhism, although most Buddhists aren't like overly into the supernatural. So like, again, like, I don't find this to be unique. Like, if your personal experience is evidence, then so is everybody else's, which means I got to believe in all of the gods or none of them.
Well, again, for me, it wasn't even a supernatural world until I put my faith in Christ and asked for God to show me he was real. So,
but Alex, I was a Christian. I was a Christian for 20 years. So was Chet. Chet and I grew up together. For those who don't know, we got a long history together. We grew up together. We believed in this God because we had a book that we thought was from God. And then we went through the higher education process and studied the book in depth and realized that it actually doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And if the book is not true, then the religion is not true.
I hear what you're saying. I like, I guess for me, the interpretation's correct. Everything that I've done that it's said in there holds true. I cried out to God. I was saved. I've received the Holy Spirit. And I mean, to me, it was
Those
a
are
tangible
feelings.
thing.
Those are
Oh,
feelings.
well, I disagree about the feelings part
It's
because it
called
was
the
very
placebo
real.
effect.
Mm.
So there's been a lot of studies on the placebo effect. In fact, that's one of the reasons why Alcoholics Anonymous, I can't say the word anonymous, has a success rating that they have, is because once you believe you can do something, you actually can do it. So, for example, there was a study, a couple of them now that have been done on bodybuilders and weightlifters, where they tell three different groups. One group is told that they're going to get performance enhancing drugs, and they get it. The second group is told they're going to get the performance enhancing, medicine, and then they don't get it. And then the control group is not told anything. They're just told that they're working out normally with no aid at all. And what they expected was that the middle group, the one that they were told they were going to get the performance enhancers, but they didn't actually get them, they thought they would perform only slightly better than the control group. It turns out they were only slightly worse than the group that actually got performance enhancing materials, because the power of the placebo effect is incredibly strong. So just believing that a God is helping you overcome your life problems is sometimes all it takes to do it.
I hear what you're saying, and that sounds good, and I understand the placebo effect of things too. And it has helped me. I don't know. To me, I think that we are created for a purpose. I can see good and evil everywhere. I do believe there's a spiritual good and evil as well. And the thought of, even as humans, we create things like computers, right? And just a higher intelligence creating things. It's all through the universe. All, like, people are creating things. It makes logical sense that there'd be a God that would be of higher intelligence creating lesser intelligence. It's just simple to me, man.
But so now you're kind of arguing for a generic God, rather than the biblical God. And it could be possible that there's a God. I don't see any evidence for it. I think natural disasters are the greatest evidence we have that if there is a God, he doesn't give a damn about us. But if you want to say, well, listen, it just makes sense that there's a God, I would say the opposite. I would say 100,000 people a year randomly dying in natural disasters is a demonstration that the God doesn't actually exist. Unless you think that the natural disasters are necessary for something. Are they necessary?
Again, to me, it's very apparent that God exists. Do I think, if you want to get into it, I think that sin is real, free will. God gave people that, right? So, and sin's very apparent that there's I don't know, a right way to live and a wrong way to live, right? Morality.
Right. But what does that do with natural disasters? Why does God randomly...
What's a sinful world? We chose wrong. People have been choosing wrong.
I'm sorry, did we make the world or did God make the world?
He made it full of free will. Even in the beginning.
Right. But
like
did God create the world to have natural disasters?
No.
He didn't. So who created natural disasters?
Well, there's an evil element to this world too, right?
Right, but I'm asking who created the natural disasters? Who caused that?
Well, I'm giving you the rationale behind of why these things are happening, right? It's obviously...
That's what I'm asking you. Who created them?
A thing of the evil that's in the world, people making bad choices, and...
right, but I'm asking you about natural disasters, not about free will. Who created the world in which there would be natural disasters?
Well, it's all those three things I mentioned, right? That's why those things are happening.
We'll try this again. That's
my logical answer.
Who created the idea of natural disasters?
Well, everything has spun off from God. God's allowed everything to happen.
God is the one that created it. Okay. Did God have to create a world that included natural disasters?
He did.
He did. Why did he have to?
Well, after this, I think the people that are going to heaven, won't have to endure any of this afterwards. So it's like
people don't always die in natural disasters. Sometimes they're just maimed for life. Sometimes the building falls on them and they lose their legs. Just saying that they go to heaven isn't actually helpful. Natural disasters indiscriminately harm people in mass. Do you think
I'm
that?
not, it's a, ba-
Do you
it's
think
a,
that they're
it's a rough
necessary?
world. Oh, if I was God, I wouldn't have created it like this. But
Why?
then again, I'm not God, and there is prisons and there's bad places, and
Why wouldn't you?
it's why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't like pain. I wouldn't want people to suffer.
Okay, so suffering's
And
only good if it's necessary, right?
see, it even says in the Bible we're staring at everything through like dim fog
Alex,
glasses.
I know that's in the book of Corinthians. I'm aware of it. I'm asking you, is suffering good when it's unnecessary?
Yeah, but we don't know the necessary.
It's just a yes
of
or
why.
no. If the suffering is not necessary, is it still good to cause people to suffer?
Well, I could say, of course, it's not necessary, right? But that's through my mind.
I didn't ask if it
I'm
was
limited,
necessary
man.
yet. I just said, if it's not necessary, is it still good to make people suffer?
Well, in my mind, I'd say no, right?
Okay, cool. All right, so it's not good to make people suffer unnecessarily. Now, the next question is, are the natural disasters necessary?
Again, my mind, no.
There you go.
However, I'm not God, so obviously they probably are necessary.
So
All
you're-
the stuff is necessary.
So then your God's illogical.
I
You're
wouldn't
saying
say that.
logically it makes sense that God wouldn't be good because he's causing unnecessary suffering.
Oh, I never said God's not good. I think God's good.
Well, he
Look
can't
at the
be good.
attributes of Jesus.
Alex,
Listen,
Alex, focus.
Jesus is the human form of God. All that guy did is heal people, love people, and help people, man.
Alex, he didn't do none of that stuff, and we're not talking about Jesus yet. We're talking about natural
Totally
disasters.
disagree with you. But
So
keep
the
going.
question is whether or not the natural disasters are necessary, and you already said they're not. So that means the God you believe in is causing unnecessary suffering, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Again,
do people suffer in natural disasters?
Here's the best way to explain the human version of God, right? He's a guy that went around healing, loving, and caring people and telling them they had a purpose.
But buddy, we're not talking about Jesus yet. I promise we can get to Jesus later.
Okay.
We're talking
But that's
about natural disasters right now. I need you just to focus, okay?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, you want to know who
are
God
natural
is.
disasters necessary?
By God's standard, yeah, they probably are.
What are they necessary?
Well, here's
Sorry, Jen.
Go ahead. He asked, what are natural disasters necessary for, Alex?
Well, look at the book of Job, right? You could say, why is God causing all that? Well, it's those are like natural disasters.
Alex, you're making it worse, not better.
They killed his kids. They ripped apart his family. They took away everything. What was the whole purpose of it? There's a point behind it all, right?
Jumped out of the frying pan right into the fire.
Well, from your perspective, but I'm just giving you an answer to your question, right? There's a reason God does everything for a reason.
What's the reason?
Well, if I was God, I could tell you, but I'm not God, man.
Okay, so I want to make sure I summarize what's happened here. I pointed out something that is illogical given your framework. And what you're saying is, well, if you knew the mind of God, it would be logical. But you don't know the mind of God. I don't know the mind of God. So the fact of the matter is, you're making a claim that is now unfalsifiable. You're just saying that there is a good answer. I just don't know what the good answer is. But
100%.
When we're talking about what is reality, we have to go with the facts on the ground, not what you think a fact could be in the future. So the fact of the matter is, if the God is all good, we wouldn't expect natural disasters to exist. They do exist. Therefore, either the God is not all good or the God doesn't exist.
Well, again, to me, the human form of God is Jesus. What did Jesus do? That's who God is, human form, right?
If Jeffrey Dahmer treated, like if he had kids and he treated his kids really well, does that absolve him of the heinous things that he did?
Again, we don't understand.
It's crazy how you can't say yes or no. If
Well,
Jeffrey Dahmer had kids and he was really nice to his kids, does that absolve him of the horrific stuff
of
that
course
he
not.
did? Okay.
Of course not.
So
You're comparing God to Jeffrey Dahmer. Come on.
so just doing good things doesn't absolve you of the horrible stuff.
But yeah, but God didn't do the horrible stuff. We already got into that.
He
The
does.
sin,
He
you
causes
got
the natural disasters.
the devil. Pardon?
He causes natural disasters.
I think humans have caused a lot of these
No.
things, right? Like
Who created
pollution,
nature?
all these things, wrecking the environment. I mean,
We
come
have
on.
we have records of volcanoes erupting like millions of years ago.
Right.
Natural disasters have always been around. Like they're not a product of human activity.
Well, yeah, but you don't think God controls some of that too? Like if
I know he
people are
controls it in
destroying-
your world.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like even look at the plagues and of Pharaoh and all that. He could make frogs fall from the sky.
Great.
obviously,
So
right?
you make my case for me, right? God is in charge of the natural disasters, which means the buck stops at God. So
100%,
either
yeah.
you have to conclude that God indiscriminately harms 100,000 plus people a year through natural disasters, or they're somehow necessary for something, or he's not all good.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. They are probably necessary for something, and
What are they necessary for?
I'd like to know myself, man. You know, again, I didn't create this world. I'm living in it, trying to figure it out.
Right.
And the stuff I'm telling you is all just me being honest with you.
No, I
Right?
actually,
I just hope.
I think you're being honest with me. I don't think you're up here trying to tell lies or anything. But
And the sad thing is, I actually care about people, and I mean, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but like I've been trying to help people ever since I found God. More so because I actually think the world is turning into a horrible place, and I'd rather love on people and try to help people and care more.
you want to read a Bible passage with me?
Sure.
Okay. This is in Deuteronomy 22. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. Okay, so far, I think the story is pretty clear. If a man marries a woman, and then after, doing the thing, if she doesn't bleed on the sheet, it's presumed that she's not a virgin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now it says if he's lying, right? It says the elders of that town will take the man and punish him. Okay, so he pays a fine if he's lying. If, however, the charge is true that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So if she's caught lying, meaning she didn't bleed, then she gets executed. So I've got two questions. First question, is this fair?
100% no. And probably that's like the lay of the land, how it worked back then. But you look at Jesus, right? Again, when you cast the first stone on, he wouldn't even let them throw a rock at her, right? So if you're doing that kind of
So
parallel,
it's not
God's
fair.
not. Of course not. Even the whole slavery thing, God didn't want that, and God didn't want kings. God wanted people to look to him, right? But
Actually,
since people wanted their own things, he allowed that.
You might be right there. The book of Samuel seems to poo-poo on the whole kingship idea. But that's not related to what we're talking about. So God instituted a horrific law, and it's going to get worse. So are you aware that only about 45% of women bleed the first time they do the deed?
Didn't know that.
Yeah, which means at least half of the women brought up on charges would have actually been innocent.
Yeah. But again, let's look at the part where Jesus is like,
Wait.
cast the first stone.
He just like looks over.
What I mean?
He just looks
That's
over
God.
like it doesn't matter. What? Why are you so eager to move on?
Well,
So
I
hope
I'm
you,
not moving on.
Alex. I just want you to stew
Yeah.
in the implications of this text. The implication
No, it's more like,
is that God gave them a law to follow, and that law requires them to kill innocent women.
Yeah, but you notice Jesus isn't there, right? Like when Jesus is there and
Is
the woman
Jesus the
is
God
going
of
to
the
be
Old Testament?
stoned, is Jesus the God of, like, what I'm trying to say is, right?
I know
Let's
you
look
want to
at
go to John chapter
Jesus
8. Don't go there
as,
yet. We're not there
yeah,
yet. Is Jesus
yeah.
God of the Old Testament?
Is Jesus the God of the old? Well, I think in the Old Testament it all points to Jesus, right? I think the whole book points to Jesus.
Was Jesus always God?
I think so.
Okay. So that means he was God when this command was given to Moses, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think Jesus was aware of this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Could he have
That
stopped
doesn't
it?
mean, could he have stopped it? Yeah, he could have,
I
but he
mean,
didn't.
theoretically, he gave the command.
Hmm. That's an interesting question. I don't think he was for it, but I mean, he was giving out rules because of how people were, right?
Well, how long did the God of Deuteronomy say to follow the law?
I don't know.
Said to do it forever. In fact, in Deuteronomy 12, on multiple occasions, we find, be careful to obey all these words that I command you today, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. And he says in 12:1, these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. This is not a temporary command. And Jesus says in Matthew chapter 5, he says, heaven and earth will pass away. In fact, let me put it on the screen. It says, heaven and earth will pass away. Until heaven and earth pass away. Not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay. Again, like I get where you're going with this, but for me, from what I've seen in my life, it's the God from the Bible. He's real. You can have a relationship with him. And in my life, he's been very loving, helpful, and I don't know, done great things for me. So I hope everybody finds God and has a relationship, because it's better having a purpose, and I don't know, knowing you're trying to live a purpose for God.
Is it possible that God exists, but it's not the Bible God?
For me, no, because the words I've heard and the things I've seen, like I could tell you other stuff, but it's just like it'll just sound crazy, man.
I know. It definitely will sound crazy. I want to read the passage with you real quick. This is Zechariah chapter 9. I'm going to read 2 verses. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. What's this? What's this passage about?
Well, they're talking about Jesus, right?
Does it say Jesus?
Well, humble and riding on a donkey.
I'm
That's
aware.
Jesus, right?
I mean, I'm sure you think so, but what is the passage saying? Not what you want it to say. What is it actually saying? Put your Christian glasses down for 1 second and just read the passage and ask yourself, what does the passage actually say?
Peace to the nation.
There's more to that. Who is the figure on the donkey?
Jesus.
Nope, doesn't say that. What does the passage say? It's on the screen, Alex. You can see it, right?
Yeah, see, your king comes to you triumphant and victorious. He is humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, a
Great.
foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations.
Right.
Sounds like Jesus to me. I don't know.
So,
what am I missing?
Based on the passage, what does it say about the figure on the donkey?
Humble.
What else?
Victorious, triumphant.
What else? What type of person is he?
King. He's a king.
Okay. And then what's he going to do?
Make peace.
Okay. By doing what?
I can't really see everything because your head's kind of in the way.
Sorry,
man. His dominion shall be from sea to sea and from river to the ends of the earth.
Right, but it says he will do what? He's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow. These are all weapons of war, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a prediction about an actual king who is going to cut off all war from Israel and set up an actual kingdom that encompasses the entire world. We got a couple problems here. One is Jesus didn't end any wars. In fact, he died, and the wars raged on for about 125 years afterwards, and then they were driven from their land. The land wasn't restored. He was...
Yeah, but here's a hypothetical. Maybe it's like the wars by like, when you put your salvation, your faith in Jesus, right? You're saved. So he takes away the sins from the past, present, and future.
That's not what it says.
So,
so
but there's so much.
This is the problem that you have right here is the text clearly says something, and all these words have like really easy to know meanings. And you want to go and say, no, the words don't mean what they mean. What we have in the passage
there's more to it.
Is an actual king, king who cuts off war, which Jesus never did. Jesus was never a king, not for 1 minute.
Well, they put King of the Jews right on his thing, right?
They mocked him openly to his face as they were killing him.
Right. But they did say he was the King of the Jews, right?
They mocked him.
They wrote it.
They put a crown of thorns.
Even Pilate said,
they put
leave
a crown,
it as it is.
Alex, they put a crown of thorns on his head. They were making fun of him. If Chet told me that he was the king of Ohio, and then as I was executing him, put a crown of thorns on his head and said, here's the king of Ohio, look how strong he is. Does that make him the king, or does that make him a clown?
Yeah, but it says too, he'll basically blind the mind of the people that think they're wise, right? I don't know if you've read that. And the evil one will...
I've read every last word of the Bible. That none of that is meaning. None of that has meaning to what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not he was ever a king.
It's all to do with your heart, right? If you really want to know God,
it has nothing to do with my heart.
You'll find God, man. And that's what it says in there.
It has nothing to... So, Alex, I want you to listen to what you're saying now. You're saying that people... You're saying that people who don't believe what you believe, there's something wrong with their heart. They're bad people. This is why Christianity is toxic, because at the base level, to be a Christian, you have to believe that other people who aren't Christians are somehow deficient. There's something wrong with them. They have bad motives.
I don't know, man. That's how it worked for me. I just cried out to God, and then he showed me he was real 2 weeks later. So
I know.
And
it's called...
Did full immersion have something to do with it? Maybe.
I don't think so.
It's like Jesus did, full immersion by Paul.
It's just confirmation bias. I'm going to tell you the last conversation I had. One of the last conversations I had before I completely deconverted from believing in a God. I was already deconverted from Christianity, but I still believe in a God. I had a conversation with somebody when I was at a driving range, and we were talking about God, and luckily no one was around to hear our ridiculous conversation. And I already knew Christianity wasn't true, but I was still really holding on to the God concept, and I thought that I had experiences with God that would confirm that God was real. And he was in a time of his life where he had been seeking God his entire life and has been getting absolutely nothing. And he was pissed. And he was a good friend of mine. And he asked me, why would God reveal himself to you, but not me? And I've been earnestly seeking for years. And I almost said the same exact words that came out of your mouth, where I almost said, well, he reveals himself to those that are sincere. Those words almost left my mouth. And then I stopped myself and I said, that is the most degrading bullshit you could ever say to a friend that's close to you. Why would you ever say that to your friend? And I walked away that day realizing that that is a dog shit excuse, because very good people seeking God with all their heart will go their entire life without a single lick of evidence for this God, despite spending their whole life looking for it. And that was the day I realized that my position was indefensible.
I hear what you're saying. I don't know. I have many people I know who've had experiences, man, and I have close friends who haven't and still believe. But I don't know. Some people see stuff, some people don't, man. You know, like I was a welder. I'm sure. I don't know if you weren't a welder, you won't know what I'm talking about for welding up.
I can weld. I'm not good at it.
So then MIG welding, you know what I'm talking about then, right?
I got a MIG, yeah.
But if I went to like somewhere where they don't weld, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about, man. To me, there's no way you're gonna convince me otherwise that God doesn't have relationships and love people, man. And I think he does love everybody. I think he cares and he has a purpose for everybody, man. And if people want to dismiss it and write it off, that's fine. But I don't push it on people, but I don't mind debating too, because it strengthens me, because some stuff I don't know, right? When you're reading stuff and asking me questions, I'm learning. But I know what happened to me was enough for me to read that book 8 times and still try to figure it out.
Yeah, but the God clearly isn't good. You just think he's good because like you've experienced good things. But right now, this year, there are 3 million children that are going to die from starvation. And the vast majority of those live in predominantly Christian nations. Their parents desperately crying out to God, watching their children suffer. I don't know if you have children, but there's nothing that would drive me more insane than watching my child suffer. I can't even see him stub his toe. Watching my child die of starvation is the most horrific thing that could ever happen on the planet. And the fact that God allows it to happen is horrific.
Not even disagreeing with you there either. But we do live in this world, and I do still try to have to figure it out, right? So the assessment I figured out is I look at Jesus and all the stuff of watching that movie. I've watched a few movies where like The Passion of the Christ and Jesus Christ Superstar, and I thought, this guy seems great. Why did they nail him to a cross and kill him? He just seems like a good person that was helping and healing people. I don't see why anybody wouldn't love this person. People hate him. It blows my mind.
Well, they told him why they, like, have you read the writings of the Jewish people? They told you why they killed him.
Oh, I know. They were, well, the Pharisees and stuff wanted power, and they just saw him as a threat, right?
No. They were already in power. That Jesus was no threat to their power whatsoever. In fact, they tried to make him a king in the Bible. He said, no, don't do it. He ran away from them.
Wait. That's not, it sounds like we're not even reading the same book. So when he healed that guy's eyes, and they were just like, who did this? And then the guy's like, what do you want to follow him? And they got mad at him, right? They got mad at him for healing people.
So? There were all kinds of Jewish faith healers. Like if you read the Talmud, there's like at least a dozen of them. There's Hanina ben Doza was a popular one. He was so popular, he was well known for healing people remotely. And then there's another one named Simon. Was it Simon Bar? Let me find him real quick. It was Simon Bar Yochai, who was famous for healing people. Like healing people was abundant in the Jewish religion during Jesus' time period. This wasn't like even it's like Simon.
I'll tell you right.
Go ahead.
If I saw a guy grow somebody else's arm back, I'd be like, I want to know more about this, and like that's an amazing thing you did for somebody. Like, show me how to do it, or like I don't know, I want to be your friend, man. I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna throw rocks at you and kill you.
But they crucify him for breaking the law. The Jewish writings in Sanhedrin 43a says, on Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning, and a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going out to be stoned because he preached sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach on his behalf. And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, so they stoned him and hung his corpse up over Passover Eve.
Yeah, like they said, he worked on the Sabbath, like by healing people.
He committed blasphemy.
Yeah, sure. But at this, they said he was a demon or demon possessed, right? So
I'm sure that some people thought that he was. That's in Mark chapter 3 when he says he casts out demons in the name of Beelzebub.
Yeah, my whole family goes to church. They've all had similar things. Like my uncle gets visions. My cousin's heard from God as well. He's not only a teacher, he's a pastor there.
It's very common. How come atheists don't typically have encounters with God? They're almost always with people who believe in God already.
They don't want anything to do with God, right?
See, there we go, Alex. You nailed it again. Your religion causes you to believe that non-believers are bad people. That's why it's toxic.
I didn't say that.
You just did. You just said atheists don't want to believe.
Wait a minute.
You're out here quietly judging all atheists.
We're all bad people. We're all bad people. Okay, I think we're all bad people. We're flawed. We're sinful people.
And that's why your religion is toxic. You believe that all people are bad and sinful. I don't.
I totally do.
I don't. I think that's a toxic viewpoint.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree, friend.
So I wanted to make a comment on the, because it seems like experience has like a lot of force for you, Alex. And like experience isn't, something that I, hand wave immediately. Like experience is a way of determining truth and figuring out the world around you. But you also have like public evidence, things that other people can verify. And, you can look back on things and, like Justin was saying, you have like confirmation biases and things like this. I've had, what I would call hallucinations, like things that I have thought were absolutely real, right? The reason I refer to them as hallucinations is because I compared my experience with what I know about the world through verifiable, scientific means, discussion with other people. And so, you can determine that, okay, this experience I had, that is evidence of something, but maybe there's evidence, that you have better evidence that isn't in fact the case, right? And so I think, again, I would just encourage you to consider, really looking into the Bible and its history, thinking about some of, the issues that Justin brought up and saying, are my experiences, like, is that so convincing that I should deny what is, the facts that everybody has access to? Because I think if you really do that honestly and thoroughly, that, that you'll find out that your experiences are not, that they shouldn't be weighing as hard for your probability of the existence of the Christian God as what they are weighing for you right now.
I think Alex is a good guy, and I really understand how powerful personal experience can be. In fact, personal experience was one of the reasons why I, early on and when I was a Christian, thought that it was so true, was because of the amazing stories that I heard from people who had personal experiences.
Yeah. Again, I just like to share, and it was very powerful. It was like what happened to Apostle Paul, man. So it's too many things in the Bible with my experience lined up with the Word of God. So, I mean, you can read some scripture there, and I'm just like, whoa, that's too bad that it says that. That's horrible. But
you don't think that the God who created mankind should know that women don't bleed all the time when they do the deed?
Well, just how you're saying how they got stoned back then, or just stuff about slavery.
Well,
I'm always like, oh, that's.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how that's not a deal breaker for you.
There's just things I don't understand. I'm not gonna like you can read that, but there's other things where it makes so much sense. I've read Proverbs probably like 100 times. I'm like, this is just good ways to live, and it makes logical sense. Honor your parents, listen to your authorities to a degree, as long as they're not doing crazy things.
But it also says that if you curse your father or mother, or you strike your father or mother, that you'll be stoned.
Stoned, I know. But again, that's Old Testament. Like,
so what?
That doesn't apply now. But back then, it's just like.
Wow. First of all, I think you're wrong. But second of all, it doesn't matter if it doesn't apply now. If it applied only for a week, it'd be too long.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible back then. Back then, it sounds like it was just brutal. But now that Jesus has come,
it doesn't matter. You can't whitewash the sins of the past by saying Jesus came. It's just like if your sister brought you a guy home to dinner and said, "Why don't you meet my new boyfriend?" And then, before he shows up, she's like, "I just want you to know, like, he did brutalize his last girlfriend and like had to go to prison for like strangling her, but he's changed now. He's better." You're not gonna let that guy in your house, are you?
I think that's from the Bible. I think that now that Jesus has come,
buddy,
it's
answer the
more
question.
Like love everybody. Love God.
Are
I don't
you
think
letting
those things apply?
Alex?
No.
Are you letting that predator in your house?
100% not. That's
okay,
craziness.
And why?
Well, because first of all, he's a predator and he's horrible, right?
Okay, so the fact that he's changed doesn't make his past sins go away. The fact that Jesus came and you like Jesus doesn't mean that the God of the Old Testament gets off the hook. He's still a predator.
I don't know. When I think about God and who God is, I look at Jesus. I look to Jesus as the human form of. I don't look at like.
You didn't fix it. Jesus was the God even in the Old Testament, which means Jesus is on the hook for all the horrific shit in the Old Testament.
Yeah, if you hold an identity statement between Jesus and God, then the identity statement holds between the things that God did.
Again, human form, I'm going to look to the human form, the form I can understand, that's tangible, right? The other part of God, I just have no understanding of it. It's a bit much, right?
It's illogical. I know.
Well, this world's illogical.
What can't be understood about execute innocent women? What can you not understand about that?
Well, again, I don't think that was God's intention.
But he told them to do it.
He told them to do it. Yeah.
Alex, I think you're a good guy. In fact, you sound a lot like me when I was a Christian. So I want to give you a little bit of advice. You're twisting yourself in pretzels now to justify some of the most horrific stuff in the Bible, rather than just saying, "Yeah, that's horrific," and saying maybe this God doesn't exist, or maybe the Bible is not true.
It's horrific. No, I don't think that. No, dude, you'll never change my mind. The God from the Bible exists, and that stuff is.
Well, the God of the Bible can't exist because he tells lies.
I disagree with you there, but
have you read the book of John?
Yes.
Okay. In the book of John, Jesus says things that are clearly wrong. For example, it says, "No one has ever seen God. It is only the Son himself." Is that a true statement?
I think people are seeing God.
Right, but he says no. In the past, he's saying no one has ever seen God, only the Son.
Have you ever heard of a girl named Akiana?
I just asked you if this is a true statement. Is it true that no one has ever seen God according to Jesus' words?
Yeah, maybe in the time frame they're talking about, right? But I think a lot of people are seeing God.
So I'm not talking about now. All right, Jesus is not talking about people in the future. Okay. So according to the words of Jesus, then it would be true that up till that point, no one has seen God, correct?
Yep.
Cool. The problem is, like, a bunch of people see God in the Old Testament. And I think my favorite is Exodus 24, where it says, Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. They're on the mountain now. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank. So they saw God.
True.
Right? So Jesus says
Yep.
things that aren't true.
I think we're not understanding the context, and that's what I think, man.
What's the context that we're not understanding?
I don't know, but if I took about like 5
I
or
don't
6
know.
scholars in the room with you, they could show you where we're not completely understanding this, right? And there's the Greek and all that other stuff, right?
I don't think the Greek's going to help you. You're saying the context would prove me wrong, but you don't know what the context is. So like now you're
Exactly.
you're making claims on things you don't even know.
Well, I'm just making an educated guess in my own understanding, man. So
Okay. Well, he does
And
more.
again-
In John chapter 3, he says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. But that can't be true, can it?
I think some people have ascended into heaven. It said Paul ascended into heaven, right? So
No, I
different
mean,
heavens,
he had a
different
vision.
levels.
He had a vision.
Yeah. So a vision,
But
you could
Jesus
say wouldn't count because
Jesus lived
right?
before
But-
Paul.
Yeah.
So he's obviously not talking about Paul.
Yeah, but I've heard. Have you ever watched that movie, The Boy That Went to Heaven? Right? You got a whole movie about a kid that went to heaven. I believe that happened.
But we're not talking
And
about
I
the
also-
future. Jesus is not
Well, you said
talking
Paul's
about the
past.
future.
He's been to heaven, right?
You're missing the point again. The point is he's saying no one has, past tense, went to heaven. And what Justin's going to show you is in the Hebrew Bible where people have, in fact, been said to go to heaven.
Yeah. Anyway, again, my experience, I don't know, it shows me there's
So-
a Holy Spirit.
But
People
listen,
can
your
receive it.
experience isn't helpful here. We're talking about whether or not Jesus said true things.
Mm.
Right? So the question is, did anyone ascend into heaven prior to Jesus?
Like after Jesus?
Prior to Jesus.
So before Jesus. Well, Enoch, Methuselah.
Well, not Methuselah, Enoch for sure, but also Elijah.
Elijah, yeah.
Okay, so that means the statement's not true.
Elijah. Yeah. Again, I don't think we're understanding the context, the full context of it.
What's
so.
the context? Because
I don't know, man.
The context
That's
doesn't
the
change
thing. I
his
don't think-
words. His context says,
Yeah.
no one has ascended into heaven except for himself. There's no context that changes the meaning of any one of those words. Which one of those
Sure.
words doesn't mean what it means?
Well, I can tell you the words that do mean something, that I know that
No,
they mean something.
don't
right?
pivot. We're talking about what is actually
God
in
gives His Holy Spirit to people, right?
Talking about what's
You
in
cry
the
out to
actual
God,
text. No one
you'll be
cares,
saved.
Alex.
Get baptized as an adult.
Alex, your
Just
preaching
like-
is useless here. It means nothing to us. We're talking about what
Well,
the
maybe
words.
there's somebody listening who
there-
it does mean something to.
It doesn't mean nothing to them. Everyone here, rock solid atheists. They're all ex-Christians, just like me. You're not listen. Your preaching is not going to save a single soul, not one. You're in the wrong place for that.
I feel like they forget that a lot, that like a lot of these people that they're talking to who are atheists were formerly Christians. Very rare you meet someone like me who is never a Christian.
Right. Almost all the people engaged in this work are ex-Christians.
I don't know. Well, that's all right then. I guess this was kind of pointless. Sorry for wasting your time. And
It's not a waste.
God bless you all.
Listen,
Well, yeah, don't hold on, don't leave. Like I feel like they're making progress with you, man. Maybe.
Yeah,
With
I mean,
me? No, you're not. No, dude. I'll never.
Well,
after
maybe not, because you
dude,
said
listen to
that
me.
there's nothing that could change your mind, which is
Listen
like
to me.
kind of a, which is kind
What
of like
hap-
an which is kind
what-
of like an insane position. Like I don't know that there's anything in my life other than the fact that I experience things, right? I think like that thing, like I couldn't be wrong about. Like I definitely experience things, right? Like there's experience happening, right? But like beyond that, when you have this attitude towards any kind of statement that I could never be convinced otherwise, do you like if you knew you were right about something and someone reported that back to you, would you think that they're very like open to the truth, or do you think that they're shut off from the truth?
Well, it's like you yourself. You just said you're shut off from the truth, right? I can
I
tell
didn't.
you,
I
liquid
hold on.
love
No,
went
no.
through me.
Stop.
It was
Stop.
the
Yep.
most
Hold on.
amazing
Stop. Real
thing
quick.
that ever happened, right?
Stop.
Alex,
Stop.
relax,
I'm gonna
relax.
cut you. Yeah, I'm gonna cut you off when you're not answering the questions I'm asking you, right? Because like I'm starting to become really keen to your debate style, which is just to not really engage with what the person you're talking to is saying. So like, let me just try again, right? If somebody had, told you that there's no way that they could change their mind on some proposition or statement, right? Would you take them as someone who's honestly looking towards the truth? I'm just curious.
No.
Yeah, okay, but you just did that, so you're clearly not so then you fall in that set of people who are not honestly looking towards the truth.
I think I already found the truth.
Well, hold on. So does that person, right?
Yeah, so does everyone.
What's ostensibly the difference between you guys?
See, like that comment there, like that confirms there's no God out there. Like, I'll never. Even when I was in grade 8, man, I was smart enough to just realize.
Alex, you're doing it again. He asked you a question. Just answer it.
You're doing it again.
I answered
What's
him
the
last
difference?
time.
You
He said
didn't.
no.
No, you're going on to something about what you want to say, not the thing that I want you to answer, right?
Okay, what's the thing you want me to answer?
Exactly. Yeah, the thing I want. Okay, so when I'm engaging with somebody and they hold this view, right? We're starting from the beginning, and they're like, "Yeah, I could never change my mind about that." You've assented to the fact that they wouldn't be an honest person, right? Because they're not really looking towards truth because they've like closed it off. They're not even like leaving the door open a little bit, right? And you seem to agree with me that you shouldn't do that, right? I'm in agreement. I'm someone that thinks that gods don't exist, but I'm not saying I have 100% certainty about that claim. I'm saying that I have a high probability that that claim is false, that gods exist, right? And that door is always open for me to talk with somebody, or else I wouldn't engage in these conversations. There'd be no point. I would just move on with my life. I know this true thing. Let me move on to other things, right? Same way I do about any other thing, right? So if we're engaging in this, and you're somebody that seeks truth, but then you're also somebody that tells me you fall in that set of people that can't change their mind, then what you're telling me is that you're lying to me. You're actually somebody that is not seeking truth by your own admission, right? You've told me people that don't change their mind or don't even leave the door open, right, aren't seekers of truth, and you've told me that you are you're that person, right?
Yeah,
So,
you can twist it and spin it however you want, man. Like I'm listening to what you're saying, but like you'll never
Where am I
really
wrong?
understand my life.
Where am I
I guess I
wrong?
won't understand your life, man.
The question is, where am I wrong? How am I wrong about this assessment? Where did I go wrong?
Well, you've said yourself you don't feel like you have a relationship with
Not
God.
about me. No. Stop worrying about me and God. Where did I go wrong in the assessment that you are someone that is not interested in finding the truth? You're interested in.
I already believe I have, man. Then this is where I'm gonna just go now because
Okay, but you wouldn't accept that if it was from a Hindu. If you were talking about a Hindu or talking with a Hindu about your God, and the Hindu said there's nothing you could ever tell me that would convince me of your God, you would say, well, you're not open to the truth.
Well, no, maybe the Hindu did have an experience.
So why would
maybe God's reaching out to him?
So why wouldn't it go both ways?
Oh, it does. I'm just saying maybe the Hindu actually had an experience with God, and that's God's way of reaching out to him.
No,
I'm not going to disagree with that.
But not with your God.
Jesus, yeah, my God,
not your God. Jesus is not in the Hindu pantheon.
Well, for me, it was English. He spoke to me. I am the light. Thank you,
So
Father.
what?
Just give.
Use them as Vishnu? I don't get it. Right, because now you're just saying God's a deceiver, right? He just gives a different idea.
I never said that. I said God is Jesus in human form, and that's who God was.
Yeah, I can infer that from what you said.
Really, like you can say what you want to say.
I can make a very easy inference to that based on what you said.
Okay. Have a good day. God bless you guys. It's enough for me, man.
He was doing the Lord's work. J Mike, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, you too, man. I always love seeing you.
I know. I really enjoy having you on stage. Guys, if you're not following Chet or J Mike, apparently you don't know how the internet works. Make sure you're following my friends Chet and J Mike. They're amazing creators. And J Mike and I are going to be debating on the atheist experience sometime again soon, aren't we?
I think the 30th. Yeah,
I think so.
I'm really excited. Really excited.
I'm pumped.
Maybe I'm pissing off some people here and blowing smoke up your butt, but you are my favorite content creator. Like, I'm not a content creator, right? It's like I just do XP, but like I'm gonna start doing like YouTube stuff. So I can't call myself like a content creator or someone that engages in that. So I consider myself like everybody else, like a fan. So I'm just happy to be here.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And actually, I watched J Mike on AXP before I even got on the internet. So I've been watching AXP for a long time. So it's a huge privilege to be able to share a screen with you guys. Let me grab.
I really appreciate that. I just want to point out the work that the crew does, because I just literally show up. So I don't do anything other than just show up and talk. So it's cool. It's really cool that you get that boost from people that actually do work. You know what I mean? Behind the scenes.
There's a lot of people working behind the scenes.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Let me grab some super chats, guys, before they run away. I'm so sorry if I missed some super chats. I tried to get to all of them. I really love and appreciate everyone's support. Visible Seldom says, Paul was speaking idiomatically and using a turn of phrase. Jesus wasn't. He was claiming a quote directly. I agree. That was the point I was making with that prior guess. Also, Mike Thorne, thank you for sending out 5 subbies on TikTok. Big W. Guys, if you have a sub on TikTok, you have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. So please make the best use of that. And Walking Bone, thank you so much for the super chat. So the difference between a marriage and a ceiling is whether... Oh, sorry, we got that one. I apologize, guys. I think we got some of these back here. There we go. Literally, Jesus says, what was David doing with all those foreskins? Making pork rinds? Listen, have you seen chitlins? I think they look a lot like chitlins if I had to guess what David was doing those pork. But listen, he had to pay for that bride one way or another. And what better way to pay with foreskins? There are so many stories about foreskins in the Bible. I really want you to Google foreskins in the Bible sometimes. In fact, before the Israelites had to cross over into the promised land to go to the war, they all had to get circumcised because they weren't circumcised. They were out in the desert all the time with no circumcision. Imagine an army of like 600,000 men having to get circumcised all in one day. Could you eat this insanity to even think about? But you know, it is what it is. Adam Brown says soaking is all you can do when you're Small Johnson. Hey, now you're making fun of Small Johnson in the YouTube chat. We don't do that here. We don't size shame members of the community. But it says, also, have you ever seen what LDS temple garments look like? Weird. Praise Doug. I love how you protected the name of Doug with the double hyphen. Big W. Although Doug doesn't mind if you mispronounce his name. In fact, you could even say it backwards and get God. Doug is God, guys.
That's amazing. I didn't even think about that. I was like in my head, like, Doug.
I know it's hard if you're not looking at it. Justin says, great name, by the way, if you only had one point you could make to a Christian in hopes that it would plant a seed of deconstruction, what would be? I think the one point I would make to a Christian, which is the point that I harp on day in and day out, is the one thing that I talk about endlessly, which is Jesus did not fulfill a single prophecy, not even close to one. And if he didn't fulfill a single prophecy, then that sky carcass is not the Messiah. You have better chance of convincing me that Simon Bar Kokhba was the prophecy fulfiller. He actually fulfilled a couple prophecies. He's dead now, obviously, but he actually fulfilled.
We also have writings from him, I believe.
Yes, we have writings from the caves, from where he was holed up in the caves.
He even wrote something to someone named Yeshua. So maybe it was one Messiah to another.
Could you imagine if we discovered that Jesus and
That's a joke, by the way. That doesn't work timeline wise.
No, he wasn't born yet. He died in what, 136? Unless he was 100 years old.
Can I do a shameless plug?
Yeah, please do.
Anybody play old school RuneScape? Add your boy Sexy Noob. The first O is a 0. I want some people to play with. There you go. That's my shameless plug.
Fair enough, guys. IK, thank you so much for the paper cranes. I appreciate that. And W says Bible study, thumbs down. Bible Fight Club, thumbs up. Keep it up. Well, listen, I like both. I'm going to keep doing both, but I really appreciate the super chat. And I'm going to publish a video here. There's been a lot of people asking about my favorite Bibles. I've got a collection of them that I think everyone should own. So I'll be doing a video this week, and Chet, I might consult you to see if you have anything to add to the list before I do it. But there's a bunch of good study Bibles out there from real academics nowadays. Mr. Blue says we are unworthy to understand. I don't know. I don't think so. I think if God created us and he says he is the God of not confusion, then we should assume that his book isn't confusing and not illogical. And Noah Lyons, thank you so much again. Good to see you tonight. Says, since I started worshiping Doug, my life is a success story. The inner turmoil is gone for the first time in my life. I also lost 65 pounds and got hot. Holy shit. Praise Doug, the rock of salvation. Listen, Doug might be cold, but he wants you to be hot. Be hot for Doug, guys. Take care of your temple. Doug is the cornerstone. He is the stone that the builders rejected. And Saint D says, some say the stone David slung at Goliath was Doug himself. It obviously was. Others claim the stone rolled away from Jesus' tomb was Doug. Do we have our first schism? Listen, Doug is everywhere. Every stone that you lift up, Doug is there. He is in all stones. And Craft Walker, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Evan says, why are Bibles printed with the old T attached? Because you need it, because you can't understand the Bible without it, which is weird that Christians refuse to read it. And Silver Surfer, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the $9.99 KO super thanks. I don't know if we KO'd that last guest, but I hope he listens to that conversation later. And Jake Knapp from the Exodus Brothers, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says these callers step up to debate, but by the end, they are roasted so bad, even Lot's wife would have looked back to get a second look. Holy shit. Listen, Jake always coming in with dynamite super chats. I love reading your super chats. Guys, if you're not following the Exodus Brothers on YouTube yet, or they're also on your favorite podcast platforms, make sure you do. A pair of brothers that deconstructed from evangelical faith, telling their story. I was actually just on their podcast a week ago. They should have that episode published. And but they're sharing their story with us. So guys, make sure you're supporting everybody in the community that are sharing their deconstruction stories. And last one, Skeptics and Scoundrels. Good to see you again, friend. He says, what's the term for someone who can't recall what was discussed only 5 minutes ago? Idiot is too harsh. Foolish is too soft. Maybe muttonhead. I like muttonhead. That reminds me of what Jeff says, which is marshmallow brain. So I think both qualify.
I retired it, but I always said lasagna brain.
Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
But then some people pointed out, like, well, lasagna is really good, so I mean, the value kind of discrepancy there seems like a problem. Like, yeah, it's a good point. Maybe calling them lasagna brain's a good thing. I don't know.
I love lasagna because it's so customizable. I mean, you can make a healthy lasagna. You can make a 10 cheese lasagna. You could do a spicy sausage lasagna. It's such a wonderful food.
Hello.
Is it Oh, this is Mari again. Mari, why do you change your name every time you want to go live? Is it because everyone hates you?
No, it's the same name. What are you talking about?
Every time you go live, you have a different profile picture and an adjusted name. This is why no one likes you. You get kicked off of every live.
Oh, it's literally the same name. It's my main account. Like, what are you talking about? But I came up to ask a question.
And no thanks. I've cooked Mari so many times, I'm bored of it. My audience is bored of it. I don't know why he keeps coming back.
That's funny. See, like the jump. I don't know. I don't know if you've been introduced to John yet, who
Mm,
calls the show a lot.
which John? I probably have seen
He's
him.
he calls from overseas. I don't know where exactly he's from, but he's always got a lot of extremely transphobic things to say.
Sounds like a believer. Sounds like a believer.
Yeah.
We've
I try not to take his calls. If I do, I'm like, oh crap, it's this John. I should have known.
Oh, you know what? Mari probably popped up because you were up here. Mari's a big time wannabe philosophy guy.
Oh, that's cool. You can bring him up. I'm sure it'll be forthcoming.
Yeah, I know, right? He
I
never
just don't
is.
like. I just have made different strides to if I do engage in that, to talk about it differently, because yeah, I don't want to lose people in the conversation. It's really easy to do that. I think I think you know Aaron. Well, he goes by like Philo Dragon on TikTok.
Aaron Leeds,
yeah. He's like, that's like my best friend. So
He's awesome.
really good. Yeah, I play in a band with him, so he's a really good friend of mine, and he's like pointed out like really good things to me, kind of like how you get to certain people and move the needle a lot of ways. And so yeah, so I've tried to strive to be able to use language in a way that's gonna impact people on that. So if he wants to come up, that's fine, but I'm also gonna still make the same kind of stride to apply that skill and learn that skill. So
It's hard. Well,
yeah, it's a hard skill, yeah, because it's like philosophers use a lot of esoteric garbage, and so it's really hard to translate it because a lot of times there's nothing to translate.
right,
So,
right.
yeah.
So we got Pro Tutor with us. How you doing, Pro?
Hi, Justin. Hi, J. Mike. Hi, Mr. Chet. How you all doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Pro,
I,
are you a believer in some kind of a god?
No, I'm atheist. Sorry.
Okay. Big W.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask, I had an argument with Big John Steele about how to tell what something's natural and supernatural. Because he was, he tried to catch me in the corner like, hey, how do you tell if the resurrection is natural or supernatural event? Why do you hand wave, why do you hand wave the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Well, I mean, I think the argument typically goes, like for Christians, they believe anything that isn't normal, like it's things you don't see in the normal world, if they happen, that means it's supernatural. But like from our point of view, anything that could or would happen is theoretically natural because it exists. So there's like no such thing as supernatural in our worldview. So it's kind of a silly question because at that point you're just comparing worldviews, which is similar to like when Christians ask you to like they point to things that are created, like cars are created, watches are created. But if you ask them like, is there anything that's not created? Well, no, they think everything is created. There's not a single thing that wasn't created, which means they have no way to know what the difference is between something that's created and not created because they just think that everything's created. Whereas we have the same presumption. We think everything is by definition natural. We have no way of knowing the opposite. So at that point, it's a useless conversation, and that you should just move on to a more productive conversation about whether or not you can prove your worldview to be true.
Well, usually they try to move. I've had this conversation with other Christians. They always try to use can you prove logic without, can you prove logic using empirical evidence? And that's where they usually try to go.
It cut up for me. What did he say? Prove logic?
Usually it's because I always ask, do you have empirical, objective, verifiable, observable, repeatable, testable evidence for your religious beliefs? And they always try to pivot to, how do you have empirical evidence for logic or the scientific method?
Well, I mean, you do want to be careful about things that you believe. If you have some like steadfast principle, that you like only things that can be verified or things that should be true, well, then that statement itself is like, or empirically verified. It's like, was that statement empirically verified? But I mean, there's like easy ways around that. So like, that's not like really an issue. I mean, you don't have to take a steadfast empiricist route, right? Like, or rationalist route. Like, that's not really how people reason. It's not like those categories, like to fit into one category, the other's kind of a mistake. We kind of just do a lot of different things in our reasoning.
Yeah.
So if you just like think about proving logic, though, like when that's asked, that's like a category mistake. I've heard somebody phrase it this way, and I like it a lot. It's like asking, can you paint the dream green, right? It's like a category mistake. It doesn't even make any sense to say that, because like the way that you prove things, like in deduction, is on a set, like you have like a set axioms, right? And then that gives you a foundation on, like, so say like propositional logic, that gives you like a way to be able to figure out like inference rules and like ways that guarantee that the truth of that the conclusion's true and it's valid and stuff like that. But to say like how to prove the law of non-contradiction or something like that's really weird, because those are the things that are the building blocks to prove things. So like you'd have to invoke some kind of like meta logic to do that, and you could just do that forever, right? Well, how do you prove that meta logic? We have a meta logic and a meta logic. It's kind of like nonsense to go down that route. The better question is, we have data to explain, and what hypothesis is better if you're going to compare those views. But really, like, all they're doing in that conversation is just trying to take the burden off their shoulders, right? Like, why do you have to show any of that? Like, the whole point of the conversation is them trying to show that God exists, I guess, presumably in that conversation. So I don't know what you have anything to do with that, right? Like, you're trying to be convinced by God existing. So like your view is irrelevant to that. You might just not know, right? You might be agnostic or something.
Right. I would say
that doesn't show anything about Christianity.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't have anything to do with Christianity, but I would suggest too, like, so, my background, I've got background in electrical engineering, and in the history of electrical theory, like every claim about electricity is a scientific claim, which means that it's sensitive. Like, it could change. Now, we've got millions of data points that would suggest that what we know is not going to change, right? So I would say the same thing about the laws of logic. Like, listen, we've got billions of data points on the laws of logic. We just happen to know that they don't fail. They've never failed us as far as we can tell. So it's not that they need to be proven true. Like, there's no empirical test you can do to prove the laws of logic true, but no one can break them. No one's ever been demonstrated to break them, and they work over and over again. So until they stop working, we kind of just presuppose that they work.
Okay. Usually I feel that's a hard pivot that they use just to try to avoid explaining.
It's a burden shift.
Why? Yeah, shifting the burden of proof.
Yeah, so
or like a pivot to a different topic.
I wrote a shout out to Anne. Anne was like, "Prove that proof exists." Like, that's just like
I never thought about that.
Just an absolute great way to like cut through the bullshit of what I'm saying, right? And just kind of get at the heart of what I'm saying. It's just prove it. It's because it's just a really weird. It's like, no, I mean, the idea here is that we're both playing a game, right? Like, I've bought into kind of the rules of the game, and if you want to get on this kind of meta discussion about it, you'll find out really quickly that none of us are going to make a lot of progress. And this has been the problem of like analytic philosophy. No one's made progress in thousands of years on these kind of meta questions. But here's like a really good example. If I walk down the street and ask somebody to define knowledge to me in such a way that I couldn't come up with counterexamples, right? They're going to struggle to do that. Really, honestly, most people are going to struggle to just give you like a definition in general. But even if they like are familiar, like, they thought about this for a while, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, okay, I think it needs to be justified, it needs to be true, and I need to believe it or something. And then it's like, oh, here's a counterexample of using those things, and here's like, I basically guessed and I got it right. So you wouldn't say that I had knowledge, right? You can show these examples to people, but does it follow that like every time I do this to somebody and they can't define knowledge, and give me these necessary and sufficient conditions that therefore they don't have knowledge about things? Like, no, right? That's stupid. They know things. They might just be really bad at reporting the account of knowing things, right? Like that should be very obvious. And I think like that's similarly like what's going on in this is that it's just like not very important that I can't give you the account, in that even the Christian, whoever I'm talking about, couldn't give the meta account. That's not really important. We need to go further from kind of these set foundational beliefs that we have and just move on, because I think if we really looked under the hood, we play the same game, right? We're not playing a different game. Like when your friend lies to you and you want to know that, how you know that they lied to you, you're going to take the same route that I do. You're going to look for the evidence that I do, right? We're going to come to those agreements in the same way. Or the drunk guy at the bar that tells you that the earth is flat or whatever. We're going to all hopefully look at that the same way. It's just when we shift into this weird realm of metaphysics or something that all of a sudden now, like, I have more leeway to just like be like carefree. And I just find that just like a terrible mistake.
Yeah, I think it's weird to use can you prove logic as a pivot from like what's the evidence for God, right? Because it seems to suggest that they see God as being kind of in the same category as logic, right? Like, I mean, we do have, I think, good reasons for believing in logic. I mean, you know, you can't prove it logically, but we have good reasons for it. And so I think like they would have to demonstrate to you why you should think of God axiomatically in the same way that you think about logic. And I think they would have a very difficult time doing that because it doesn't seem to be the same kind of claim at all.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Then what are you going to do when, like, I don't know if people here might not be familiar, but like there's a guy named Graham Priest. I think he's an atheist. He believes that there are true contradictions. I mean, what are you going to do when you're like, how do you know that the law of non-contradiction is true? And then he's just like, I don't. Right, I have a different set of like axioms or whatever. Like now you're in like this different realm of like, right? Like, what are you going to do with that? You can't really do very much because the person has like a different starting point than you do, or they've come to a different starting point than you have. So it's gonna be kind of hard to navigate.
Right. Well, listen, Pro Tutor, thanks for coming through. We got to get another guest in here, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, J. Mike. Chat.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, let's get another guest in the box. Me, my mind, and I has been waiting to get in. We'll grab them.
Better than I am that I am that I am.
Right? Well, hold on a second. Oops. My browser just ran out of memory. That's weird.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, me and my?
How are you guys?
Good, good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I do believe in the Christian God.
Cool. What would be the best explanation or evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So, I do think the word of God as being so many things, but for now, let's just focus on one singular entity. I do believe in God because of the account of the story of Jesus, I guess. So his existence is one testimony as to him.
I do believe he existed. I don't think he was like completely dreamed up.
Yeah. So what was your question again? Sorry.
Legend, thank you for the paper cranes. Big W, friend. So I mean, I believe that Jesus was real. I don't think he was completely made up. I think a lot of what we know about him is fiction. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what would be the evidence that would lead somebody to believe that Jesus was like the Messiah or the Son of God or something of that nature.
So I'd say what he believed in and how he lived his daily life.
Well,
He seemed to have.
we do
Okay.
know what the Bible says. Just we'll give you a fair warning. We've all read the Bible. We're familiar with it. We already know the doctrines and the teachings. I guess what we're looking for is like a solid argument for why it's all true.
Well, there are accounts, like different testimonies. So there were 100 witnesses, I think, 100 around that area. And then
500.
there was also, 500. Yeah.
Yep.
And
Can
yeah,
you?
there was a king.
Did they leave us any
Oh,
testimonies?
The closest one I'd say was there was this king ruling at that time. If my memory serves me right, I think it was King. I can't recall at this very moment, but King Tut.
King Abgar?
King Tut?
You had the wrong time period in the wrong country. That's Egypt. It's okay. I think you're referring to King Abgar. He was in Mesopotamia.
I don't think it was that king. I think this king was more part of the Roman rule, either the Roman or the Greek.
Oh yeah, that was definitely King Tut.
Can I ask one question?
Mm-hmm.
What makes you guys so sure that God is imaginary, for example?
Well, I think we all have different reasons for that. I think my reason, first of all, is all the holy books that talk about God are like demonstrably untrue. Like they're full of contradictions. They're full of historical errors, full of like biological errors, scientific errors. Like Leviticus says that rabbits and rock badgers chew cud. They don't. 1 Kings chapter 6 says that the Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s during the reign of Pharaoh Ramses, and that they built the storehouses of Pithims and Ramses, but Ramses didn't exist for another 200 years. Like there's a lot of reasons why I don't believe that Christianity is true. And I would say the same thing about the Quran. The Quran says that sperm comes from between the backbone and the ribs. It says that babies form initially as a clot of blood. It says that women are only half as good as men at being witnesses to legal contracts. And like all the religions have the same flaws. They have these really old holy books, and the holy books are full of nonsense. And that's why I don't believe in any form of organized religion or their gods.
Sure. So would you admit that there is any beneficial things in Christianity, like in the holy books?
Sure.
Specifically Christianity.
I mean, listen, there's stuff in the Bible that I adore. There's a lot of good sayings in the Bible that are good wisdom even. But I don't think that they're unique to the Bible. Like a lot of the good teachings in the Bible you can find in other writings from the time period or even before it. For example, like 3/4 of the 10 Commandments show up in the 42 Confessions of Ma'at in Egypt. The book of Job shows up in ancient Babylon as the tale of the righteous sufferer. Many of the proverbs that are in the Old Testament show up in Egyptian proverbs and in Babylonian proverbs. So like as much as I do like some of the stuff in there, it's not like unique. Like I don't need the Bible to get to it.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I think of Christianity as beneficial because, and I'm speaking as if God exists, right? So I believe Christianity is beneficial because you are having fellowship with this idea of a God, who's supposed to be all loving and kind and all those things. And by having fellowship or close proximity, let's say, you are kind of taking on those, good features for yourself, if that makes sense. So if you spend a lot of time with a friend, let's say, you kind of start taking on the certain behaviors of that person, right? Like you might start laughing like them because you spend time with them, if that makes sense. So I kind of think it's religion is a good thing, right? Because it's like, how do I explain this?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
I don't deny that believing in things can have good benefits. If it's not true, though, like if none of it was true, should we still believe it?
I don't think so, no.
There you go. Like I agree. I think religion does provide benefits. I think they're like mostly placebo effects and psychosomatic type stuff. But I don't disagree that there can't be benefits from religion. I just think that for me, my principle is that I can't live my life according to something that I don't think is true.
Okay, sure. It's interesting to me because one of the arguments that I hear from a lot of our atheist friends is you guys really seem to oppose suffering. If that that seems to be true to me, because it's like suffering or the existence of suffering equals God not being good, sort of thing. So that's really interesting to me. There's like this Bible verse I was reading, and it says, these people are like haters of pleasure. Lovers of pleasure and haters of God, which is interesting to me, right?
Right.
So it says, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Do you want to talk about the problem of suffering?
So it's not like I know everything about suffering, and I don't claim to say all kinds of suffering is from God or something like that, but I do see a benefit in suffering, right? So for example, when a person goes to a gym, their muscle have to tear before it could grow, right?
Oh man.
So suffering seems to be somehow ingrained into nature, and there is a certain benefit in suffering, right?
Okay.
Some kinds of suffering. Go ahead.
Are all forms of suffering necessary?
I wouldn't say all. You see, that's where my knowledge has a certain limit, I would say. But I do believe that a lot of it, I guess, has meaning.
So some of it's meaningful, some of it's not. Let me ask you a question. If I gave you two scenarios, the first scenario is, you take your son or daughter to the doctor to get a polio vaccine. The doctor comes in.
Thank you for using this example.
Thank
you so much. It's so good. Thank you.
Doctor comes in and squeezes the arm of your child and pokes the vaccine needle in you. It hurts, but you have to do it because you have to get the vaccine. The other scenario is the doctor walks in, punches your child in the nose, and then gives them the vaccine and then leaves. Which one of those scenarios is preferable?
The first one, for sure.
And why?
Well, it has a good outcome, right? So you will bear the suffering for the sake of the outcome.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And the other outcome still results in you getting the polio vaccine. So why is that one less preferable?
Well, the second one, I guess, I don't know. I don't see how punching the kid would lead to any good.
Right.
It seems. Right.
It doesn't aid in getting you to the end goal. It's an unnecessary part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if there's an unnecessary part in the process, that means somebody's doing something that's unnecessary, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It depends on the intention of the doctor. We don't know in this story, but yeah.
Okay. So if somebody intentionally causes unnecessary suffering, are they good or bad?
Intentionally or unintentionally?
Intentionally, right? Okay, so if the doctor intends to cause harm to the child by punching him in the nose, is the doctor good or bad?
Oh, intends to cause harm? I guess, yeah, that would be definitely bad.
Okay.
Also, keep in mind they have the power to do the other things, right?
That's right. Yeah, the doctor has the power to not do it that way as well. Okay. So I think this gets us to like the logical conclusions that we're looking for, which is an entity that is capable of doing something without suffering, but chooses to do it with the suffering, causing unnecessary suffering to get to the end goal. That person is doing something that is bad or not good. Now, the reason why this applies to God is because God is supposedly all good, which means he wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering. But he does cause unnecessary suffering. And my favorite example, and I use it a lot because it seems to be undefeated, is natural disasters. God uses natural disasters theoretically to cause unnecessary suffering, which means either he doesn't exist because he's a contradiction, or the God does exist, but he's just not all good. Or maybe he does exist, he is good, but he either isn't all knowing, he doesn't know the natural disasters are happening, or he has no power to stop them.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's something I've been thinking about recently, and here's my take on it. I believe that God and life are separate, and so I believe that God is the entity that is teaching us about this life, how to cope with the suffering that exists. So I believe that the suffering is outside of him, I would say, but he also causes suffering to relieve us from the suffering that life brings. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I believe. So, for example, I want to address one of the things that you said. You said that God can't, like, God chooses to.
Before you do that, is it okay if I like potentially address that real quick before we move? Because I'm afraid we might miss that point. I'm just
Sure.
Okay. I'm worried that there's some equivocation going on in that, like, what you're trying to do is say that God's not good, but he's like schmud, right? Like some other kind of concept of good. So, is that what you're saying? Are you, because this is for clarification purposes, like, are you saying that God is not a good being, right? Because you're saying now it's outside of that, but we should use some other term like schmud. It's like kind of like good, but not really.
Can you explain that a little bit? Because I don't know what schmud means.
Well, I don't either. The point is that you're the one making the move away from good. You're saying it's like God's different. It's like outside of that. So you're not saying that it's the same concept of good, if that's what you're saying, right? So now I'm inquiring about this new concept, because if you're talking about God's outside of that, now you're introducing some new concept like schmud. I'm using a term schmud for a placeholder because it's not good. So I'm distinguishing it phonetically, right? Like the sounds are different to help distinguish that they're not the same terms, right?
I do believe that God is good, and I think his goodness.
So then you have to take back what you said a second ago, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't say that God's like outside of that concept and it doesn't apply or whatever, but then also say that he's good. It's either the case that he's good or he's not, right? It's either he's good or he's schmud, or either he's this other type of concept of good or not. Do you understand? Maybe.
It makes sense what you're saying. I do believe he's good. I just think that the suffering that he allows us to go through makes him seem like he isn't good, right? So kind of like the illustration I was giving.
Pause there before the illustration, because I think this is where we're going to have a breakthrough, okay?
Sure.
So you're saying that this is suffering that he allows. And I agree. Like, if he just allows it, that is one conversation. I don't know if the conversation's all that helpful because it still leads to the same point. But when it comes to natural disasters, these aren't things that he just allows to happen. He causes them to happen. He created them.
So in my thinking, like, God is representing life in certain ways because he wants us to teach us about life, and life seems to, for me at least, seems to be really harsh, and life will throw things your way. So there are certain laws in the universe.
It's really high. I'm sorry. Like, this is a problem I have. So this isn't on you. And so I'll apologize to the audience and everybody, and you for interrupting. But my anxiety gets like really high We don't address the thing that Justin was just asking, like, because I feel like we're just going to move on away from that. Do you like agree? Do you understand what Justin was saying there?
Would it be okay if you like wrote down those points so that I could just finish this single point?
Yeah, it's no shame on you. I don't think this is something that should even take one time to hear it. Maybe it might take a few times that like to appreciate the point. That's why I don't want to move on, because I don't think it's something that like it might be even really hard just the first time you hear it. Like, okay, moving on, right? Like it might need to be said again.
Right. Well, maybe I didn't phrase it correctly. Rather than rephrasing it, let me just ask the question: did God cause the natural disasters? Did He create them?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to the Bible, yeah.
Do the natural disasters cause unnecessary suffering?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what we can gather then is that God causes natural disasters. Natural disasters cause unnecessary suffering. So God is responsible for unnecessary suffering, which means He no longer fits the definition of being all good.
So I think in this case, I wouldn't say it's unnecessary. So for example, in the Bible, it says, if you return to me, right, I will heal the land. So it's interesting. I mean, why would God be so involved in, trying to bring us to Him? And this is why I said I think God is bigger than the concept of just a singular
natural
entity.
disasters are necessary?
See, I think this is why it's hard for, my atheist friends, right? You guys.
It's just an easy question. Are the natural disasters necessary? Because
in certain cases,
you said a minute ago that they're not necessary. Now you're saying they are necessary. I'm just trying to figure out what your real answer is.
Yeah, we're just
No, I never said it wasn't unnecessary. But so one thing I want to say is, okay, let me ask you guys a question.
We haven't clarified the point yet. Are all natural disasters necessary?
I'm trying to clarify it for you with a question.
It's just yes or no. It's just yes or no. Are all natural disasters necessary?
Yeah, we just want to know what the view is. Like, it's really hard for us to go on until we understand the view.
Well, it's kind of a hard question because I can't account for all of it, right? It's not like I know why all of it is happening. I do know that, according to the Bible, God allows natural disasters to kind of bring back people to Him, which is interesting. And well, one of the questions I was going to ask you guys is, what if everything was rainbows and sunshine?
You still didn't answer the question. We're not
so
talking
is
about that.
if I can, so is the view that sometimes natural disaster is necessary and sometimes it's not?
That's where my knowledge has a limit, right? I can't answer. It's not like I know everything. I don't claim to know everything.
So you don't know if it's all necessary or not.
But I do know that, so, I mean, okay. I do know that there are certain disasters caused by God. There are certain disasters that can be caused by probably like our fault, like climate change and so on. So I can't account for all of it.
We're not
right?
talking about those. We're talking about the ones God did.
Exactly.
So you're okay. So now you're saying just the ones God is providing. Earlier, my friend said all natural disasters. That's why I can't. Okay, so if you're talking about the ones God are causing, I would say yes. I mean, as a rational being, which I believe that He is, He would allow that to happen. And although it sounds really harsh, I do believe that life.
Language is cause.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out why you keep softening the language. We're not talking about what He allows. We're talking about what He causes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He causes things.
Okay. So is every natural disaster that He causes, are all of them necessary?
The ones that He causes? Yes, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what His goal is, right? If His goal is to turn the hearts of people towards Him, let's imagine that's His goal. Is He capable of accomplishing that goal without the natural disasters?
I would say no, because if there were ways, he probably would have implemented them. That's what I would think.
Then he's not all
right?
powerful.
I mean, why did Jesus have to suffer on the cross?
Right.
He
but
subjected
hold
himself
on.
to his own suffering.
Your preaching
right?
is meaningless here. That doesn't help. So if he can't do it another way, that means he's not all powerful. Now you just negated the omni properties of God.
I think the way we think of the idea of being all powerful isn't okay. I think our logic is limited. So, powerful in a sense, I think at least, seems to be the potential to do anything, right? So when we're saying God is all powerful, he has the potential to do
Yeah,
anything.
but what do you mean by the point though? There is anything. By anything, presumably you mean anything that's logically possible, right?
So in the beginning, I mean,
just a yes or no. Presumably you mean logically possible. God is a being that can do anything that's logically possible, right?
can you explain a bit more?
Yeah, so like an iron bar floating in water might be physically impossible, or it might violate a law of nature. So there's a term in philosophy, or like it's called a nomological possibility. You don't have to worry about that term, but the idea is that it violates some law of nature, right? So we have two different domains of possibility: physical possibility, and then like breaking a law of nature. An iron bar seemingly seems to like break those, right? But it seemingly is logically possible. There's no like I couldn't make an argument and make a contradiction like that. An iron bar floating in water, or monkeys coming out of my butt, or something like that, is logically impossible. We would just say it's probably physically impossible, or something.
I'm
like
on
that,
board
right?
for butt monkeys, though.
Butt monkeys. So the idea there is God is a being that can do anything that's logically possible, right? So long as it doesn't contain a contradiction, X and not X, right? It's raining and it's not raining, something like that. Or God eating a burrito and not eating a burrito, or something, whatever.
That kind of makes sense. I would say that, the way we think of God is that he snaps his fingers and just, makes everything perfect. I think he puts in the work to make things perfect.
Yeah, but I have to ask, like, when you say he does these things, he snaps his fingers or whatever, he can do these things. Like, it's very important to get clarification on what you mean is that he can do, because it's not clear to us what you mean by he can do anything. I don't know what that means. Like, presumably what you mean is he can do anything that's logically possible. Because if not, what you're saying is he can make a rock so heavy that, not even he can lift it, or something.
Okay, see, here's where I want to separate life from God, I'd say. So, this is what I believe. I believe that God has the power to shape reality, and so do we, by the way.
This isn't going to help me. I can already tell it's not going to help me. All I want to know is, you can just say you don't know, right? It's either that
I'm just telling you what I believe. I'm not.
I know, but I'm specifically asking you what I'm looking for, which is whether or not you think that when you say he can do anything, that he can do anything that's logically possible. Like, he can create an iron bar that floats in water.
He has, technically. Well, so for example, he has walked on water, right?
I hate to say it, J. Mike, but in the Bible, there's a story about a man named Nahom that includes a floating axe head.
Oh, okay. Well, sweet. So God can do it. That's like already implicitly contained within your view. I mean, we're gonna get straight away. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a better test. Okay, let me ask you a question, guest. Can God peg in heaven?
Peg?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that means?
Pegging is when somebody uses the aid of a adult instrument and penetrates another adult with it.
Okay. No, I don't think that.
Okay, so God cannot peg in heaven.
No, I guess not.
Is it logically impossible, though?
Oh man, I gotta steal this.
Okay, sorry. I was just reading the chat, and it's interesting that
Don't read the
people are
chat. That's
saying,
disrespectful to the host. Don't do that. You're engaging in a conversation with people. It'd be very disrespectful if I was talking to somebody, if I looked over to the person at the gas station and started listening to their conversation when someone's talking to me. It'd be very disrespectful to do that. So don't do
okay,
that.
well,
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
That's like a pet peeve of
Don't mean
mine.
any
I hate.
disrespect.
That's like, yeah, I know, and that's. I'm not trying to be unfair to you. That's like a pet peeve of mine. People do that on TikTok a lot. I hate that. Don't do that.
Okay.
So if the answer is no, God cannot get pegged in heaven, then it just means he's not all powerful.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. It's when we think of God as all powerful, I would say it's more of the potential to do anything, right? So I have, as a human being, the potential to do a lot of things. Does that mean I do them? Probably not, because of I don't know, probably many limitations, probably the surrounding that I'm in, or probably because
Right.
I'm just a singular
Does
person.
God have the
right?
potential to get pegged?
I'd say no.
Well, then he's still not all
Probably.
powerful, given your definition.
Sorry, can you, is there like a different example that you could
I think
use?
this is a great example. It demonstrates my point entirely. But listen, my mind and I had a delightful time talking to you. It's getting a little bit late. I got to get to bed before midnight so I don't turn into a pumpkin. Tomorrow, guys, if you don't know, is the Atheist Experience 24-hour fundraiser. I'm going to be live right after work, so I got to be up and at 'em early in the morning so I can get to work early and leave early. J Mark, are you going to be participating in the 24-hour fundraiser?
I might try to. I'm in a weird spot. I'm in physical therapy for an accident I had, so I had some pretty bad spinal injury. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try to, but yeah, it's been my life has been flipped upside down in a lot of ways. But I'm looking up, so it's all good. I do want to say that I'm gonna deploy this new tactic of to asking, and there's no disrespect to you to me, but like I just realized that I'm gonna ask people to swipe when they do that move of like reading the comments, and just they're either gonna have to bear false witness and lie to me that they swiped before we proceed, so they don't read the comments, or they'll actually do it. So I think that's a good tactic. I think you're honest. I don't think I think that you know, that's just I'm not trying to bash on me. I think that's a common thing to like kind of do or whatever. It's just some people that have a bad habit of that.
Yeah. And guess I don't know what your name is, but you've been perfectly kind the whole time you're up here. I hate to have to cut the show early at this time, but not early, but cut the show off at this time. But you're welcome to come back anytime. You're a delightful human being.
Yeah.
But you know,
Thank you guys too.
You brought up the problem evil, but you know, this is our take on the problem of evil. This is why we think that the problem of evil is kind of a real problem.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, very awesome
Also,
with you guys.
before you go, I want you to think about this, because there's another kind of point about I don't want to turn Justin into a pumpkin. He's gonna slowly turn into a pumpkin, so I gotta rush at this. But like, I wanted to mention this, that there is a kind of other way. Like, I actually prefer the way that Justin went about that. I'm gonna kind of steal that on my own. But the like ways that I've kind of phrased this to people in the first kind of phase of this is to go, hey, look, if I took my child to get a vaccination, the same kind of polio situation, and we knew that this was the best option that we had, all things considered, for them, we had to prick the child. If I like came up to you, or I didn't tell you about any of this, and I just said, hey, look, I pricked the child, or I stabbed the child with a needle, people would be like, oh my God, like, that's horrible. And I go, well, hold on. It's not actually a bad thing. And they go, okay, well, make your case. And my case is that, well, I was kind of forced to stab them because I wanted to lower their probability of polio, so I stabbed them with like a vaccination needle, or like a needle to immunize them from polio. And then they're like, "Oh my God, why didn't you just say it like that? Why were you all weird about it?" Right? And what's going to change in that situation is that, all things considered, it was a good thing, right, to implement this kind of harm to the child for a greater good. And what I worry about in your position is that you might do what I think, because I don't even know if Christians or theists have a problem of evil. Sometimes when I talk to them, they make me skeptical, because I don't even think that there's anything evil in your view by your lights, because it turns out that the Schmolocaust or any of these things should have happened for the greater good. They were part of God's plan. Like there couldn't have been any other way, right? And so when people make this move that these evils were necessary, or sin was necessary for Jesus or whatever, it starts to become very hard for me to understand how that's a bad thing. And further, right, there seems to be a good thing. And then now the story I've been told as a non-Christian my whole life is that sin is something you should not do, and that Jesus paid the ultimate price for us. That story gets flipped on its head, because now I'm looking at it going, sin is something I should do for the greater plan. And now what's the point of the atonement? Because now Jesus, like, it's not like he was unaliving on the cross for something he shouldn't have done. He was unaliving on the cross for something that should have been done. Original sin should have occurred, according to that view. So it's very hard to even understand what the view is expressing, because there's no evil. And then what's the atonement theory? It just seems very confused that Jesus could have paid any price if there was nothing to pay a price for, right? If it was something that should have happened to begin with. So it just seems very hard for me to understand the lore of this story.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, J. Mike, I really wish you would have allowed me to speak like you did, because you did mention a lot of points, right? I just kept writing them down, not, and I just allowed you to speak your whole thing, and I was kind of, only allowed to say yes or no. This kind of talk, I'd say, requires a lengthier amount of time, because even me, it took me a long time to kind of understand these things. They are hard concepts to grapple with.
We'll be back again on Friday and Friday and Sunday night. So just come back on. We're usually live Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Come back anytime.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Make a point to just be like, hey, last time I feel like I didn't get to express myself, and if it's okay, I'd like to just be able to like feel like I can get that chance to express myself. And I don't feel like Justin or myself or anybody, or I don't know Chet too well, but from what I've gathered, I feel like Chet's been just listening the whole time, so and engaging where he feels necessary to engage. I feel like all three of us are people that would totally do that. And if you want to recall the show that we do, Atheist Experience, and say the same thing, like, hey, I know this is a show that you run and you got things to say, but like, could I get a lengthy amount of time to really express this? And we'll totally do that for you, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And apologies if we didn't do that.
Oh no, you're totally cool. I was just, we're just having conversations, so we'll get through this. You guys are awesome. Thank you for having me on the show.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, she was very polite. The type of guest we like.
Very, very polite.
Let me grab a couple super chats real quick. Noah says, can you explain 1 Corinthians 11 and the whole head covering thing? What's Paul's shtick? This is way more interesting than you might realize. Okay, so in the ancient world, there was a couple of reasons why you may or may not cover your head, but covering your head was a sign of your status in society. So for example, if you read some of the ancient Babylonian and Sumerian laws, they go in detail about who covers their head, when to cover their head, why to cover their head, and there's even strict punishments. For example, if you cover your head in the ancient world when you're not supposed to cover your head, you can get executed for it. But the general idea was that this was a sign of authority over your situation. So if you're a woman and you were married, your head would be covered. Now, in Paul's day, the hair was perceived as being a quasi-sexual organ. In fact, they even believed that when the man inseminated the woman, that the hair, being hollow, actually created a vacuum that help to suck the semen up into the body to help them get pregnant. This is crazy, some of the medical texts. And so there's this idea that like the hair is like halfway an organ of reproduction. And so this idea that you need to cover your head was really important to Paul. That's why in 1 Corinthians 11, he says, even if, this teaching is, what's the word? Well, he basically says, if you don't accept the authority of this teaching, at least do it for the angels, meaning the angels that are present might be enticed by the sexual organ of the woman and be tempted to fall, just like the angels did in Genesis chapter 6. So there's this general idea in the ancient world, not just in the Bible, that head coverings are appropriate to let the public know the status of a woman. So let me see. If you go to, I bring this book up a lot, but if you go to ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament, which you can get for free on the internet if you know how to use Google, there's a couple law codes in there, and one of the law codes goes into pretty good detail about which women need to wear head coverings, when they need to wear head coverings, and even talks a little bit about why they need to wear the head coverings. Let me find you the law code real quick. So one of them you can find in the Middle Assyrian law codes. There are two law codes related to veiling in the Middle Assyrian law codes. Look at Middle Assyrian Law Code 40 and Middle Assyrian Law Code 41. Sometimes they're referred to as Middle Babylonian Law Code 40 and 41, but they're actually really interesting, and they'll give you a lot of information about why people needed to wear head coverings. Hope that helps. Thank you for the question, though. And Space Lord says, Hitch said that the resurrection doesn't prove that Jay was God. That's backwards. God can do it, but being able to do it doesn't prove you're God. I agree. Even if there was a resurrection, it doesn't actually necessitate that the resurrection proved that anybody was a god whatsoever. It just proved that something happened that was beyond the norms of science. And Master Sheeter says, when Doug pegged me with his rock-hard body, I was in heaven. Listen, Doug will never leave you. He says, remain in me and I will remain in you. When Doug enters you, he will never pull out. Doug never pulls out early, guys. And Everlasting Godstopper, thank you for the super chat, says, can God get pegged has become a regular showstopper. I think it is a showstopper, guys. Listen, there's no answer for it. Christians have no answer for this question. This is the same as asking, if God was evil, could you know it? There's no answer for it. And Kenneth says, if God was real, theist judges should accept God made me do it as an excuse in court. It's a really good point. Thank you so much for the $17.99. And let me think about that for half a second. If God was real, theist judges should accept. Yeah, you're right. If God was real and judges were theists and someone says, God made me do it, they should actually consider that. That should be considered in court because God is real. Excuse me. That's actually a really good point.
We have to throw them in the river to find out if it's true, though.
Yes. Listen, the river ordeal is one of my favorite Old Testament or Old Testament era practices. Chet, we need to do a video on the river ordeal sometime.
Yeah, we should totally do like a podcast or something on that. I think there's a lot to cover. Ordeals are so fascinating.
They really are. It's very similar to the ordeal in Numbers chapter 5, but we'll not go over it tonight. But also, Stephen Martin, thank you so much for the $5 over at Cash App. I appreciate that. All right, guys, listen, it's late. We got to go to bed. We'll be at it again on Wednesday. Thank you so much, J. Mike and Chet, for joining me. And thank you, Evan, for the $20 over Vimeo you just sent right now. Big W, Evan. I really appreciate the support. And we're going to be live Wednesday night. Guys, stop in tomorrow during our 24-hour live stream for the Atheist Experience and show your support. We love you and appreciate you. We'll see you. Wait, is somebody live right now we can go raid? Is Thinker live?
I'll look on that little panel. Mezzo is live.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Give me a second. Yeah, Thinker doesn't appear to be live yet.
We could double his viewers.
Hell yeah. All right, guys, we're going to go raid Mezzo real quick. Give me a second.
I'm beating everybody there. Bye.
See you, buddy. Mezzo is
Good night,
live.
Justin.
Chat, thank you so much. It was great to see you,
And
friend.
I could listen to this testimony for like...
Guys, Mezzo's live right now. He's already at 467 people. Let's bump it up. Let's crank this up. Guys, let's go and infiltrate Mezzosphere right here. We're going to give him a raid. Let's get it up over 500. I'll see you over there in just a minute. I'm going to eat some cereal before I hit the hay for the night. But guys, let's get him up over 500. Mezzo is a valuable member of our community. He's awesome. He's got some great guests hanging out with him tonight. And I want to make sure that he gets all the recognition that is due to him. He is a phenomenal creator. All right, guys, we're at 490. We should be at 500 in a second. I'll see